No, this is back in the unicorn question.
Dude, you're just throwing random shit against the wall. You're pathetic. You're really pathetic, Rob. You really are.
I like you, dude.
Yeah, dude, you're just a loser, dude.
I
Like
know.
seriously.
Why does it gotta go to this stuff?
Yeah, because you're not being intellectually honest. If you were
You're just
intellectually honest,
frustrated. You're just frustrated.
you'd say,
if you were intellectual, you'd have no frustration.
listen, if we went to court and you tried to enter any of those pictures and photos and video into court, you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, okay, and that's pertinent now? Are we in court?
Why wouldn't you be able to admit them into court, Rob?
Yeah, so I mean, if I show you a picture of me fishing on a boat, fish with a big nice walleye, you'd be like, "That's not a real fish." You didn't think.
Oh, we could get that into court because we could get the person that took the photo to come into court and say, "Yes, I swear to God, I took that photograph."
Well, then you could enter Earthrise into it.
I didn't hear that. What?
You could enter Earthrise into the court case then.
Nothing gets into court without a witness. So any photograph or video, you need the person that took the imagery as a witness.
Yeah, Earthrise.
Right? And the point is it's not the video or the photograph that's the actual evidence. It's the person taking the picture and trusting that what they're saying is true. That is the evidence.
Well, if they're showing you a picture, it's not what they say. They're just showing you the picture. They didn't really say nothing.
Well, yeah, and then you'd have to produce evidence. Hey, this, like what he said, is false testimony because this image is impossible.
You gotcha. So they're saying no matter what, pictures,
yeah, we could do that.
Pictures don't prove anything. I got you, man.
And we can prove pictures purporting to show that
are they at least evidence?
Are impossible.
Are they at least evidence?
No, the actual evidence is the witness. Because alone they don't mean anything.
Is a picture not a witness?
What?
Okay, here, Rob.
Can you cross-examine a picture, doofus?
Rob, what don't you understand about what he's asking you?
Yeah, Rob, the witness would be the person. They wouldn't need a photograph. It's not like Pixar didn't happen. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Like, you trying to turn yourself into an internet meme?
No, I'm trying to get down to the brass tacks.
Look, dude.
Our picture's submissible to an argument.
Dude, is it Pixar? Dude, is it portraits or didn't happen? Is that what you're talking about?
The picture.
No, I just said is a picture acceptable evidence to bring to an argument?
Not alone. Not alone. Not without a witness.
Yes, the picture is acceptable as long as you bring the guy who took the picture.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Andy. Or that
that's what he fucking said, you idiot.
It's the witness. The photograph or the video is corroborating his testimony.
Okay, perfect. So
so find your witness.
Can someone in the flat Earth community take a balloon up or some kind of flight and take a picture?
According to you globetards, it's not high enough.
According to everybody I talk to, you can.
Yeah, when you talk to retards, I'm talking about the.
No, I talk to pilots. I talk to pilots. Academic slide.
No pilot says they see the curvature of the Earth, dude.
Yeah, they do. I talk to pilots.
You're a lot, Rob. Don't make me ban you, okay?
Please don't ban me, dude. But just, I mean, I'm gonna.
Okay,
of course, I'm gonna say things that make you angry.
You're lying to people when you say you talk to pilots.
I have talked to pilots, and so has Crit. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they didn't tell you that the Earth was curved from an airplane.
You can register the curve with your eyesight, and you can measure it, and you can measure the curve.
Okay, well, let me show you how ridiculous that claim is. If you had a beach ball that was 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. That is a ridiculous claim, dude.
Yeah, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I know, I got you.
No, I just gave you the math, dude. If you rescale it, you shrink the Earth down to 6 feet, right? From 3,959 miles to 6 feet, and you scale down to 10-mile freaking flight altitude or 40,000 feet flight altitude down to the scale of this new ball, right? This scaled down ball, the airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. 1/100th of an inch, dude. Not even a millimeter. Not even a millimeter.
How did you get that math when you don't know the size of the planet?
Dude, you just changed the rate. It's just a ratio.
What ratio? Are you using globe ratios?
You take the 3,959 mile radius, divide it by 6 feet, right? And then you use that same ratio to multiply it times 40,000 feet, and then you'll get the height.
Yeah.
Well, you got to do a bunch of unit conversions, but
You
you'll get
just
the
made
height
that
in
number up.
inches. No, you have to do unit conversions. So what you would do is you change the miles, 3,959 miles to feet, which is something like 14 million
Which is
feet.
the globe measurement? Which is the globe measurement?
It's not a globe measurement because you can't tell me how they measured that.
If it doesn't matter, the fact that we have the measurement proves they measured.
No.
You think
Okay,
you think they just
dude,
guess the number?
did you just hear yourself? Did you just
Well, yeah,
hear
because you
yourself?
know. Yeah,
I
because
said
you
you
think they
can't
just count
tell
the
me-
number. 3959. Sounds good to me. We go with that one.
Calm down.
What are you talking
Okay,
about?
spiral, dude. Dude,
They measured it. That's how they got the number 3959. They measured it.
No, they didn't.
with what? What was the instrument they measured?
If they didn't, then how'd they get 3959? Think logically, guys.
You think
If
logically.
they did, if they didn't measure it, how did they
If
get
they did,
3959?
Why
Did
don't
they
you
just
know
guess it?
how they did it?
Did they
Yeah,
pull
they
it
did
out of the
just
hat?
guess it. They did
Oh, they just guessed it.
That's why the
Okay.
radius values changed like 5 times.
Okay,
Christopher
you heard it
Columbus,
here. They just guessed it.
Christopher Columbus, for instance, used the globe that was 10% too small. Well, 10% smaller than Eratosthenes, and his is also too small.
They used a globe, dude? Is that what you just said?
Ptolemy, yes, the globe that Christopher Columbus, the radius he used, right? So he sailed and he tried to use Ptolemy's radius and a distance per degree, okay, and also for the clock and for longitude. So they didn't really know how to do longitude. So he used a radius that was 10% smaller than what is accepted as the value now. The one you claim is measured, but is not measured.
Are you talking about the guy who ended up in the wrong place and discovered a new landmass?
Exactly.
Cool.
I'm saying,
Exactly.
This is so easy. Come on, this is easy.
He used the globe and got lost. Yeah, great.
He used a globe.
Yeah, you're
He used a
arguing.
globe. He used a globe.
He got lost.
Even guys
Yeah,
who
a
don't
globe
know
that was
it can
too
still
small.
use the globe. Remember that.
The globe to get lost. He could
Yeah,
have
a
used
globe
the
that was
tree to
too
get
small.
lost. He could have used chicken guts to get lost. He could have used freaking smoking reefer to get lost. He could have rolled dice to get lost.
Yeah.
There's lots of
The
ways to
number-
get lost, dude.
The number 359 is a mathematical specific number that equates to the fucking pi number. So when you run it through the fucking sequence, that's how you get it. They didn't just pull out of a hat or say 3959. Well, why not 30 fucking 590 fucking 99? You act like this number doesn't mean any significance. The number itself is a significant number because it's the radius of the sphere.
Yeah, I've never measured radius, that radius.
But they got
We
the number.
falsified that radius number anyways.
You falsified it. So people on Discord falsified some of the greatest minds that ever lived.
The
You guys are
greatest
just-
minds that ever lived. Oh, bro, man. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Are you?
Are you serious? Name one of these.
Are you
greatest minds
claiming
we
that
can-
you're Isaac Newton? No, are you claiming that you're Isaac Newton?
Isaac
Come on,
Newton didn't
man.
measure the radius. In fact, Isaac Newton.
You're claiming you're Aristotle's.
In fact, Isaac Newton thought the Earth was a prolate ellipsoid. He thought it was an egg. Yeah, so you better just shut up because you don't really know what you're talking about.
If you take all the water away, it actually is. The water is what makes it.
No, an egg, dude. Not a pear, an egg. He thought it was an egg.
I know.
No, you don't know. You're in a cult too. Like you and Castle King should go shopping or something.
Yeah.
The cult of Pythagoras lives on.
Yo, like 90% of the world believes it's round, dude.
Who
Yeah.
cares?
He's just reiterating his
Why does that matter, Castle King? What everybody else believes.
I'm just saying, you're acting like we're the crazy ones here.
Well, you made up that number, first of all.
Okay, I did.
That number's completely made up. Yeah, it is. It's
Okay, you're
completely
right.
made up.
It's
Well, who
probably
surveyed the world?
99%.
Yeah, who surveyed the world, dude?
I'm saying there's
school
only
system-
a few
the school
of you guys
system?
that. I'm saying there's only a few that claim
you don't
it's
even
flat.
realize it. You have a Western bias. The idea
I
of
do?
the Earth being a globe comes out of the Western world. You're in the Western world, so here it is promoted greatly. space.
That's not true.
all
The
that shit.
Zodiac's based on a globe too. That's in the east.
No, it isn't, dude. You're so stupid, dude. No, it's not. Where did you get that idea?
Yeah, I love that, dude. It's the truth, man. It's based on the constellations and the
It's-
movements in the skies.
Which has nothing to do with a goal.
Pretty damn accurate too. Oh no, it does. It proved well because you know why? You want to know why it has to be? Because the way you visualize these constellations.
Why you visualize them? The fuck?
Have you guys spoken to Evan G4 MVP? Has he spoken yet, maybe? Check him
No,
out.
anyone would be better than this clown now.
Hi,
guys.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Shit, I'm just listening to you guys eating chips. How are you guys?
I wasn't eating chips.
No, he's eating chips.
They're chips.
He said he was listening. He said, I'm listening to you guys eating chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to put a comma after guys.
My bad.
Or an end. And
All right, man.
Well, just before we chat to Evan, I just wanted to mention one thing quickly to Castle King, right? So most globe earthers, right? Like literally like 99% of the globe earthers that come into these channels that we witness don't know anything at all about the globe. Right? They don't know any of the basics, right? They just something they believed in since they were a kid, right? And they never questioned it. They don't know anything about it.
They know the very basics. Like when they see the sun set, it appears to drop below the horizon. That's the basics.
Then you zoom back in and you see space under the sun. How does that work? You retard.
Wait, what? That's because the sun is obviously shining on a different part of the world by then.
Dude, we had this
Such a
conversation with
moron.
you the other day. We're not going to do the sun conversation again.
Yeah, this guy is completely correct. He's an absolute moron. Why don't we talk to the new dude?
Oh man, this is too easy. You guys lose and you know it.
Wait, what? When did that happen?
Never. He's in his imagination, obviously. All right. Sorry for taking it back to Castle King again. I apologize. Welcome to the channel, Evan.
Thank you guys. Hope everyone's having a great day.
Certainly are.
Are you new to this topic, Evan?
What, the flat Earth or round Earth topic?
Yeah.
I would say I don't really talk about it. I just came in to listen to see what you guys were talking about. I don't have much of an opinion.
Your first time here?
Yeah.
Ah, cool. Welcome in, man. Yeah. Cheers. That was cue for someone else.
It's always someone else, TW, do it.
No, I can't.
Do it. Is no one gonna question him or?
Let's get Sugma in the chat before he gets too spirally.
I agree, Jenna. He claims he doesn't have a mic, but come on. Go find your mic, Sugma.
Because I'm cooking him right now in the chat, but I'd rather be cooking him over the VC.
Who
Jenna
comes
wants to
Discord
talk
with
to
no mic?
you. Yeah, I know he's got one. He just whatever. Don't feel insecure. We will we'll be kind, right, Jenna? You'll be kind to him, maybe.
That sounds like you're
I
about to
will
be very unkind.
I will be as respectful and as reasonable as he is willing to be to me.
Oh, that's a good promise. Yes, she'll mirror back to you your attitude, Sungma. Why don't you try it?
You guys have pretty high expectations for a dude named Sugma.
Yeah, dude.
What that means? Don't even tell me what it means. I don't even want to know.
Sugma balls.
I think he's too scared to speak up. You don't have the balls.
You ain't got what it takes.
You guys are funny. You don't have the balls. You don't have what it takes. That's just
Nothing.
funny.
I hope my horse don't like you laughing at him.
So what have we learned today, guys?
We learned that the internet is a fun place.
I'm sorry, we learned what?
The internet's a
Same
fun
thing we learn
place.
every other day.
What's your knowledge about the globe? Yeah, Evan.
I want Sugma to open up that mic so we can talk about this.
I learned something.
Ain't gonna do it.
I learned something again today, that the Globetard religion has made so many people completely idiotic.
You learned that just today.
I learned it again today because we reviewed that Expelled movie. No intelligence allowed. Boy, ain't that the truth.
I don't disagree with you. The Globe cult has made a lot of people idiotic.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We probably disagree on what group of people that is, but overall we agree on the main point. And that's what's important.
Well, maybe Evan, do you want to share your side of the story?
But for this topic, I don't have one.
Like, you don't believe in the globe or what?
Believe in the globe or what? Believe in the Earth being
Something
flat
else.
or it being round?
Or something else? I don't know. What's your position?
I don't have like a position, because when you have a position on something, you have like it tied to like beliefs and morals and like all
And you
encompassing.
have the obligation to back it up.
Right. I don't have like a stance on it. Like I'm not convinced one way or the other of anything. So that's
What'd you
why I
think of
was.
the chicks? What'd you think of the girls going to space the other day and floating around and laughing and giggling?
I don't think that's real.
Why?
It doesn't feel real to me.
How do we know you're real?
Yeah, right.
Generated.
Why would they lie, though? If it's not
Why
real,
would they
why
lie?
would they lie? Mm.
We live in a world full of lies, so it's kind of the norm that people lie to you.
Good.
So you don't trust anyone? No body of agency? Nothing like that?
The cool thing about me, this is the human factor of it, is I trust everyone until you give me a reason not to, and then once you've have burned that bridge, I'm still going to talk, but I'm not going to like trust you now. Like it's one of those things. So when it comes to like the government or shit like that, it's kind of like they've been lying forever and ever and ever and ever and ever about almost everything that comes into my ear. So my personal experience is I don't want to really believe much that comes out of their mouth. Give me credible. Give me good. Like when you give me people or sources, I just want them to be good, credible sources and people. That way we could all be like, that makes sense why it could be or should be this versus I think or I feel.
We've got the most credible source, the surface of the earth.
That's not a power you can
yourself.
learn from the earth.
One of the best ways to tell if someone's full of shit is just tell them no and see how they respond to hearing the word no. If they're if they don't really care and they're just offering you good advice or good information, they'll just be like, "Oh, you're lost," and move on with their life. If they're offering bullshit, just straight bullshit that they're trying to get you to buy, then they'll turn on the hard sell. And that's what you see with the globalists. The globalists come in here and they try to sell their globetard. And you tell them, no, thank you. And then they turn on the hard sell. Who are you? Where do you live? Does your workplace know you're a flat earther?
Here, get your globetards.
So, but on the flat earth, people come in here and be like, well, no, thank you to flat earth. You're like, okay, well, sure. Take care. It was nice talking to you. And peace out. See, they're completely obsessed that you told them the word no. That in their worldview, they've maybe never heard the word no before. Or when they hear the word no, they cry until they get a yes. That's basically what works with their parents.
Stop saying that word, Chris.
Rob, stop. Dude, come on, dude. So you can just go with it. Just go with it. See, like, hey, this person. It's basically almost like a shtick that they used from George Carlin, where he's like, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds smart. They're full of shit. Just do the smell test. Just say, hey, so what does this globe offer you? What do I get? What can I do with this? And they'll be like, nothing. And why should I buy it? Because why? Why will I spend billions and billions and trillions, upwards of like $10 trillion in adjusted tax dollars since 1960s, 1950s? To do what exactly? And they're like, yeah, nothing good came from it, and nothing will come from it. Like, well, how about a flat earth? Yeah, with this flat earth, you can cause people to shit their pants online because they don't even know what you're talking about. See, we've got globe people in here right now who just say they're flat earth because they want to trigger the atheist.
No, you don't.
They know that this is a very triggering topic, and they're sick. They're sick of atheists. They're dead sick of the way atheists act.
You're right.
So they just say flat earth because they know that will cause milk to squirt out these nerds' noses.
That's wrong.
And I tell them, I go, they say, hey, Crit, like, you're a funny guy. I enjoy the conversation, but I got to be honest with you. They'll say, I'm not a flat earther. I'd be like, I'm fine with that. Just don't say anything crazy, like weaponized penguins or whatever. As long as you stay just talking about flat earth and whatever, you're fine. I don't really care if you're flat earther or not.
You just draw the line at weaponizing penguin.
That shit's true, though.
Because it's not, well, the thing is, don't talk about conspiracy theories and then try to put a flat earth sticker on it. If they want to go into their weaponized penguins, make sure you put a globe sticker on that. Like, that's why you had Looney Tune asking where the guns were. He went to Antarctica and started looking for weaponized penguins.
That's crazy. I wonder why he looked for them.
Because he's a retard.
Oh, he just thought one day I'm gonna talk about penguins and shit like that.
Yeah, he got out of nowhere, just out of the blue, Because you know he doesn't listen to anything a flat earther says. We can't blame a flat earther for putting that idea in his mind.
Oh, come on. That guy listens to more flat earth stuff than you guys do.
Prove it.
The fact that he brought that up proves it, dude. He specifically was waiting to call. He was specifically waiting to call.
That's just as good as your globe proof. Not at all.
I'm not saying it's proof of anything. It's just proof that
Oh,
he was
did
waiting to call Oakley. Oakley was frozen when he called. You guys know he was. He was frozen like a fucking deer in the headlights. How do I deal with this? This guy's in Antarctica calling me. Shit, that right there was a death blow. Didn't even have to say anything else about the stupid shit to guns. That was just him getting excited. This is a dork.
Why was that a death blow?
Because McToon called Nathan Oakley from Antarctica.
Yeah, so
Okay, here we go. This is where I say it's a place you can't go. You never said that. You're saying this is where it just gets ridiculous. No. You guys never said it. I know.
I said it was a place to go.
I know you didn't, man. I know. All of a sudden, all of a sudden, everybody says you can go there. We never said it's just hilarious.
Yeah,
There's no ice wall no more.
We were having this argument prior to the final experiment. People would come into 24/7. There's a 24/7 Discord and say, "Oh, you guys think you can't go to Antarctica?" And we'd correct them and say, "No, you can go there. You can get a tourist."
couple of things anyway.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I've been a member of the server for a bit of time, and when they were down there, going live and talking about it. None of you guys' servers were talking about it. You guys never streamed it. You never talked about it. Matter of fact, all you guys did was deconstruct it.
Well, that's because they didn't invite us. If they would have invited flat earthers, we would have been all in on it.
It was an open invitation. Anybody could have.
Incorrect. They purposely picked. It was hand-picked who was going to go and who wasn't going to go. That was already
they let flat earthers chose. You guys chose.
No one chose any of it.
People voted to get them people back. That's how it worked.
Nathan Oakley, but they didn't invite him.
They did invite Nathan Oakley. He's been proven in emails. Dude, accept it.
And they wanted influencers, right? They didn't want just any old person.
Well, why don't they just grab some bum off the street? Hey, you're flat earther. Sure, buddy, hop in, dude. This is ridiculous, dude. No, they want a guy with 150 subscribers. Jared.
What does lights in the sky have to do with the horizon? The Earth remains horizontal.
I don't
Lights in
know.
the sky never change that, no matter how hard you spurg
really?
out.
Okay, then why do you use Polaris in your measurements? You look at this.
It's not an issue.
Oh, it's not an issue for you, but it's an issue for us. Okay.
You realize there's three different types of north, right? Magnetic north, celestial north, and true north. Do you know the difference between these three? No.
Yeah, you realize that's irrelevant to the conversation.
There's also the map north too.
There.
And it's irrelevant to a conversation about the shape of the Earth. The fact there's a North Pole and South Pole proves it's a globe anyways. It's ridiculous.
Lights in the sky don't change the ground.
You can't have just a North Pole. What's the opposite of a North? It's not South Pole. It's magnetics. It fucking has to happen. Where's the South Pole? Of shit. There's no South Pole.
Lights in the sky don't change the ground, buddy.
Did you say magnetics? There's 3 convergence points, 2 southern, 1 northern for your magnetics.
Did Rob just claim a south magnetic pole?
Yep.
Yeah, there's north and south poles, dude.
RC Meisty claimed a west magnetic pole and an east magnetic pole too.
I remember that. Oh my god.
Yeah. He's crazy.
You guys think, well, I'm going to go east, so we're going to follow the compass to the east pole.
And then when we told him, like, dude, it's declinated off north, then he said, okay, fine, I got another question for you guys. How do you teach your kids flat earth if the courts have made it illegal for you to see your kids? Like, okay, that's it. You're out of here. It's like once he realized he doesn't know what he's talking about, never will, never has, he just spurred out over 2 words, flat earth, not knowing what either one of those words mean. Then when he's shown he got egg on his face, then he decides like, oh, the court systems must be in on it.
Yeah, I am for that shit. You shouldn't fuck people's families.
And that's what I'm talking about. And that's the type of person They're sick because he goes to channel and acts exactly the same way. Then someone says, "Damn, like you guys
some people get crazy, frustrated.
You triggered RC Meisty." I go, yeah, just pretend you're a flat earther, and he will squirt milk out of his nose. He will go full retard mode. Just say that you're a flat earther. You only have to say anything after that. He will flip the fuck out, go complete bonkers, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You don't even have to add another word. Just say, "Hey, dude, I'm a flat earther," and he will crack.
That's crazy.
That's the power of this topic. That alone, it just brings out the absolute retard in people.
That's crazy because it reminds me of like when a Glober comes in here. Like that's a Glober.
Anyway,
y'all share the same script.
So thanks for scaring off Evan. Or is he still here?
He said that he had to go game with his friends. He posted in text chat that he'll talk later.
Oh, okay, cool. Who else we got? We got Matt. Lions on deafening.
Yeah, Lida's pretty solid. I'll say I've talked to them before. They're like an anti. They're a globe person, but they're anti flat earther. Like they see someone who's anti flat Earth and they want to get them. They're like one of those things where they think flat Earth is free speech, so they see someone trying to silence flat Earth. In their worldview, they see that person as attacking free speech.
Okay. We've got plenty of new faces in here. Loima Mato. We've got Minna. Or are these some of these people I'm not familiar with those names, but maybe you guys have spoken before.
Well, here's a guy called Sonny on the Plane. I wonder if he's a flat earther. That seems kind of interesting to use Sonny on a plane.
Yeah. That's right. I was going to say, conversely, all you have to do is ask Globers for globe proof, and they'll totally spurg out just by asking them for globe proof.
Yeah, just give her ask them why. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? And they instantly start freaking out over flat Earth. They never even get to the globe part. They're like, okay, don't worry about flat Earth. Okay, why is it a globe? Right back into flat Earth again. Like,
what do you mean? Why is it a globe, man? Why you guys live on a pizza, man? What are you talking about? Crazy.
Because if it was flat, the sun, blah 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 blah.
Come on, we don't do that, guys.
No, it's that I just linked to one guy had I won't say this. I was talking in DMs, and they're like, the people at NASA don't care about flat Earth, and I linked a video of Michelle Thaler taking a call, like a message from social media by Oscar. Oscar straight up asked her in plain English, what are some of the best ways to prove the Earth is around? And she says, well, Oscar, that's an interesting question. There's so many proofs, I don't know where to start, but we'll start by it's not okay to think that the Earth is a flat.
Hey, I was in here a couple of days ago. I don't really have a stance on it like that other guy that was talking. I asked some questions, but I have I have another question. Can you guys explain lunar eclipses if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, just exactly what you see. Don't add anything else to it. Exactly what you see is exactly what you get.
What do you mean? I see that the moon's light is being blocked out. What else? How?
Okay, wait, hold on. You might be fucking that up again. Look up lunar eclipse. You're not.
Oh,
trap. Yeah.
Let's see.
You don't have a stance on it. It's the first red flag.
Well, what really sucks about
I mean, I've
what
never,
sucks
you know.
about this- listen, hold on. What sucks is that you have no idea what you're talking about, and you're asking us to explain something to you.
Yeah, guys, that's why I'm here, because I don't know what I'm talking about. And you guys seem to know what you're talking about. Why would I not ask you?
Explain what an eclipse is, then.
Yeah, I don't think you understand. I don't know. And I'm willing to admit that.
Have you ever Googled what's an eclipse?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I'm sorry?
Well, who told you to look? Who told you to ask that question?
Yeah, why would it be relevant?
Well, because I knew faintly that it had something to do with the Earth and the Sun and the Moon.
Right. Okay. Yep. There we go.
This ain't gonna work on these guys. Right? We're about to get into it.
So there's a claim on the table that the reason for a lunar eclipse is because the Earth is in between the Sun and the Moon, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're not claiming to have an explanation for you for a lunar eclipse, because that's not our focus. We're not here to attempt to explain celestial phenomena. That's not our focus. Our focus is the surface of the Earth, right? Its geometry. Now, once you've established that, then you could look at the sky and say, I wonder why that's happening. But you're gonna find yourself in a world of confusion, because you're not going to be able to begin to even test any idea of why something in the sky is happening.
Okay.
How are you going to test? So, see, because you have an explanation, but what's the evidence for the explanation? Because the explanation is not enough, is it, on its own?
No, it's not.
Right. So, is there any evidence that backs that explanation up? Did someone test it?
I would assume assumption.
Yeah. See, there we go. So we're not in that business. We just want to focus on what we can actually know, what we can observe, measure, test, and verify to be true. We can observe a lunar eclipse. That's as far as we can go with it. Like Chris said, don't add anything to it, right? Unless you've got something solid to back it up, right?
Yeah, all good. Yeah.
You hot mic and Timbo? Have you heard of the Sollenelian eclipse?
The Sollenelian eclipse?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
So that's when a lunar eclipse occurs when both the sun and the moon are visible in the sky at the same time.
Sollenelian eclipse.
Sollenelian.
Yeah, I got it.
Is the first result you found a flat Earth debunking result? Just out of curiosity.
No, it's an AI. It's an AI overview, and it's a couple of videos from NASA.
Wow, NASA has videos of it, and they got it debunked.
I have no idea. It's 3 hours.
Yeah, I get the Earth is not flat result every time I look it up.
No, I just got something trying to explain it, but nothing about flat Earth.
I gotta switch my carrier.
So I posted a picture at 8:50 or 15 minutes after the hour, and that's the Sollenelian eclipse. You notice how it's going down, and the eclipse is happening more and more, and the sun is coming up behind the guy who did that picture. So how do you have the sun and the moon in the sky with the Earth below it, and somehow the Earth is making that upside down shadow on that moon? Not even the right kind of shadow, the wrong shadow, if you're going to call it a shadow.
Referred to as a horizontal
that's rarely addressed, right? The orientation of the so-called shadow, right, is rarely addressed by anybody on the globe side, because that moon, right, is supposed to be entering the penumbra or the umbra, right, in order for it to have a shade on it from the Earth's surface. But if you look at that, right, geometrically, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I'm trying to read this, and that's not even adding up. Sometimes. Earth's on it.
Yeah, what you'll find there, Matt, is that a lot of these things, if you're looking at materials that are claiming to prove the globe, their usual method is to presuppose the globe, repeat the failed model to explain whatever phenomena they're talking about, like eclipses or anything else, and then usually make some kind of false claim about what flat earthers say that doesn't relate in any way to what an actual serious flat earther would say, and then say, therefore, globe. So there's a lot of phenomena like that where, like was mentioned earlier, we're not here to try to tell you exactly what's happening there. I mean, you could do your own investigation, come back and tell us what you figure out, but definitely their explanation is easy to show as flawed due to what was just explained to you, the shadows and so on. So the thing of it is, none of these things do actually prove the globe, because you could come up with an alternative explanation. You can't just say, I think it's the globe, therefore globe's proven. You know, that just is nonsensical. It's only the very surface level thinker would even think that was an explanation. So you've got to go beyond that. So hopefully you will.
Yeah, well, so. Yeah, so yeah. So Matt, you've got an explanation, right, on the globe side for why a lunar eclipse occurs, but
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no, that's cool. So yeah, observation of something like the Selenelian eclipse throws that out the window, right? But more importantly, right?
Oh.
Okay, so if the globe's explanation for a Selenelian eclipse is correct, then the surface of the Earth should be curving, because that would mean that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid.
Okay, yeah, I've got a diagram of it now. Yes, I know what you mean.
Right. Now, currently, right, if you could demonstrate the Earth's surface is curving and the Earth is a sphere...
Your mic is kind of spotty, I'm sorry. I don't really understand what you're saying.
Am I not coming through very good again?
Yeah, coming through right, T-Dub?
Yeah, coming through all right? Right, okay. So if you could somehow demonstrate that the Earth's surface...
Yeah, your battery's dying, dude. Every time
Yeah,
you
there's
talk,
something wrong with your mic, T-Dub.
it kills your battery. Goes out.
All right. No worries, I'll mic up. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I wasn't paying attention, but are you still talking about the Selenelian eclipse?
Yes, that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, so when it comes to
just change satellites, speed up.
yeah.
Sorry.
Look, a whole bunch of assumptions need to be made, right? When you're making that claim that you are making about the eclipse on the globe, right? And then there are also different types of eclipses, like the Selenelian eclipse, which they also call the impossible eclipse, where you've got the shadow is upside down, right, on the moon, right? Should be a certain orientation, but it's upside down, right? And then you can also see the sun and the moon clearly visible, both above the horizon during the eclipse, right? Which goes completely against the alignment that they say happens on the globe, right? So there's a bunch of problems with the explanation and a whole bunch of assumptions that need to be made anyway, right? So you would probably need to validate the Earth is a globe, right? To be able to claim that what you're seeing is a shadow of the Earth causing that effect. So yeah. Eclipses
Eclipses are the worst thing for the globe. That eclipse that ruins it. That ruins balls in space.
I noticed you put up the unless he has a question, Matt. But I noticed you put up the picture of somebody trying to create a curved shadow with a disc and a ball, but not with two balls. I did notice that. I tried that one. Well, yeah, which part doesn't make sense to you, Matt? That when you said it doesn't make sense to you.
I was just reading the explanation. I had to look at a diagram. I'm not good at reading information and then visualizing it in my head. So the way that the Globeway explains it is that I guess light refracts across the Earth's horizon, and that's what causes the shadow.
How would that make
you don't, yeah.
I have no idea. I really have no clue. That's just what I'm reading. I'm regurgitating to you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, he's reading the excuse for the cell. I didn't know that's what he's reading. He's reading the excuse that why it's refracted up. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You're right.
You're not reading that off a mainstream source. You're reading that off a website called flatearth.ws, which is just.
Yes, that's the first website that came up after I scrolled down some.
Hey, I asked you that.
Well, that was the first website. I was reading an AI explanation before that, and it didn't say anything about flat Earth.
Yeah, you won't find any explanation.
It didn't say anything about flat Earth, but yet the first site is an anti-flat Earth website. That's crazy.
Right. The first site is, but the AI overview said nothing about flat Earth.
So, in this scenario, Matt, wouldn't the Earth have to be a ball in the first place?
I'm not really picking up what you're saying.
Wouldn't the Earth have to be a ball in space between the sun and the moon?
I guess for their example, yes.
Right. So, is the Earth a ball?
I don't know.
Well, if it's not, doesn't that kind of just tear out the foundation of whatever excuse they're giving you?
Yeah, it's I forgot. There's actually a name for that fallacy. It's like if you're. Yeah. I do.
So, right, it would be begging the question. So, is the Earth a ball? Let's check. If it was, it would have geometric properties consistent with a ball. That would be drop over distance. Do we measure that anywhere?
Do we measure drop over distance anywhere?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So if we don't measure drop over distance, I guess all the begging the question is moot, right? It's over.
I'd have to look it up.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe so you guys can send me up in space. Are you guys up to it? Send like $1,000 each, and that'll get me started.
I think you flat earthers are just you guys just have this elaborate plan, so we'll send you to space first. No, Neil. I don't think that's it. I think you're off.
Yeah, the fact is, you will not leave this Earth a lot of people. That's another problem. Earlier, we are talking about why the anti-flat earther is so batshit crazy. Because when they hear you say flat Earth, they're not hearing you say flat Earth. What they hear you say is that their fantasy of making out with green alien chick will never happen.
Dr. Smith.
Yep.
My tornado alarms are going off outside. I gotta go.
All right, be safe.
Be safe, man.
Okay, I'm not sure who was asking me about it earlier, about if we do measure for the Earth's drop, but I guess there is a science behind it called geodetic surveying. I'm not sure how valid it is, but that's just what I get.
Well, geodetic surveying begs the question of a sphere in the first instance. What they actually do is measure rise over run, which is a horizontal plane. So they're measuring the Earth flat, and then they take those little squares that they measure, those flat squares, and then they map them around a presupposed ball called the WGS 1986, I think, or 84?
Yeah,
Geoid.
WGS 84.
84 geoid. Yeah, so that model is actually presupposed. They don't measure any curvature. It's like a giant disco ball. What I'm looking for is the measurement of the curvature in the first instance.
When you say it's a giant disco ball, you mean that they measure a like a flat Earth, right, from point to point, and that's a plane. But whatever point they stopped at, then they put the drop there and do it again, and say, well, it drops here.
Yes, they do.
That's silly. That's ridiculous. What if I go in the middle of their geodetic flat survey?
Like on the corner of the squares?
Like halfway between, like right in the middle. No, like right in the middle of the square.
So you'd be on a flat Earth. That they measured, by the way.
Yeah, you gotta ask yourself, like Matt, maybe not, maybe don't even ask yourself, I don't know. But like, if you're going to start appealing to that, like, to this geodetic surveying, which does presuppose the ellipsoid model to begin with, but what they're actually just measuring is triangles and squares, like says who put out, maybe you could ask yourself, like, what are they measuring dropping? Like, what is the drop? Like, drop of what? It's ridiculous. The question itself is like, it's kind of crazy. The drop of flat. Drop Earth curve drop in both directions. It's ridiculous.
The funny thing about drop is that it's related to vertical, which is also tied to horizontal. So the only drop that he's measuring is from horizontal in the first instance. That means a flat Earth.
I'm not picking that up. What are you saying? Since vertical, can you go more into depth with what you just said?
You can't have vertical without a horizontal reference.
Yeah.
And you can't have horizontal without a vertical reference.
Okay.
So you pretty much can't get away with having a ball if everything is vertical and horizontal to begin with. Can you have horizontal on a ball?
To a certain extent.
Okay, show me horizontal on a sphere.
Uh-oh. Yeah, what you might be thinking, Matt, is we do have horizontal in real life.
Yeah.
And then we live on a sphere in real life, so it must exist. You might be thinking that. I don't know.
I might not be like fully grasping what you're saying. To measure like to measure circles, you have to have a diameter, and that's a horizontal.
Not
line.
circles. Not circles. Horizontal is an orientation.
Yeah.
It's parallel with the plane of the horizon. So even horizontal is oriented with a horizontal Earth. There's no horizontals on a sphere.
Okay,
But the
I guess I'm picking up what you're saying.
But the geodetic surveyors are establishing horizontals.
So they're measuring a flat Earth in relationship to a flat Earth.
Yeah. They're thinking of Earth as a 2D figure, but it's 3D. And so it wouldn't make...
Well, not exactly. They're measuring horizontal against a horizontal that they establish with the Earth, and then they take those horizontals and they place them like disco ball mirrors around a sphere that they presuppose. None of them are horizontal after they map them onto that geodesic.
Type.
Y'all flat earthers?
Yeah. You see the name of the channel?
What's your favorite website as a flat earther?
Bannerengineering.com.
What?
Bannerengineering.com. That's my favorite website.
No, your favorite bread site, like rye, bread.
Oh, I make my own. It doesn't matter what I make.
What's who else is active?
What's your favorite color?
Fuck, purple, I guess. I don't know.
You see
Wait, are
purple
y'all
a
real
lot?
flat?
You like purple? You see it a lot?
That's kind of embarrassing that you blurted out purple like as your yeah.
Bro, purple's or, bro. I don't know what you're on.
I think purple's a legitimate choice.
Yeah, purple's like top 3, bro.
Well, for her, I feel like it's acceptable. And
Yeah, purple's a girl color.
That dark purple, that's Aura.
Understanding that straight lines.
Yeah, but Matt, I don't know what you're looking into, but Earth, reality is 3-dimensional. We can measure 3-dimensional reality by establishing a straight line horizontal, and then measuring whether something's higher or lower than that reference. And you say, okay, like you're 6 foot tall, she's 5'5", in reference to that straight line that you're measuring from, perpendicular to. Yep.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, that's just reality. That's just what it is. These guys are claiming that the horizontal drops. Like that horizontal drops. It's crazy. Just walk away from it.
Would you raise your kids as a flat earther?
Yes, I would.
Would you put them in like public school?
Yes, I would.
Really? Even if they taught your kid that like the Earth is round?
These are just my personal choices. They need to be battle tested out there with the nutty kids. Yeah.
Why do you think that the government's lying about the Earth being flat?
What?
Why do you think that the government's lying about the Earth being flat?
I don't. So that's why the kids put them in the school with the public school. They meet the teacher. They're like, oh, there's Miss Calgary, and then they see her at the grocery store sometimes. She looks a mess, and it's like, well, who taught you, kid, that the Earth is a globe? Like, oh, Miss Calgary. She was fumbling around the parking lot drunk, like, you know. So I want them to go to that school and then see who their priests are, see who their masters of the world are, you know. Just little old Miss Calgary, single, widowed, 4 cats, wine bottles, cheese and grapes at the grocery store. That's it. That's
chill though. I don't see what's wrong with that. If you want to be a cat, like wine drinking all day, bro, think about it. Once you get home from work, bro, you have no responsibilities.
Yeah, and then you ask Miss Calgary, like, what did you do with your life? I taught 3rd graders that my house is a ball. Like that my house conforms to the curvature of a ball, and that the swimming pools conform to the curvature of a ball. I taught 3rd graders this truth.
Hey, but like, why does it matter? Like, so what if the Earth is round or flat? What difference does it make?
Are you? Yeah. Well, I mean, it would make a difference in the drop over distance. Yeah, it'd be like if you're like when a plane is landing, right? Like they have a trajectory. They put out like a rise over run type, basically like a pitch of descent, like you know. So if the Earth were dropping away from them, they'd crash. You know what I mean? They got shit, missed the ground, and then here it comes, they crash. So it wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? Like if I had a swimming pool, right? And I was like, all right, I want to get like a 10-foot swimming pool or whatever. And I put I made the size of the pool. I was like, I'm going to get 9 feet of water, right, or whatever. So I'm going to fill it up with 9 feet because I need the size of the swimming pool to be higher than the water. It would matter because the other people, like they say, oh, you live on a globe where the water in the middle of the swimming pool is higher than the edges. Like there's a hump of water in the middle. I'm like, nah, dude, it matters because I have to get the sides of the pool higher so that the water doesn't flow away. So it matters.
Where are you from, Pennsylvania?
What?
Where are you from, Pennsylvania?
No.
Yeah?
Yeah, yes. Yes.
Water, I can say. Yeah, man. Like, I personally believe that the Earth is, like, how do we even know the Earth's real if we've never seen it? Maybe it's, like, a prison. Maybe aliens are us, you know?
Maybe it's just dirt and trees. And flowers and vegetables and rocks and granite and quartz. I don't know. What do you think?
Welcome to the ground.
Y'all gotta try plants, bro.
Maybe have you like go touch grass? Like maybe that's Earth. Maybe grass is Earth. Maybe people are like, listen, just go touch Earth. You know?
Yeah, bro.
Get grounded.
Maybe.
You think it's possible?
I don't know.
Like the things that I like, you say, well, what is flat Earth? Like the things I described, like that a pool, like the pool needs the sides of the pool to be higher, right?
Pool's a bad example. Come on, man.
It's a bad example.
Yeah, I know you're taking the piss, but it's a bad example.
How would this affect my Fortnite gameplay, like flat Earth? If it was real, how would it affect?
Jesus Christ.
What? I'm asking for like an example that I would resonate with, you know? Like, I don't care if I'm cool.
Listen, hear me out. You could have asked any question in the world and you chose to ask that.
It's a valid question.
So a valid question is asking how the real world would affect your fantasy world, which, by the way, is modeled flat.
Ooh. Okay, bro. So, flat Earth supports Fortnite, is what you're saying.
Feels like he's drunk, too.
The real world that you live on, even though you asked a dumb question earlier about you've never seen the Earth, apparently you're not living on Earth right now?
Like, our eyes, like, we never been in space. We, like, me and you, we never see the Earth with our own eyes, like, all around Earth.
What space? What space?
Space?
Yeah, what is that?
Space in the sky, right? It's like gravity supporting Earth.
gravity. Hold on, you're spurting out real quick. You think like the vacuum of space, that deep space fairy tale?
That doesn't exist. Space?
Have you ever been?
Nah, I've never been.
Okay, so you believe in something that someone told you about. You asked a question earlier about, like, is the government wrong? Why would the government be wrong about proffering you an alternative to your reality? It's just it's a suggestion. Do you believe the suggestion that the government gives you about where you live?
Like my state? You're saying, like, do I believe the government telling me I live in, like...
No, sir, the Earth. Does the government tell you something about living on a ball in a vacuous, ever-expanding universe?
I mean, I guess they do.
Why do you believe them?
I've been programmed by the Jews to do that, bro. Is there?
Oh, you've already decided, so you got checkmated, and now you're going to abandon everything and just go right to the Jews. Is that right?
No, I love Jews. I'm a Jew myself.
Okay, so you've been programmed.
Yeah, like by the Matrix.
Okay. Are you okay with it?
He's programmed by the Matrix, he said. He doesn't know what's happening. It's either Jews or the Matrix. Pick one, dude.
Right.
Maybe it's a Jewish
Matrix.
Matrix. Cut the shit, man. Seriously.
Think about it. We're all being controlled by something. I agree with you. Like, we shouldn't...
No one controlled you into doing that, right? No one controlled you into doing that. You chose that.
If a person from birth is... If everybody they've ever known, their mom, their dad, like their whole family, whole friends, if everybody's going along with this lie, wouldn't you go along with it too?
Don't blame your stupidity on other people. You chose this.
Like, I'm free. Like, I'm a...
Oh, really? So you're a free thinker, are you? Yeah, no shit. Okay, so do you feel yourself spinning right now?
Right now, I'm spinning. I'm up in my bed. I'm outside, bro, looking at the flowers. I'm looking around, spinning around the sky, bro. So, yeah.
So you feel that, do you?
Yeah, I feel my body spinning.
Okay, well, you may want to call a medical professional. I'm just letting you know.
If I move my body around, I'm spinning.
Are you? Oh, so you're twirling. But is the Earth
moving like a ballet dancer?
Yeah.
His yards with flowers. He's dancing in the flowers, he said.
Bro, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with enjoying nature?
Is the Earth moving?
Right now? No, not where I'm sitting. I can't see with my eyes the Earth moving.
No, I didn't ask if you saw with your eyes. I'm asking you if you felt the Earth move.
I have before, but not right this very second.
When did you feel the Earth move?
During an earthquake, you know? Like...
Okay, earthquake. So it shook, so it had an acceleration. You felt that, but right now there's no acceleration?
No.
Okay, so the government and your mom and dad and everybody else that you tried to blame on your stupidity, they told you that you were on a spinning ball, but you don't experience it, so you went with the people that told you something other than your experience. How is that their fault? You chose to believe them.
Maybe.
Mr. Free Thinker.
Yeah, Mr. Free Thinker. How come you gave away your intellectual authority to people who didn't have your best interest in mind?
Well, why is the government evil? Why can't... Has there ever been a good government? Why are governments naturally just evil?
Who cares?
That's a good question. So why should you believe them if you're naturally evil?
I mean... Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't trust them, you know? Like Trump, bro. Like, why should I listen to him saying that China's the enemy? What has China personally done to me?
That's a good question.
Yeah, they've done nothing.
They've given you really cheap trinkets to buy.
Yeah, like Russia. Like, what has Russia done to me? You know, like they've done nothing.
Right.
Yeah. Like Ukraine. So, what can Ukraine give us? You know.
So you've never been to space. So no one has, as far as I know.
Really? Neil Armstrong didn't
It's not moving. not what the story he tells is inconsistent with other stories that other people who have supposedly been to space have told. So if they can't corroborate their experience, I'm going to call them all liars.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you wake up? When did you realize that the Earth's flat?
About 10 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you want to go to space if it did exist?
It sounds like a cool place to be if you can survive it, but it sounds, quite frankly, impossible to survive. The amount of vacuum that's there would tear apart anything we could construct to survive it.
I was wondering, who's that guy from Star Trek, like in the first Star Trek, and he went to space? Wait, what was his name?
I don't know. It's not really a topic.
No, it is. He asked, "Would you want to go?" That guy, he says he went up on Blue Origin or something like that, and he said he would never want to go. He would never want to go again.
Bot
I don't remember.
or Admiral Kirk?
Shatner.
William Shatner.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah,
Anyway, the best we can.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just had a tiny side note on that question, but I think it's interesting because I do think he's hit on something there where lack of appreciation for the beauty of Earth is part of this space obsession. I don't know what people have against, oxygen, nitrogen, plants, animals. I would never, ever in a million years want to go to that ridiculous, cold, sterile environment. This place is amazing. So yeah, check it out, Xander. Go for a hike. I'm sorry. Go ahead, says who.
No, it's fine. The best we can do here on Earth, where really there's endless amounts of beauty and pleasure, right, that most people have never tapped into. They rarely leave their bedrooms while they're playing, Fortnite or whatever. But the best we can do is hold a vacuum somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to the -5 torr. Out near where the moon is supposed to be, and even beyond that, is 10 to the -6, 10 to the -17. So whatever craft we could possibly build doesn't exist. There's just to give you an idea, the concrete walls for the vacuum chambers that hold these high vacuums are meters thick. That's meters thick of concrete. And they're trying to tell us that some tweaker shack went to the moon and came back, right, made of tinfoil and thin aluminum. So it's all bullshit. That environment, full of radiation, hardcore vacuum, and cold, wherever the air molecules are, is unsurvivable. So it's nonsense.
Where, yeah.
You live on the world plantation, you're one of the slaves. They gave you a fairy tale to believe in to keep you quiet and happy and docile, continuing to go ahead and farm tax and give them all of your authority, both intellectual and spiritual.
I don't pay taxes.
Yeah, you do. Don't worry.
Yeah, if you've bought something, you do.
Oh well, I don't, but
yeah. So, no, but everything else, you're just on the plantation, and they've kept you quiet, kept you docile, kept you doing everything that you're supposed to be doing, playing Fortnite.
Hey, you forgot something, says who? They also kept you in your house for 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Kept you safe.
I went outside. I didn't listen, though.
Well,
I know, everybody says that. Nobody owns a TV either. That's another thing I've learned since I've been on Discord. Nobody's ever watched TV. Nobody's ever watched TV or videos.
Really?
Well, you're a rebellious young man, sounds like. Maybe even be more rebellious and just think for a minute. Is everything they tell me, is it possibly true? Or is it all a lie? The best thing about people who lie well is they mix in the truth with lies. So some things are true, some things are not. It's your job to figure out the stuff that's not.
What would you do if like a random girl just spit on you? Like you're walking down the road and just some random docile just spit on you. What are you doing?
What in the world does it have to do with anything?
I don't know. I saw an ad on TV about it.
Okay. Stop watching TV.
Why not? It stimulates my dopamine receptors.
If that's your thing, man. If you just want to keep being a slave, you want to watch the idiot box, that's your prerogative. I don't care about who spits on who. Maybe that's for another VC, not this one.
Like, what's your profile picture? Is it about cigarettes and physicians and shit?
Wow.
Yeah, so back in the 30s and the 40s, everybody smoked, right? In fact, the doctors would be in ads. You know, this is the doctor's favorite cigarettes. That's why I'm says who. Like, says who, because now what do we know about cigarettes? Are they good for you?
Yeah.
They're not that great, right? So they're just going to sell you whatever they want to sell you, and they'll use any means to do so. They'll even use, professionals, medical professionals to sell you a product. And then later on, they'll be like, oh, damn, my bad. We had you guys smoking these things forever. Now you got lung cancer. Well, come on into the doctors. We'll give you chemo and radiation, and maybe you'll live.
Well, tobacco, like the actual plant, that's good for you, but cigarettes aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Is the ad about tobacco, or is it about cigarettes?
Isn't the nicotine in cigarettes tobacco?
No, tobacco has nicotine. Homeboy, how old are you?
I'm 12.
Okay.
Mute him right away and boot him.
You gotta go.
Send it into mod mail. I think there's 15 or something. I'm not even sure on this server, but
You gotta get rid of him.
yeah, we got to open up. We got to clip it and send it in to mod mail.
Oh, these dudes are pretty stupid. Now he's gonna have to get all fucking recertified.
I'll do it. I'll take care of it. I already started anyway. It was Xander, right?
That's right. Yep. Xander.
Name's still in there. You can copy his address from there too.
Hey, I'm sorry. Don't you guys also believe in a different type of gravity? I just can't remember what it's called.
Specific.
I don't know.
Specific gravity.
I remember belief too. No one here is operating within a belief system.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, we just use facts.
Yeah, belief is not required. A fact is a fact, And if you believe, not you, a person, say a belief does not change a fact.
But people come in and say they believe they live on a ball and get mad at us because we won't believe with them. They get mad at us like we're the bad guy. That's the crazy shit.
It's the same thing as relative density, right?
Yes. Who would have thought that we have changed the direction of how social media handles flat Earth now? Way back when you could just look it all up and look at anything you want. Now they're pumping out AI chicks flying in an airplane or whatever they were doing, calling that outer space and all kinds of crazy shit. Day after day, rockets are launching and people are cheering and clapping on a screen and people float and do circles and somersaults. It's just getting worse and worse. This group single-handedly caused all that. You can almost put it two timelines of things we say and then things that are said later, a couple months that are changing. Oh no, this is a different definition now.
So, Ray, when's anybody in here think they live on a ball?
Not anymore. Not after spending time in this crazy room.
I have not heard that voice in so long, but I totally recognize it. It's Dave. Oh,
Mary Mom and Dory Dandelion. Which one you going about? Mary Mom. Good to hear you.
yeah, you too. You hang around this place?
Yeah, I come and go. I try to participate as much as I can. I'm an old man and I work too much. But other than that, I still want to tell people that it's pretty silly to think you live on a spinning ball. But, you know how that goes.
It is totally silly. I know.
Once they actually take a step back and assess what they actually believe, I mean, for me personally, it's like, how'd I ever believe that shit? I don't know. Anyway, there's no new people in here right now. I don't want to jump.
Oh, there's Matt. You should talk to Matt. He asks a lot of questions. He goes and researches stuff. He's quite impressive. Matt, meet Dave.
Hello, Matt. What's your question about the spinning ball?
Thank you.
I don't know. Maybe he's off doing something. He's muted up right now. Hopefully he'll come back.
All right. Well, good to
There's
hear you, Mary.
also, yeah, you too.
You guys continue. I'll be around here.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing. I mean, it really is. Like Matt, like I mean, Matt. I don't want to put much on pick on Matt or call him out, but it's like how strongly the globe holds on to people, right? It's like, all right, you show them this is what the globe demands: a geometric horizon at this distance. You see long distance observations left and right all over the place, debunking globe by by factors, but magnitudes. You got Canigou Mountain, the twice a year viewing point. You got Black Swan oil rigs. You got just the simple stuff where that like the ceiling lights appear to go down when you walk away from them, accounting for this, perspective accounting for these things. There's no rotation. That we need an inertial reference frame to measure any kind of motion relative to it. But then still, that all you have to do with an object is manipulate the density of the volume relative to a medium to get it to go up or down according to it. But then still, people will cling on to it. Like, no, there has to be an explanation. You just go on your flight. If you go on a flight or in a car, you just go in a straight path. You don't have to aim for your destination. All these things, but still, it's like, no, maybe it's still true. What's still true? All the things that never happened. It's amazing how it's like clings into your head.
Well, that was well said. No tanks. That unfortunately, it seems that the large majority of people just don't care enough to actually look at what they actually believe. They just assume smart guys got it figured out. They don't have to worry about it.
Oh, even just like when you're like somebody who's never heard it before, and then they get flat smacked. Let's say you just overload them with all of the stuff, right? If I showed you, like, if somebody was like, hey, this is a cookie, and I just I said, okay, let me see it, and they show me a piece of celery, I'd be like, nope, not a cookie. I'd be done. I'd be like, that's it, done. But with this globe Earth thing, they're like, no, show me more. Maybe it's still a cookie. Show me more. Maybe it's still a cookie. Like, turn the celery over. Let me see, cut the celery in half. Let me see inside the celery. Like, dude, it's not a cookie. It's obvious right away with anything else besides globe.
Yeah, maybe it's a flat globe, but let them think that right. It'll be a flat globe somehow.
A flat? What do you say? A flat globe?
Anyway, lots of people in here. I don't want to keep talking, but say hi to everybody that knows me and shout out to anybody that's listening. If you're coming across this subject and you think we're all silly and stupid, come in here and have a real conversation. You'll find out differently. Back to you guys.
He's luring you in with his southern voice. Don't let him trick you.
Hey guys, I'm back. I had another question. So if you don't believe in well, you know that Newton's version of gravity isn't valid, because it's not observable or anything.
And Newton never existed, buddy.
Yeah, who is that? That's Xander again.
Yeah.
No, this is. Oh, I thought. No, this is. We're back to Matt, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys. So I know you guys are more focused with what's on the ground. So if you just don't know and have never been interested in looking because it's beyond that, that's fine. But do you guys have an explanation for how tides work if the moon isn't attracting water? I can't really look it up and find anything on it because it's always a globe answer, I guess is how I would put it.
I mean, it's like this, brother. Certain things are the same, be the same in pretty much any model. So let's say you think the Earth is a globe. They tell you, oh, the moon causes the tides. So the relative position of the moon and the sun throughout the year, and the days and the months and the weeks affects the tides. Okay. So the relative position of the sun and the moon throughout the year. Or the seasons. The seasons is that the sun and the moon are in different locations throughout the year. So the relative location of the sun and moon throughout the year. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that the sun and the moon are involved in the seasons and the tides. So if the relative position of the sun and the moon affects the tides, then there you go. It's the same. You could have a flat Earth and the sun and moon affect the tides. You could have a globe Earth and the sun and moon affect the tides. Wouldn't matter.
Okay, so excuse me if I'm misunderstanding, but you would have to have Newton's version of gravity where mass attracts a smaller mass for that. But if you believe... I'm sorry?
No, I never said it. I never said that it was based on gravity. I just said the relative position of those bodies affects the tides for whatever reason.
Okay.
Because check this out. In the globe explanation, they don't have direct proof of any causation. They're just inferring it based on correlation of the location of the objects. That's all they're doing. So they have a relative position change. There's an effect that they think is affected by that. A way to alter the relative position. They can just watch the periodicity or cycle and say, oh, these correlate. And we all know correlation doesn't equal causation, right?
Yeah.
Right. So at the end of the day, their idea that gravity is what's happening is purely corollary and mathematical at best. They haven't proven anything. So all they have is a correlation between the relative position of the sun and moon and the periodicity of the tides, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, Matt, in your paradigm, how many times does the moon revolve around the Earth in one day?
I believe it's one time.
Yeah, it's about roughly one time. How many high tides do you have in one day?
2.
Yeah, so if the moon was the cause of the tides, then why would there be 2 high tides in a day?
I don't know.
Yeah, just something to think about.
And also maybe check out, look into what tidal nodes are. Do you know what a tidal node is?
No clue. I'll look it up right after I'm done looking this up.
All right. Yeah, just check that out because, again, if they're saying that this is causing this to happen, but there's places where the moon can go over, where in the logic of your paradigm, it should be creating that tide that they say it's doing, but it doesn't do it. It doesn't have a change like the way the tides, are supposed to be reacting to the moon being above them, or let's just say the way the ocean's supposed to be reacting to the moon being above it in that location. So tidal nodes debunks that claim.
Is tidal nodes the same thing as amphidromic points?
And on the diagram, are you looking at the diagram?
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to have all these points across, even usually along some of the shore. I guess that's to be the east side of the Atlantic. You'll see a bunch of them. But the point would be, why aren't they being affected? If I have a magnet over nails and I'm saying these nails are being affected by this magnet, and that's my claim, but then I go over some nails and that they're not affected, then I'm being found to be a liar. What I'm telling you, this will change that. But we know that the magnet will do that because it does do that. It does affect all the nails. Maybe a nail isn't metal. Maybe it's made out of plastic, and then that's why that one isn't doing it. But still, I can't say that, in my claim, the moon's pulling on the oceans. But it's not, though. You can't say that because it doesn't do that.
So where do waves come from? How do people surf on the ocean?
Where do what come from?
If it's not the moon that's pulling the ocean, then where do they come from?
Bro. Hold on a second. Don't confuse waves with tides. How old are you?
Waves, whatever. The ocean is moving every second.
They're different. Do you know what a tide is?
Okay, so where do tides come from?
Nobody knows.
They just appear out of nowhere. When you go to the beach, there's tides. It just comes out of nowhere.
Do you know what a tide is? Do you know what a tide is?
I've been to the beach. I'm living in New Jersey. I know what a tide is.
Okay, so the ocean level rises essentially, right?
Yes.
Okay, who knows?
Oh, so we don't know what tide is. Got it.
Well, then you have to ask the question on the other side, UNWA. Why is there a tide if there is a globe?
Maybe, hear me out. Maybe there's a big astronomical object that's circling the Earth that's pulling water to create tides. I don't know. Maybe. I think that's a hypothetical scenario.
So then you weren't listening to what I just said.
Yeah, you must have joined in late.
Yeah, why would it be just seawater? Why not other things?
Because 70% of the Earth is made of ocean, maybe?
Yeah, but
I don't know.
70% of your body is made of water. How come you wouldn't weigh less during the...
Oh my god, are you fucking serious? The ocean is made of 99% water. Our body is made of 70% water. What are you on about?
70% of your body should be lifted up by the movement.
There's also things lighter
so why
than
are
water.
we not flying?
Yeah, that's your worldview.
The ocean's made of 99% water?
Yes, the ocean is made of 99% water.
Oh my god.
What the fuck else is in the water? Like,
well, this
fish?
Who was that?
There's fish and rocks. Okay.
Say whale farts. Who was that? The guy who would say?
You're literally denying that tides existed because of the moon.
Bandsaw.
They're not denying tides. They just say they don't know why it happens.
Yeah, I know
it's a total mystery. We don't know why it happens. It's a mystery. It's an unsolved mystery.
Okay, maybe you came in late, but I was explaining to Matt that, do you know what a tidal node is?
So
you know what a tidal node is?
So how do you explain tides?
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Do you know what a tidal node is?
A tidal node? What the fuck is a tidal node?
Okay, so stop. Just pause, bro. Like, calm down. Okay? So the point being, you jumped in your hot and said there's a celestial body in the sky that's pulling on the oceans. Okay, that's your claim. Then I'm telling you, there's these things called tidal nodes where there is no change. So it's not going up and it's not going down on all over, in every ocean. There's these like little points, these recorded, measured, like no change. So in other words, that's why they're called tidal nodes, because they're not swelling up or they're not, going down. So with your premise that's saying there's a celestial object pulling on the water, well then how would you explain that there are places all across the world that doesn't happen? The water isn't being pulled up and pushed down.
If you're at a beach, there will be tides.
No,
If
that's
you're
not.
at a
That's
beach,
not
there will
true.
be tides.
UNWA.
I
There's
just told you. Okay, I just told you. There's these things called tidal nodes. Not every beach has tides because they're especially along the coast of
Okay, so name me.
Europe.
Okay, so name me one beach where there's no waves and tides, where the ocean are just flat. It's like a lake. Name me one beach.
Oh my God! Again, it says who was trying to tell you? Do you know what a tide is compared to a wave? Like you're now, dude. I see why he asked you now. It says who read it before I even.
Okay,
I
but
was
can you
even
name me one beach? Name
Now
me
I
one
get it.
beach. Name me one beach.
There's Alaskan beaches. There's European beaches. There's a beach in Panama.
Have you been to Europe? I've been to European beaches.
Tauranga Beach in New
Beaches at
Zealand.
Italy.
Tauranga
There's
Beach in
fucking
New Zealand
tides.
doesn't
There's
have
waves.
tides.
The Mediterranean Sea have tides. What are you on about?
Bro, you're okay. Go ahead. I was gonna say something. Go ahead.
So you're incredulous and you're bricked. Waves and tides are not the same thing.
But every beach have a tide because you can't
No, it
name me
doesn't.
a beach.
No,
You
that's
can't
what we're
name me
telling
a
you.
beach
Excuse
that
me.
doesn't have
Hold on,
tides.
Apocryphon.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
both Matt and Apocryphon
Just
have
put it in
both they've listed them for you. We even have maps that show you not every beach, not every coastline has a tide.
Which one? Tell me a name.
Okay, the
Which
Mediterranean
coastline?
Sea.
Which
Okay,
coastline?
I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay, the Mediterranean Sea, the Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and the Sea of Japan.
I've been to Japan. I've been to the Mediterranean Sea.
I posted
I've
it.
been to the Black Sea. They have
I
fucking
posted-
tides, you retard.
Okay, I just posted it in the chat. You fucking knob jockey.
Yeah, but to be fair, friends, hold on. We're not exactly sure that he knows the difference between tides and waves, so maybe he's confused.
Okay, but every ocean, every beach have a tide because the moon is pulling
We just go
the
back to the last
ocean.
caller. This guy's dumb as shit. Let's go back to Matt.
Okay, how about you name me one beach that actually have no
They just
tides?
named you so many, man. You can't be this
Those are
dense.
not true. Those are in the Mediterranean Sea have tides.
Dude, these are
The
measured.
Sea of the Japanese have tides. What are you on about?
Holy crap,
That's
dude.
just straight up
Dude,
false
what are we
information. That's
supposed
a
to
lie.
take? What are we supposed to take? The NOAA data or your word for it? Which one?
Okay, so let me ask you this: have you been to Japan before? Have you been to Europe?
All right, here. Hey, check it out. Okay, I pulled up the list. Hold on, okay? The North
Have
Sea.
you been to
okay?
Europe though? Have
Hey,
you been to
listen,
Italy?
listen. It doesn't matter, bro, because we have the list. You asked, where does this not exist? Clearly, dude, you didn't even know what a tidal node was to begin with, bro.
Okay, but you're spreading false information. You're lying.
How? What are you talking? This is from the information from the
He's gotta be rage
NOAA
baiting.
weather, bro.
Bro, dickhead.
He's gotta be
I've been
rage
to
baiting.
Japan before.
Yeah,
I'm innocent. I've been
he
to
must
Japan
be, yeah.
before.
You've
I know
been
what I'm
all
talking
over the
about.
place.
I've been to Tokyo. I've been to the beaches of Japan.
Have
They
you been
have
to Dogger
fucking
Bank?
tides.
Have you been to Dogger Bank?
I've been to fucking the Mediterranean Sea. I've been to Japan. I've been to.
Okay. Have you been to the coast of the Netherlands?
Caribbean seas. I've been to the Atlantic seas.
Okay,
I've been
so
to
have you
the
been? Okay, so
Pacifics.
have you been to the coast of
They
Germany?
have tides, retard.
Have you been to the
Yeah,
coast
man.
of Denmark?
What's the difference between a wave and a tide? Can you explain that?
I never been to Denmark, but I did went to the beaches of the Netherlands, which is right next to Denmark. They have tides. Surprise, surprise.
Matt has a question. You've had some time here now,
Can you,
Matt.
UNWA? I just have a question. What's the difference between a wave and a tide?
A wave and a tide. A tide is like time, right? It has a time where the ocean level raise up, right? That's what a tide is.
What raises up the ocean? So what's the ocean level like? What is that?
It's gonna like swallow the beach more, right? At like 4 p.m.
Okay,
the
so
tide
waves.
raises up.
And then what are waves?
Why doesn't the moon like freshwater lakes like the Great Lakes? Why does it leave that water alone?
I don't know. I think he walked away from his phone or something.
He probably got a call. That happens to me sometimes too. Dude, I can't believe how brick this guy is, to be honest. He might be just trolling, and yeah, I think he's rage baiting.
Yeah, he might just be
Oh, I'm
intentionally
rage
dense.
baiting. You're just straight up lying.
Wait,
You're
so
just
what's a
straight
wave?
up
Can you
lying.
explain to me what a wave is?
I
Just out of
explained to you what a
curiosity.
wave is.
No, you
The
told me what a
difference
tide
between
was.
the difference between a wave and a tide is that the tides are it happens at a certain time
I don't
period
want to know the
at the
difference. I
day.
want to know what a wave is.
A wave is when the ocean have a wave. Like, what else you want me to say? A wave happen all the time at an ocean. It's constantly happening. While a tide happens at like 4 p.m. to 6
Waves
p.m.
don't constantly happen.
Okay, so how about you go to the beach and tell me when does
I
the
live
wave
on an
stop?
island. What is a wave?
Okay. So let me explain to you more thoroughly.
Please.
It's a disturbance that travels through and transporting energy from one location to another location without transporting matter. So essentially, the moon is pulling the ocean to make waves, but
Oh my
tides
god.
happen because it raises the water level.
So
Waves raises the water level. You dumb fuck.
This guy
I'm the dumb
totally.
fuck. You don't know where
Yes, I'm
waves
the
come
dumb
from.
fuck. Yeah, I'm the dumb fuck. Why I actually went to the countries of this ocean. I've been to Japan. I've been to Europe. Have you?
I don't
All
need
right.
to. Like.
You don't need to, so you don't know what the
What?
fuck you're talking about.
I
You have
live on
no
an
idea what you're
island.
talking about. You're spreading false information.
I live next to island chains. I don't.
Okay, so have you been to the beaches of Japan?
Why would I need to go to the beaches of Japan?
Okay, so I actually been to Japan before on the beaches, and there's tides and waves.
Oh my god. Hey, listen. There are points. There are points that there are no tides. Are you?
Okay, yes. Wow. I didn't know that. Wow, thank you.
Are you saying that's not true?
I didn't say that's not true. I literally told you that tides only happen at a certain period of the time during the day.
Okay. So this was the whole point, though. I'm gonna say it one more time. Okay. You said the celestial bodies pulling on the ocean, but there's registered, like measured, like recorded times where if that moon's going over, it doesn't do it. There's no pooling
So why are there only a certain period of time where the water level is rising? How do you explain that?
Correlation isn't causation.
We told you we don't know, dude. It's a dynamic system
So
down
we
there. It's
don't
got
know.
its own thing.
Everything's a mystery. We don't know anything. Got it.
There's believe it or not, but there's a lot of things that we don't know. But yeah, we definitely created a story about it, didn't we? And we definitely fell for it, didn't we?
Okay, so what else is a lie? Is modern medicine a lie? The earth is flat. Oh, there's no evolution. What else is a lie? Is my whole life a lie now?
Dude,
like what else? What else is a lie?
There's a lot of things you should question.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask you, Matt, you're a Glober, right?
I'm sorry?
You're a Glober, yeah?
I'm not really anything. I'm like in it because I'm not educated enough on either. I don't have a.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say because it was pretty funny that you were cooking this other guy, so it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I am originally a Glober, but it's just
a Glober.
Everybody's
a Glober. That sounds funny as hell. A Glober.
Actually,
guys, I believe the Earth is round. I'm a Glober. I'm retarded, guys.
Actually, Matt would be a Glober, and Unwa would be an anti-flat earther. There's a difference. Because Matt is here to learn and ask questions and actually understands things. Unwa, no matter what you say, because you don't agree with his falsehoods, he's gonna say you're dumb. There's a difference.
I'm dumb, but you're straight up making lies. That you're saying the Mediterranean and the Japanese Sea don't have tides. You're straight up a liar,
dude.
I never said.
Who said that? Which
my
one
gosh,
of you in the call said that?
Oh my gosh.
Did you hear him about the two high tides during the day? There's two high tides in most spots.
Wow, I didn't know that. Thank you for educating
me. Does the moon come out twice a day?
It doesn't come out twice a day, okay?
Well,
but at a certain period of the time, it comes closer to the Earth and it pulls the water level up, genius.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but
Just because you can't see the moon
It's
doesn't mean the moon is coming closer.
It
Okay.
creates a secondary bulge on the other side of the Earth. So
Oh,
it's
I don't see the moon, so the moon is not coming closer to the Earth. Oh my God!
Are you talking?
Just because I don't see it doesn't mean that it's not coming closer to the Earth. I don't see the moon during the day. Wow.
Unless, so here's the thing, bro, is like, it's because basically the water on the other side of the Earth also comes up, not just the water outside the moon zone. Like, so that's why you get it twice.
No,
a day.
how
It's like
can
a bulge?
No, how can you demonstrate that? Go get a moon rock and move some fucking water and make it bulge with it. We'll wait.
Okay, so
Wow. Okay, so let me go ahead and just teleport to the
like
moon
asking me to
and
create
pick up a
Mount
moon
Everest
rock
in a
and bring
laboratory.
it to
No,
Earth
it's like
and see if
asking
the
you to stop
fucking
lying or
water
produce your
moves
lying
with the
ass
moon
claim.
rock. Like, let me go ahead and do that.
You don't have a moon rock. If you did, stupid, you'd already have a lab and a video to show us where they got fucking little rocks making water move, like you guys believe, fairy
Little
tellers.
rocks. The moon is millions
It's littler
of
than the
tons.
Earth.
Millions of pounds.
You don't know
It's
the
so
weight of it.
fucking big.
Prove the fucking size, retard, by scaling it down, and then we'll see
Because
so small
it's
do it,
orbiting the
and then
Earth.
we'll
We
know
know
big
how
can
big
do
the
it.
moon is. Are you
What
denying
can?
the moon
Where?
is a big object? Are
You
you
don't have
stupid?
anything orbiting shit, stupid. You don't know what an
Oh, so
orbit
the moon
is.
doesn't exist. Got it. We don't see the moon every day.
No, retard.
Go look outside your window. Do you
You
see the
don't
moon?
have
Do
anything
you see the moon? Do you see the moon?
anything. Birds
Do you
aren't
see the moon?
orbiting.
There's a
The
couple
moon
other
is
people
literally
in
visible through
here.
our fucking planet.
Hello. There's a couple other people that have just arrived. Anybody else has a question? We've been talking to Anwar for quite some time, so I don't know. Alfred.
I have a quick
Feedback.
question.
Can I explain that whole the tidal bulge on the other side that Neil?
Okay, but this guy's saying the moon doesn't exist. We don't have a moon.
He explains
Anwar.
it like this.
Just wait a minute. Wait a minute, please. Anwar, you're going to listen to his explanation and not interrupt, or you're going to end up getting muted. So please just listen.
Bro. I don't care about getting muted because everybody else talk over me. So like I'm doing the same thing you guys are doing.
Well, you're being intentionally dense on wall.
Just make a coherent argument. Just you here. Everybody will be silent. You just make your argument.
So Neil deGrasse
Make sure it's not a Yelp review.
that the tides, the moon pulls tides on the one side, but then it can also pull the whole planet away towards it, and the water stays out, so that you have a high tide on the opposite side. So somehow the moon is pulling just on the Earth, but the water still bulges out on the opposite side. Does that sound like that makes any sense? When it pulls the water, when it's on the one side, but when it's on the other side, it only pulls the Earth, but leaves the water alone, and it bulges out. Does that make any sense?
No.
Okay, so let me explain to you a crazy thought. There's something called a time zone. So when you're at the other side of the Earth, it's
This is awesome. You don't know anything about how time
Wave
zones
zero.
work. You're about to learn today, though.
Well, I didn't
Tell
know
us about
time
time
zone
wave
existed.
zero. Tell us about where time comes from.
Okay, because at the other
you
side of the
conceive
Earth,
of
it's a
having a
different
measurement?
thing. It's a different time. Okay, it's completely different. They're seeing the sun at China.
Yeah, we're past that. Yeah, obviously. So where do we get the time zones from? Do you know
Okay, so
where
if you just
green?
let me
you know
go
what
ahead
green
and
central
explain.
mean time is?
So here's an interesting thought. I don't know if you ever thought of this. I don't know if you ever thought of this, but because there's time zone existing, there's different time for different tidal waves. For example, in Europe, if they're next to the Atlantic Sea, all right, they're gonna get tidal waves at like a different time. We might get tidal waves here in New Jersey. That's on like 4 p.m. But like 8 hours later in
What about
Europe,
the
they might have a
exclusionary
different tidal
tidal
waves at a
zones
different
that
time.
aren't affected in the
Congratulations.
same way? No, what about the exclusionary tidal zones that aren't affected in the same way?
Wait, I got a question for Anwar real quick. Yo, you said that the moon causes the tides, yeah?
At different time, at different regions, at different countries.
All right, cool. So is the sun capable of affecting the Earth with its gravity?
No, because the sun is too far away. The sun is so much more farther away than our
That's
moon.
the wrong answer, even from your
Wait, so the
religion.
sun,
Lads,
so the sun is not moving around
you're
the Earth.
giving him too much yarn. Like he's got to be taught much closer to the chest than that.
I'm just curious if you knew that the sun actually affects the Earth or not. I'm just curious.
It doesn't because it's too far away. The gravitational pull is not strong enough.
Wait, so how does
That
the
is
Earth stay around the
hilarious.
sun then? In your model, does the sun not orbit around the sun?
We orbit around the Earth, but it doesn't affect tidal. We
He
orbit
didn't
around the
bring up
sun,
gravity
but
to
it doesn't
even
affect the
go
tidal
down
wave
that
for a
rabbit hole
reason.
that he can't understand.
The moon is orbiting the Earth as we speak. It's literally circling around the Earth. That's why it has gravitational impact.
Why is it circling around the Earth?
What's an orbit?
Because the Earth have have gravitational pull. So the
What is that?
so the moon.
What is that? What is gravitational pull?
Right, the Earth is a big object and it has gravity. So the
What
moon
is
is forced.
gravity? Yeah, don't say it again.
You don't know what gravity is? Have you ever
I really
passed?
don't.
No.
I have no idea what it is. Tell me.
You don't know what gravity is.
I have no clue.
The question,
flat Earth geometric reference, maybe.
The question is,
But-
what do you know what gravity is?
I know what gravity is. It's a force when when a mass is big enough or dense enough. That the sun is really dense and it's really big. That's why we're orbiting around the sun. Genius.
No.
Okay, so the sun can affect the Earth, right? Yeah.
Oh, you don't know what gravity is. You don't know what gravity is.
Lads, this is why you don't bring this person can't even come to the table, and you're asking him to eat at the adult table. Like he's at the kiddie table, and it's just like I'm doing balloon
Okay, but
animals.
you're the one. You're the one
Lads,
who
like,
don't
you
know
don't have
what
to
even
do
gravity
like
is.
don't
You don't even
bring
have
him
a
into
basic
talking
understanding
about
of
this topic
science.
that he has no
You don't
comprehension.
even know what gravity
That's
is.
why you
You're
don't
completely
do
retarded.
that, lads. Bad lads.
Anwar, why does the gravity of the sun affect the whole world and not the oceans?
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's like talking to a brick wall. Oh my god!
Is
Oh my
gravity your
god!
god? Is gravity your god? That is kind of our question.
Gravity. If gravity doesn't
Is gravity
exist,
your
we would
god?
not exist because gravity is one
Gravity
of the
is your
main
creation
principles
myth, though.
of
Is
the
it your
fucking
god?
universe.
Gravity is your god. Interesting.
Gravity's evolution.
Do you know, hey genius, do you know where do you know why the galaxy hey genius, do you know why the
moldy
galaxy
rock
even
didn't
existed?
exist in the
Because we
space
have a super
vacuum,
black
you
hole
wouldn't
in the
exist.
middle
So
of the
obviously
fucking
it's true.
galaxy that we're
Am I?
orbiting around. We're always orbiting around a big object. That's the reason why we're here, genius.
Yeah, the big object is under my feet. And
Do you
when
even know
I'm going in a circle around my
the sun
house
is?
to
You don't
drive to
even
the
know what
gas station
gravity
and
is. So
back.
like you don't even have a basic understanding of basic fucking knowledge. You're so
I have a lot of
educated
basic
and
knowledge.
retarded.
You
You
think
don't even know
you
what
seem to
gravity
think
is.
that you
I have
have
to explain
this
what gravity is to
extraneous
you.
knowledge that is alternative
Wait,
to
hold
this
on a second.
physical reality we exist in.
UNWA. I just muted you because you made a false accusation. You're projecting so hard right now. You're the one who doesn't know the meaning of the word gravity. I would like you to right now explain to me what a four-dimensional manifold is. And if you can't, you can stay on mute or fuck off.
Well, his question is going to be, do you know what a four-dimensional
Prove to me that you
manifold
know
is?
what it
Just
is.
explain what gravity is. Do I have to repeat myself? Do I
We
have to
don't know what
repeat
it
myself?
is. Is it a four-dimensional manifold? Because then I know
What
what
does
it
it have
means.
to do with three-dimensional, fourth dimensional?
We're
We
trying to
live
come
in
to
a
terms. I want
three-dimensional
to know
universe.
that what I'm talking about is the same thing you're talking about. Is it a four-dimensional manifold? Yes or no?
It's not because we don't.
Full stop. You just proved to everyone in this room that you have no idea what gravity is. You exposed yourself. As a wise man would say, you're a pretender clown.
Mental particles. So if an object is dense enough or big enough, It pulls
Is that the
things
emergent
in.
property you're able to decipher this sort of knowledge from?
It's
Your
literally
emergent
an
property
invincible force
deciphers
that pulls
this
objects
knowledge?
towards each other. What else do I have to say?
Ooh, see, now you said something else, and that doesn't happen. Dense objects don't cause other dense objects to attract towards each other, nor do very
What is a
little
black
dense
hole? So what is a
objects
black hole? A
attract
black
to
hole is
very
something that is so dense
much more
that it
dense
literally
objects.
eats up
So
objects.
you just proved the antithesis to your argument.
So you're denying that gravity exists.
Well, I'm denying that you know what the term means.
I fucking told you what the.
And you were wrong, so I am right. You don't know what the term means. So if you want to talk about the center of gravity as you're spinning an actual object, and you're talking about molecular bonds actually causing the interaction with actual force because they're physically welded, that is different from this abstract thought spark in the wind that you're talking about.
So let me ask you this question: what is gravity? What is gravity?
It's a flatter geometric referent, exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon. It proves flatter. What do you say it is? Do you have any gravitas?
Okay, I'm trying to put
Huevos, my friend. Huevos.
For you to understand. I explained gravity 4 times, and every single time the words come from your left ear and just go straight out the other ear.
You don't know what gravity is.
Oh,
Okay, so what
that
is
was
gravity then?
mean. That was pretty mean,
I
dude.
want to ask what
Why are you
gravity
being
is.
mean?
Yeah, this is
What is
which
gravity?
one? Gravity is a very long-winded. I don't know. That's what gravity is.
So you don't know what gravity is?
No one does. No one knows what gravity
No
is.
one does.
I told you
No.
what it was. Do you know what it is? Or
Gravity
did
is.
you agree with what I said it was? I said gravitas is a flat or geometric referent, exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon. Do you agree with that?
Okay, but what is gravitas? Did you just make up that word?
Gravitas is the weight or seriousness of a person,
Do you
place, or
agree,
thing,
yes or
and
no?
gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
Gravitas is the Latin word for gravity. Yeah.
You don't know what gravity is. You have zero idea what gravity
Is
is.
it a
You're
flat or
projecting so hard
geometric
right now.
referent
What
to
is
the
it that-
horizon?
what-
Exactly vertical, perpendicular to horizontal to the horizon? Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Simple question.
No, because you're spewing out bullshit.
No, so what are you talking about?
Gravity is something that is real. It's a real thing in the real world, believe it or not. Okay?
Yeah, an actual geometric referent to the horizon, horizontal, that is real. It's conceptual, but we have real, tangible analogs in reality. Go
Okay,
on.
so is gravity real or not? Is gravity a real thing?
And yeah, it's a conceptual or geometric referent.
Okay, is it a force? Is it something that's common in the universe?
No, it's a pseudo force.
Concepts can't cause. No, the tape measure isn't causing length, if you know what I mean.
So what is gravity then? What's gravity in your point?
Fictitious force, a pseudo
What are you
force.
talking about? This is your definition of life,
So
bro.
go on Google.
You tell me.
Search up what
does it
gravity
mean
is.
to you?
Go on Google and search up what gravity is, because you're making this.
Well, I just told you I'm better than Google. I'm better than Google. I want you
You're
to tell
better than
me
Google.
what is your worth, sir? Do you have any worth? Do you
Sir,
have
yes,
any?
I have a word. It's an invisible force
No, I
that
said
pulls
worth.
objects towards each other. That's why
Scale. We're
there's
talking
solar systems.
scales
That's why
of
there's
material
galaxies.
matter.
That's why we exist in the first place. Every planet, every single, even the moon, even stars, all have gravity because it's an astronomical object, right? Because it's big enough, it has enough mass that it
I bet
attracts
they
other
do.
objects.
Okay, yeah.
there you go.
Oh, you use a bunch of ambiguous terms you don't want to come to terms with.
So
And I
in what
find that
part? In
humorous.
what part of what I just said is wrong? What did I say wrong?
Did I say that what you said was wrong? I didn't say that. I said it was hilarious. Funny.
So how is it hilarious? Elaborate.
Do
Because
you
you
think
don't
you
know what
have
you're
a
talking
scale
about.
to decide what is funny?
Just
Yes
type
or
in,
no?
do you know what gravity is? Right here, gravity is, while scientists understand how gravity behaves and its effects, we don't fully know what gravity is at a fundamental level. We can describe gravity as a force acting upon two masses, Newton's law of universal gravitation, or it can be described as Einstein's theory of general relativity, provide an accurate description of how it behaves.
So okay.
However,
so can you come up? Can you come up with a theory on why we orbit the
anything's
sun
better.
and why the
Anything's
moon
better.
is orbiting around us? Can you come up
Anything's
with a
be-
theory?
I
anything's better
can.
than that.
I can.
Yeah.
It's not it's so much a theory as it's like just what we actually see is like the sun does go like from like behind you and then in front of you. It depends on which direction you're facing.
So is the Earth moving around the sun, or is the sun moving around the
I
Earth?
just said it. The sun comes from whichever direction you're facing, and then goes above you, and you can turn direction and see it, go around like above you.
So
What are you talking about?
how do the sun how do the
Which
sun behaves
instead of
around the Earth?
talking ambiguous with your language, we are describing the same thing. The sun moving, right?
So the sun is moving
The
around the
sun,
Earth.
I see it come, and then it's at the top of my head, and then I look around. Then on other times, like maybe I'm looking out, and it's like I'm able to do this elevation angle
Okay, so the Earth is
to
flat.
tell which
Okay.
direction
Okay,
it's
so the
going.
Earth.
Oh,
Okay, so
now we're
so the
alluding
Earth
to
is flat.
something a lot more,
The
right?
Earth is okay. So what you're saying is the Earth is flat, right? And the sun is moving from east to west every day. The sun is moving, is orbiting around the Earth, and the Earth doesn't move anywhere.
Okay, the
The
sun is
flat Earth just
orbiting
stays.
rather than the Earth. Can we put it in simple terms? The sun is orbiting, not the Earth.
Okay,
So
how
the
do you know
sun is
that?
moving the sun is moving around the
In
Earth. What you're
orbit,
saying.
and now we have to describe orbit. Orbit in simple terms, I see the sun move and not the Earth. Can we agree on that? In simple terms, the actual observation is taking place.
Okay, so you wake up in the morning, and okay, I'm really
And
trying.
the actual
Listen,
sun
I'm
is
trying my
going above your
absolute
head,
best
but you're not
to try to
moving.
understand what you're saying. I'm trying my
Yeah, the
best.
sun
Okay.
is moving. Try your best. The sun moves. The sun moves. You're not moving. You could just walk out your front door, right, and see the sun rise and set.
So how is the sun orbiting around the Earth if the sun is so much
What
bigger
orbit?
and denser
There's
than
no
the Earth?
orbit that happened. Like, what do you
Okay,
define
so the
orbit?
sun.
That's why I'm saying now you need to define what an orbit is.
So the sun moves from east to
Elliptical
west
path.
from morning to
So
dawn.
not orbit.
Okay, they're
From
not
east
orbiting.
to west.
So how is
That's a direct line. So now
the
that's
sun
actually
moving
a
around the
direct
Earth?
line. So
How is the
not
sun
really
moving
an
around the
orbit.
Earth? How?
Moving, or you're saying you're bringing in this roundness, rotundity that doesn't need to be there. But we can actually measure and see the sun in the sky and see that it's moving. You're conceding to this, right?
Okay, so
So take the
I'm still
measurement to decide that it is moving.
I'm still
It is
confused on
must be
how.
the thing that's moving if what we're keeping is still.
Listen. I'm still confused on how the sun is thousands of times bigger than the Earth, but the sun is moving around the Earth and not the Earth.
They don't accept that type of gravity.
The sun is thousands of
Why
times bigger
would you
than the
say
Earth.
that? No, actually, what if I told you that the Earth is bigger than the sun? What would you think
The
then?
Earth is bigger than the sun?
Yeah, just look at it. You can look at a mountain to the sun. It's like, well, yeah, like, and then this whole thing being the Earth, like that's a lot bigger than the sun and the moon. This whole Earth square footage around rotund surface you see is much greater than the Earth or sun or sky. You would say
Okay.
that, right? Like
Okay.
you would have to
Okay.
say
I
that.
think I understand what you're saying. What you're basically saying
Yeah,
is
I'm a hyper literalist. Like if you want
okay.
to make
Okay.
believe a story to me, it's gonna take a lot.
Okay. Okay.
But
So
I'm not saying I
Okay.
won't
So
buy.
I'm trying to alliterate. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. So what you're saying is basically that first of all, the Earth is flat. Second of all, the sun is moving around the Earth, and third of all, the Earth is actually bigger than the sun. Correct.
I didn't really say that. I don't like the rotund verbiage that you put in there, but I'll go with it. I'll concede all 3 points.
Okay, bro. You know what? I can't change your mind. I believe what you want to believe. I'm not even gonna say anything. Okay.
Hey, we didn't start talking about beliefs yet.
Okay. You
We
can
never
believe
started talking
the
about
Earth
beliefs.
is flat. Okay. I'm not even gonna get into
We
why
didn't
you're
do
wrong.
that. We didn't do beliefs. You're doing beliefs, and now you're in wonderment right now.
So
That's your
so
issue,
you're
your skill issue.
100% sure that your theory is correct.
Did I make a theory? You gave me 3 points that I just conceded because you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. But
I literally
ultimately,
just
all
repeated
3
what you
points
have to
did
say.
prove that horizontal is flat, and so I'm completely okay with it.
All right, is he all prepped up, ready to answer the question now about the sun?
Yeah, after you bring up gravitas, these guys are trying to lift weights in here.
All right, Anwa, does the sun's gravity affect the Earth in your paradigm?
All right, bro. You know what? I can't. This is, oh my god. This is really mind blowing. I never thought that somebody would actually believe that the Earth is bigger than the sun. It really blew my mind.
It blew your mind
It
when you
really blew
like
my
saw
mind that
that
somebody can
the Earth
actually
is
believe
actually
that.
bigger than the sun. When you saw that finally for the first time in your life, that is wonderful. I love to hear that.
Wait, nobody ever claimed that. I'm just curious, in your paradigm, is the sun's gravity capable of affecting the Earth, yes or no? I guess he's tired now. He needs a nap. Okay, yeah, he's gone.
He
Yeah.
finally sees that the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon. This is powerful. This is powerful stuff. That's why when they say, "What are you gonna do?" It's like, this is what I'm gonna do.
He's waiting the whole time.
I'm gonna just
to ask him this
I'm
one
gonna just point at the
question.
moon and be right.
Was there any other? Yo, Alfred, are you still here? Maybe I can ask him. Oh no, he's probably
Hey,
gone.
Loy Mumato had a question that he was just asking in chat while you guys were talking to Anwa. He wants to know if you guys believe in atoms and radio waves. You can't observe them with your naked eye.
They sound good to me. Let's put it that way.
What do they look like? What do they feel like? And if you can't observe them, why do you believe in them?
I mean, yeah, like radio waves, sure, but I don't know about atoms.
I mean, did you want to make a claim of any of it? Like, no, there's no such thing as a question proof. You know that, right? And then you stack a fallacy on top of it, like, hey, did any of you guys, it's like clearly we're
You
all
guys ride
different
on radio
people.
waves? Do you drink
There's this
TV
magnetic
waves?
sheet
you can use to actually see radio waves if you wanted to visualize them. So to act like it's completely impossible to see anything like that is ridiculous.
Right, I thought that's what we had the tools for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's still here, but he was asking in chat earlier.
And the atoms question is completely different. Completely different
Yeah,
subject.
hopefully you give him the answer that we gave him then.
It's non sequitur to the ground. The horizon remains horizontal. And red herrings aren't going to work here.
Yeah, because when you get crazy about it, everything's that thing. So you pick up a handful of dirt, that's the same atom as the air. Let's not get stupid. So that's not gonna.
Oh man, Alfred did
Well, just try it when they say space. Just try asking them, like, what do you mean by space? Like length, width, height? Are we cool with that? And it's like, oh, you're talking about something different. That's the outer space. The complete delusional. I don't even know. Like, we need psychologists to actually, like, not be psychologists anymore to actually prescribe what is their problem.
It's space. The inability to get to space or to know what a moon is or to know what a sun is or to reproduce that. That's the problem.
I think the space is the complete submission to propaganda ministry. That's what I think when someone says, "Oh, here's space." Well, nobody says space to mean that it's an actual like length, width, and height dimensionality. We're talking about something different. The ministry of truth. The institutions decide what the terms derive. And so, with the regularity of language and people's willingness to accept it, they will continue to misnomer science as some ambiguous pseudoscience by definition. And scientism, the great Catholic Jesuit creation for the entire, for the bringing forth of the Antichrist. Amazing stuff. Good story.
Yeah, let's get off that and save it for speculation Sunday.
I forgot. The sun comes up every day, so not every day is Sunday. My bad.
Yeah, no worries, man.
We did have a little fun bit in Omnivore's server where he hosted Craig McNeely, the now professional debater, because he debated Andrew Wilson. And I got a little cute sound bit with likening him to Homer Simpson, asking him for his credentials of being a nuclear engineer. And he was like, anyways, it's a sound bit. Maybe it's recorded, maybe it's not recorded. And then also, a lot of garbage went by, but it was a real point of contention when he was saying that, oh, he won over Andrew Wilson's argument. And so I had to actually explain Andrew Wilson's argument to him. No detail needs to be prescribed more than do the text of the Humanist Manifesto ring true? Do you agree to it? Andrew Wilson agrees to it. He brought forth this hypothetical that he believes in this Humanist Manifesto that may or may not relate to any other points in history. That's not the point. Point is the argument. Do you have an ethics that is more ethically based? And so it was hilarious.
Okay, so let's. Okay,
Anyways, I was just doing a victory lap. My bad. I'm sorry.
so let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, let's just all assume
Okay,
that the
well,
Earth
why
that the
say
Earth
that
is
when you
flat.
could just like open your eyes? Like, let's
Okay,
just like say that
okay. So
yes, I open
let's
my
say the
eyes,
Earth is
I
flat.
observe
Okay.
reality. Reality is the basis for the context of the conversation that we're having, right?
Okay, so here's an observation. So
Well, it's very easy.
so you
Well, hold
live.
on. You can stop right there. If you just say, let's hypothetically say the Earth is flat, is it flat if it's hypothetically flat, or would it not be flat if it's hypothetically flat?
Okay, so the Earth is
Hypothetically,
flat. Okay,
if in the
the
hypothetical
Earth
there's
So in the
is flat.
ultimatums,
in your
hypothetically,
hypothetical, is it flat or not flat?
Okay, fine. The Earth is flat. Okay.
Okay, in your hypothetical, it's flat. Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
So
There's your
so let's say
hypothetical.
well, maybe he wants to get out of the hypothetical. Do you just want to say yes? What I see, it's obviously flat. You want to go with that?
I'm gonna make a point. So
Well, you have an option. You have one or two options, right?
when
Is
there's a
it flat
boat
or isn't it
when
flat?
there's a boat that's traveling through the ocean, right? That's sailing.
Okay, you got off the Earth now. Now you're on the boat. Which one is it? Is the Earth flat, or is a boat you're talking about? Which one?
Is the ocean Earth in this context that you're talking about it?
Fucking finish my point.
Okay, we're trying to
Is the
figure out.
boat and Earth part of the context of Earth that you're talking about?
Tell you why. So when the boat, let's say a cruise, is sailing.
Yeah, dude. How about just write it out? Just type it out.
I'm
I think
confused.
if you
Why?
see it written out, you'll probably be like, yeah, that's dumb as shit. I'm not gonna hit enter.
Yeah, see, by my profession, I'm an English teacher. So that's why I spend a lot of time in chat, because I want to kind of teach you people to sort of put your syntax and convey your ideas cohesively into a coherent lexicon that then we can put out in a language. So you'll see me in chat. They call me, I'm a chat skank teacher. So I teach all the 304 chatters, sort of like how to interpret the world, like how to like put it down, put the pictures in your head down into like symbols on the paper.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. So the reason I'm just why wouldn't you let him get his hypothetical out? You just knew where it was going, or you didn't like the way he was formatting it?
No, the problem is if somebody goes into a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not going to be on anyone here to try to square their contradiction. So he started off with, okay, let's say the Earth is flat. Or like, okay, sure. So where would you want to go from there? I want to talk about boats. Okay, fuck, dude. Okay, which one do you want to talk about? The Earth being flat or a boat?
Well, would the boat not be on the Earth? Or you just I might just be a little dense here, but I just feel like talking about the Earth and then something that occurs on the Earth isn't inappropriate.
That would be perfectly appropriate, actually.
Okay, so why wouldn't you let him go on? If, boats and water on
Well,
Earth.
go on. Maybe you thought that he had a better argument
No,
than
I
he had.
really.
He thought he had. So he's already lost. So maybe you want to continue. So what was the argument?
I'm not sure. I assume he was going to go with why does boats.
Okay.
I assume he was going to go with.
That's a pretty good argument, I guess.
I'm not arguing on his behalf. I just don't know why.
The Bota is a pretty good argument. I go with the Bota all the time when I'm defining my worldview, especially. I mean, I think you got it in you where he obviously didn't.
If I had to assume his question was going to be why do boats disappear from the bottom up, But I can't argue his point because it's not my
Ooh,
point.
good question. So that's your point now.
Okay,
You
yeah.
want to describe it? I could in 1 second. Can you?
No, sir.
You can't at all. You just have no idea why.
It wasn't my argument.
What, you don't have any idea
say,
why
why wouldn't
boats
they?
go in water? Why don't you see? Hey, why don't you see the bottom of boats when they're in water, dude?
Yeah, when I'm 3 inches.
You have no answers.
I really was just making an assumption on what his argument would have been if you guys didn't keep muting him.
I mean, that's your argument. So I mean, like, yeah, the boat, like, it was on the dock, right, and it was lowered into the water,
And because it's in the water,
and
some of the
then
boat's under the water. Right.
so
I get that.
So you don't see the bottom of the boat.
Yeah,
Like,
because
are
it's
you
in the
like,
water.
is
Yeah.
this some miraculous magic trick to you?
No, dude, I just told you what
Yeah,
was
dude,
happening.
it is magic. Okay, so now let's
hold on.
extrapolate that. What is your argument now after the humor of your initial argument
He's looking for.
has
Hold
failed,
on.
and we need to actually
No, it's not.
add some more details to this argument that you didn't make?
It's not failed.
What is the argument?
He's looking for the boat to tilt where the butt of the boat tilts down below the front of the boat, where the front of the boat pops up in the air. So he's looking for a tilted boat.
Well, there's
to where the front of it. Can you shut up for a second? He's looking for the front of the boat to pop up out of the water and the ass end of the boat to be tilted, not vertical. Any glober can't be looking for vertical boats to prove globe. They got to be looking for tilted boat. Because any vertical boat is only proving a horizontal line of reference. Me looking eye to eye to the boat. Sorry.
Yeah, like the boat is going over like the falls. Like, have you ever been to Disneyland and they have the water rides and the carnival rides? Like, so
Yeah,
you're going over the hump, and so you'll have that drop where they're facing to the drop. There'd be a drop. You see, there's no drop, other than if you want to protect yourself from storms.
Mm-hmm.
There is reasons why there's a drop, right? Like, and
what
you
does
would
the square? Hold on.
want to
Hold on a
protect
second.
yourself from that.
Hold on a second. What does a big cube, 12 by 12 by 12, look like? It's just all 12, 12, 12, 12, just a big square. What does that look like tilted and dropped 8 inches from the back of it to the front? What would that even look like to a glober? Do they even comprehend that it can't be vertical? It has to be tilted? I mean, do you guys even know what you're looking for to prove a globe, or are you just looking for flat earth stuff all the time?
That's what they're doing. It's just always flat Earth stuff, and they're like,
Hey, flat
there's
Earth
this
globe.
delusion of a globe model.
Hey, look at that boat perfectly eye to eye with me. I can't see all of it, but I could see the captain looking eye to eye with me. He must be on a ball tilted. He must be down a curve. I don't know how that would work. How does that even work?
Your point makes sense to me. I just was wondering why he wasn't allowed to get his full hypothetical out. That was it.
Yeah.
Well, you got your whole hypothetical out, and you saw what kind of laughable, humorous jokes that resulted in.
I would never have made that argument.
So did it not get out again? Did your full hypothetical that was his that you took on, is that not like obvious to you at this point?
Yeah, your point makes sense to me. I just would never have made the argument if you didn't drag
I
it
didn't
out
make
of
a
me.
point, neither did Amok. No, we're not making a point. You made a point, and you need to understand that that point is all yours, because that's your point. Your skill level.
So would silence have been the right answer then, when you were asking me a question?
Is science the right answer?
Silence.
Wrong.
Would silence have been the correct answer?
I did tell you to plead the fifth, but didn't I?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said that you were biting off a piece that you couldn't chew. That's what I said.
I didn't want to ask anything about the boats.
Are lying about what I said at the same time.
Why are you going at him?
because he's got a lot to learn, and I think he learned a lot at the same time. Like I put it to his claim. This is his claim,
not to him.
and we're kind of joking, and there is that joke. So no harm, no foul. My bad.
No, you're all right. I was just wondering why. Thought I missed something.
I think he could do good with this kind of information.
Basically the whole rundown
Timbo,
was.
and Timbo, you know it's true. He passed the human test. This is a very good bot, and he could be used for the other side.
Basically, the line of questions was
I
Anwar
don't think he's a bot. He's been quite open to receiving information, like and not saying, okay, well, it's a globe because of this. He's actually looking at things, which I kind of admire.
No, I agree.
The line of questions was Anwar came in here and was going to, I assume, ask a hypothetical about boats. But I don't know if they didn't like the way he was formatting the question, and they just kept muting him, and I just asked why. And then he wanted me to present Anwar's argument.
I think it's because Anwar's a claim stacker. So he never actually gets to... you would have noticed, he never actually gets to any evidence for anything.
Yeah, I already knew he did.
And
then he just leaves, but I was just asking for clarification, and then I tried to argue his
Well,
example.
I did like a short cliff note sort of version for you, and so I apologize. Like, I'm not like trying to discredit you or humiliate you, or nor do I think you're doing that to me or anything. And thank you, Timbo, because actually he brought back the humanity to the conversation. I really do appreciate it.
now you're just teasing me out now.
I mean, that's the best part about it, is the humanity. Somebody in this other server, they were saying this is the extant. It's like this weird term, extant. And I was like, existing. The sort of time and place slice of time that you get to take right now. That's a wonderful thing.
What would prove a globe besides curving water right in front of your face that's at rest?
Prove a globe, a bubble.
A bubble?
Yeah, like and we're just talking about ambiguous like forms in nature. And here's a bubble.
It's just trapped energy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just air and sort of surface tension of the soap and the water.
I wouldn't even call it air. I'd say it's trapped potential. It's trapped energy. And then
The
when
air
it
is inside.
releases out of the water, like it's not a bubble anymore when it pops out of the water, is it? There's no shape to it. The only thing
Like a
is,
bubble machine.
well, it's just a potential machine, a potential bubble, until it
Potential
releases
bubble
out the
machine.
surface. Right. Potential energy just traps it. Water is a potential energy container until it releases out.
Yeah, the bubble machine is the most magnanimous sort of like quantum
Kinetic energy.
mechanical device ever conceived of. And I love that it's used at parties.
Just movement in water. Move real fast in water.
Well, there's sort of different things when you're looking at the movement of like the wave and the fluid. versus light particles.
Sound is the same thing. So if you make a noise, are you letting out trapped gas noise, or is it just noise, or is it gas? Like, is it both? I mean, a sound and a trapped gas will act the same, right? Underwater.
Well, that's a good point because that's one of the contentions that I bring forth is that looking at a sunset, you'd be falling backwards at the speed of sound. And they're like, in a space vacuum, there's no such thing as noise. So you can't hear yourself screaming. But it's like, we're just talking about you just looking at the sunset, holding the hand of your girlfriend, taking pictures of the sun setting. But there's some sort of delusion that arises, like maybe when the man is at sea for too long and
The sun's
doesn't
never
have
below
the
your feet.
hand of a woman to hold.
The sun never
Or is
goes
that the
below
whole
your feet.
point? And it's like, yeah, like is that yeah, maybe that is when the sun goes but below your feet. And now we're talking philosophy, like great books
No, I'm
such as
saying
Odysseus.
there's no if you rolled
But
backwards away from
measurably,
the sun,
no, you can't see what you can't see. So am I
no,
gonna
you would
measure
be
the
able to
sun
see.
underneath my feet?
You'd
Could
be
you
able to
ever
if you were on a ball.
imagine measuring the sun underneath your? How are you gonna measure? If you're even if you're on the ball, how are you gonna measure that,
If you were
Gemma?
on, no, if you were
Dude,
on a
this is
ball,
the great question. How are you
no,
gonna
if you were on
measure
a
that the
ball,
sun is
that's what you
below
would
your
look for.
feet?
You look for the sun below 2 degrees or 0 degrees or negative 15 degrees below 0 degrees. You'd be able to fly somewhere forward and look down at the sun, not forward,
Oh,
straight down.
Superman. Maybe Superman can like fly around the Earth a whole long time and like
No, if you
reverse
was on a
global
ball, it'd be
warming.
impossible. If we run a ball, everybody
What
could
if
do
we
it.
had politicians that were saying like maybe there's a way of reversing the Earth's gravitational field exponentially? It's a
Yeah, isn't
Superman
that called
project that we
hovering?
have. Would you be okay with your taxes going to pay for that?
Isn't that anti-gravity?
Yeah, but an actual vortex that like reverse spins the Earth to take it back in time.
Airplane,
Like as a secular humanist,
helicopter,
that would be the best option.
helium balloon. These are all anti-gravity. A magnet, heat. Just movement in general, just moving around is anti-gravity. Because if
Yeah,
you move
or you could just
around,
be like chill. You could just be like chill and shit. Like, or
well, I'm
just
saying,
go into an ice age where it's just like all cool, man.
no, where's the center of your mass when you're moving all wonky? You can't even get your actual mass. What is your actual mass in accordance to where? For what? Like your mass. So if you're on Jupiter, your mass is this. If you're on Earth, your mass is this. Your mass is grass. What is your mass then?
Well,
If
math
everywhere you
is
have
a
a different
conceptual
mass,
measurement that they equate to mole, or they equate. There's three different sort of prescriptions to mass that they give.
what about while you're moving
Each
though?
one of them means something different, and we already
How much do you
have
weigh on a merry-go-round?
intellectual evaluations to describe the terms that they do describe. So they would say, for one, the mass is mole. Well, we have mole that describes the amount of particulars in the substrate.
I have a scale that
In
is
the matrix,
it's a spinning merry-go-round scale, and I just want everybody to get on it and see how they weigh.
yeah, that's called a gravitron. It's a really
It's called a
fun
globe.
carnival trick.
It's called a spinning ball, and you get on it, and it's connected on top of a scale, and it's like on a pole on top of the scale connected to the top plate. And when you get on the ball and it spins, it gives you your weight exactly. Right?
That can't
You were
happen.
spinning? No, it can't
You
get. Hold
mean
on.
like
No, 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 no. Stop.
when you
It
spin
can't give you your weight while you're sitting still, can it?
a bucket of water upside down and you're
No,
spinning it at a
listen.
velocity and it stays? This is the exact opposite of that.
No,
So
you don't
false
comprehend
equivalence.
gravity.
Ew.
You should be spinning on a ball and weighing yourself exactly your weight because the ball spins, you're spinning. Nobody knows. Who cares? At a slow rate, but you're spinning on a ball scale. You shouldn't. Your weight
So
should be
it's
exactly
basically a
the same.
centrifugal scale.
Well, how could you ever weigh yourself on
A
a flatter
centrifugal
scale that doesn't
scalar.
move? How could you ever get your weight on that fucking scale that doesn't exist in reality? A flattered scale that doesn't move?
Well, you'd be dropping 1 second per every you know per 30,000 feet
Which one of these
over
things can you
time.
demonstrate?
Over time, just think about it being an ant on the end of a hour hand of a clock. Like scalar, you'd be actually falling, but if you were the hour hand on the clock, then it would be like more slow to you, the hour hand or the second hand, whichever scalar measurement that you would want to put yourself at. There will be a Globetard claim one day. That's the hope. To the globe.
Secret, you there? He might be gone. For those that are just joining. Any Glovers? Anybody believe the Earth is a globe?
We got two new guys in there. I don't think they want to be on BC though.
Was it some guy?
Yeah, some guy and Deco.
I could try asking the question I asked yesterday, but I got kind of shouted down.
What happened?
I don't know if that's going to happen again.
What was the question?
It was about an observation from say the coastline. If you're looking out at the ocean, say, and let's say, yeah, if the Earth was flat, you'd see a flat line, right? But if you think that the Earth was a globe, do you think you would see a flat line on the horizon, or you'd kind of think that it would curve off at the edges? Is that a fair statement?
You wouldn't be able to have a horizontal on the surface of a sphere. This is actually
okay. This is Why is that? Because
because there's because if you were to draw a line on the surface of a sphere, you wouldn't be able to have a horizontal line. It would be a curved line. There's a difference.
Well, but this is where I think there's a problem with that argument. Because if you imagine the distance of a horizon, and let's just imagine, that the world is a globe for a minute, every point on that horizon is the same distance from you, whether it's way over to the left of your field of view or way over to the right. It's basically the same distance because you're standing on a sphere. So my argument is you wouldn't see any curvature even if the world was a sphere, as I know you don't believe.
Well, the problem is that you said it so like it just rolled off your tongue, but you don't catch yourself saying it. And I understand, I get it. But and what I mean by that is you say, when I'm on a globe and I look to the horizon, you're just skipping over the fact that there is no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. And what I mean by that is you can't therefore say, when I'm on a ball or a sphere and I look to the horizon, no. You can't say that because there is no horizon on the surface of a sphere. That is because a horizon is a horizontal position. The only way you can have this is if you cut into the surface, into a ball, to where now the surface, you've created a plane. Because now, like imagine an orange, and you take a knife and you slice off a third of it. Now you created a plane, meaning where you now have like a circle around you, but now that is considered flat or horizontal position because you're going to look at it from the middle of that and you'll have what we know as a cross direction, because now that cross direction gives you an X and Y. And now you can take your angles to that perimeter of that orange, because we're doing it really, really small so you understand what I mean. But you can't have that on the surface of the orange. Do you get that?
You're talking about planes and horizons, but it's sufficient for me to say, well, let's just call the horizon with the point at which land joins the sky. That can be a point.
Okay.
But every point you look at, if you're very close to the surface of the sphere, and this is geometry that can be tested in like 3D design software. So I've actually done this, and it actually doesn't matter what field of view you use. Like if you're really close to that sphere and looking out across it, wherever that land joins the sky, which is what I'm calling the horizon. I think your definition of horizon is a little different, but that's fine. I'm explaining what I'm talking about. But every point you look at is going to be the same distance away. And if that is the same distance in the vertical plane, then you get off, what you end up with is a straight line. You wouldn't see any curve, even if the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so I think what it is obviously we live in a time where we use words really loosely, if you will. But if you look at the word itself, the horizontal position, if you will, the word by itself, the etymology of it, it is something that's related to flat or parallel. It's even where we establish our elevation from. We call the horizon a position of zero, because that is a flat position that we can establish our elevation from, and that's something I think that we're kind of overlooking right now in this conversation. And I think it's important that we do look at that, because words have meaning and we have to go by that. There's a reason why they have a meaning. You can't just say, well, I know that the horizon, it's, even though there's a word that's horizontal, which is established from the horizon, because of how flat it is, in the sense of water finds itself at rest, flat and level. And then even just you have the physics of water. When under the pressure, it creates this flat position, like in your swimming pool or a cup of water, or you know what I'm getting at. But the point would be is that if we have a huge cup of water, and we're going to call that the ocean, and we're saying we call that a horizon, where the surface of the water is meeting the sky apparently, but it's still a word that comes from that is horizontal, because we know of how flat that huge cup of water is. We can derive a point to that, so that way we can establish elevation too. And I'm just saying, let's not skip over that. That's very important, because that flat, huge cup of water flatness is only created on the surface of a plane, and you cannot have that on a ball on the surface of a sphere. And that's just the point, bro. But I get what you're saying, though. Like, even if if you grab a basketball and you're like, yeah, well, look at it. Like, I can see behind the basketball, and then where that behind part is touching the spherical part of the ball. I get what you're saying by that, but words have meaning, and that's why horizon and horizontal, that's why it's derived from that. But go ahead.
I'm going to try and avoid using the term horizon, but I think even if you imagine a basketball and imagine yourself the size of an ant on a basketball and being able to look across the surface to, let's just say, let's call it whether there's a straight line or a curved line, the bigger the ball is, the more straight that line is probably going to be, because you're going to be much, much closer to the surface. It makes basically zero difference where where you are.
So you want to make yourself really, really small on a really, really big ball, and you're going to compare it to like an ant on a really, really big ball. But the problem that logic runs into is that eventually that ant is going to walk away from its original position and start to walk downwards from its position. Right? From its original position on the basketball, if you're looking at it from a side view, it's going to start going downwards, right? And then it's going to eventually be curved away from its original position. Would you agree?
It'll be curved. Yeah, it'll be in a different position along a curve on the ball. Yes.
Right. Okay. So, but here's the problem, though. Let's say we train the ant, to set up a theodolite, right? And we tell the ant, you're going to establish a plumb position, which you're now going to derive in this 90-degree position. You're going to derive an elevation, and you're going to benchmark that, and we're going to make that horizontal. And what we're going to do is along this surface, we're going to transfer that 90-degree position to the next and to the next and to the next and to the next, all the way across that plane. Now, if you're on a surface of a basketball, the second that you start walking away from your original position, you're no longer perpendicular to your original position, because your 90-degree position on that ball is now not horizontal to the first position that you established. And now let's put the ant walking and walking and walking, just doing its thing, setting up a 90. But now you have all these positions that are vertical to their position for the ant to the center of that basketball. But they themselves, those benchmarked horizontals, it's going to look like a disco ball now. You can't say, and then let's say he gets all the way, to the other side where he's literally like on the side of the basketball. That ant can't say, I'm at a perpendicular position to where I started. And it can't say, I'm at a 90-degree position to where I started. Because now it's on this basketball, it's not at that position. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sure you visualize that, right?
I think so. It's kind of there's a lot to visualize there, but I think I get your base. To me, that's just kind of where do you quantize it? Because it's going to be approximate on a sphere, but the more you scale up the size of that ball or that sphere, then the closer to accurate those 90-degree positions can be over a short distance. If I take 2 steps to the right, if I'm an ant on a basketball, it still looks fairly much like a right angle from my original position, because it's not a very far distance.
No, the problem here, though, is remember you're also saying that on this surface of this ball, you're also having to include, water is now bending around this curved basketball, and you're saying there's the horizon, but again, this horizontal position that water takes when under a pressure system, it's going to find itself flat and in a position to where you can't curve the water, because the pressure is derived from an XY gradient or system. Like you can't have it curving, because even the system overall, like for instance, not to get too far from the point, clouds way, way, way off into the horizon. They're not curving downwards away from you. Matter of fact, you can see them flat, but they are dropping, no different than a plane, no different than the sun, no different than the hallway in the long casino corridor. Everything's dropping, but we know that it's not dropping. We know that it's, if you walk to that position in the door in the hallway, you're still shorter than the ceiling of that hallway. Just like the clouds, you don't see them curving around the ball. You see them go flat and all the way to as far as the eye can see. If you look at my,
I'm not sure about that. I think you can see the different scale and clouds that are further away, and as they kind of drop off and things get blurry off.
You never see clouds curving away from you. You never see clouds curving away from you at all. Never.
Oh no, because you're looking at them flat on. You're not seeing them from the side. But if you were to be in space, then you would see the curve of different cloud formations and atmospheric conditions. Because you're looking at the edge then, but it's impossible to see the edge when you're standing on that sphere.
Well, hold on though. You made an interesting point, but I think you missed that you even said that, and you should pay attention to what you just said. You said that you don't see clouds from the side view as you're looking down to the horizon, but if you're on a globe, you are, that's in all around you. Right, I'm just trying to remind you that you're taking a position. So when you're looking at clouds left to right, that is the position of where you're looking at them down the barrel, so to speak, from your perspective, looking straight away. It's the same thing. So with your logic, that means clouds would look like a rainbow to us left to right, but they don't. If you look east, they look flat going that way. If you look west, they look flat going that way. You never see clouds looking like a rainbow. Go ahead.
No, you don't, because all those clouds are the same distance away from your point of view. So if I look to the left, it's the same distance as if I look to the right. Like that, so where the land, let's say where the land ends is the same distance. If I turn around and look behind me, the land is also the same distance away.
Okay. So you're saying it's okay. So let me get this right. You're saying therefore, the Earth is too big to see a curvature or the effects of it, essentially, right?
Yeah, and I think like the Earth could be a lot smaller than what normies say that it is, and the effect would be the same. Like I think if you're standing on the moon and you looked out at the horizon, you're not going to see a curved horizon, even though the moon is a lot smaller as well. I would expect.
Hold on. You're jumping to the moon, but hold on. Let's stay here on Earth.
Okay, well, yeah, we don't have to argue about that. That's fine.
But here's what I want to get to though. If you are we are told that the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, or 24,901 miles in circumference, right? We'll just say 25,000 to make it easy. You agree to that, roughly?
Look, so yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, now the point is that would you agree then that there should be a mathematical formula to where it has to be dropping at a certain distance away from you, so that way it could make the sphere? Would you agree to that?
Yes, but I will not. I won't be in a position to see that drop.
Okay.
By the nature of the geometry.
It's okay. It's okay. But I'm just walking you down. You're just on a little journey with me here because we're trying to think logically here, and I'm trying to like set it up for you so you could, it really pops out at the end, so you could get what I'm saying. Okay. So
hopefully people listening as well are picturing this geometry in their heads as well, as we're both doing. So we're all hopefully sharing the same geometry, right?
Exactly. I'm painting a picture. So imagine we have this 25,000 mile circumference, and we're saying this is what it is. Okay. Now we have this formula, and it's saying, okay, well then that means we're going to have a measurement, a physical measurement, to where at a certain distance, depending on my height or elevation, I'm going to be able to see this far until that sphere starts to drop away from that position, and we're going to call it like the hidden position. Okay, like everything's going to start hiding behind it. Okay,
So here's the point though. If it's 1.22 times the observer height squared, right? And we're like, okay, well then we have an observation that's 1 foot above the water and seeing at least 10 miles away. Could be more, but we'll just leave it at 10 miles. Do you understand that mathematically that would only be possible if this circumference was 1.6 million miles? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I think, I know this argument that you're making. We see much further than we should, based on,
okay,
whatever the size of the Earth is. I've heard this argument many times. I'm familiar with it. Okay. I think a lot of, but I don't see many of those observations taking place from 1 foot above sea level and things, and elevation plays a lot into it, and also the height of objects on the other side as well. We often see the top of objects and not the bottom of them from those distances. So
okay, well, but there's a reason why, because when you're looking at an object, and let's just paint it like we'll have the bottom of it red, the middle of it yellow, the top of it green. When it's farther away from you, the red is going to disappear before the green, not because it's on a curved surface away from you, because we can make sure and establish that we keep it horizontal position from us and a 90-degree from them to us, to where we have a perpendicular position. We could just utilize how optics works, and visually, optically, the bottom is going, the further away it gets, we're going to have a less and less angle of resolution to it, so it starts to disappear bottom up, because we're not able to resolve.
Yeah, so you're talking about the compression of the bottom of the object.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've heard this argument too. I think it is a different point though, and I'm not going to argue with you too hard on it, because it's not really the point I'm making. Like, what I'm chasing from you is maybe just an acknowledgement that even if the Earth was a globe, we wouldn't see a curve from left to right.
No,
the Earth kind of curving off on the left and curving off on the right because it's a ball. I think a lot of people are mistaken to think that they would see that.
No, I think on the contrary, I think a lot of people are mistaken that it's our eyes that create that hula hoop around us, that curve around us. It's our eyes. Let me put it this way. Have you ever gone fishing?
We don't see that. We don't see that curve around us. The only way we get it is through a camera lens.
No. Actually, hold on. I'm actually going to get there. Have you ever been deep sea? Not deep sea, like you have to go way deep. But have you ever been off the coast fishing?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay. And then have you ever stood on the boat and just did a 360 spin, and you're like, wow, I'm surrounded by just water and there's no land. And it's kind of like a scary moment. You're like, oh my God, this is weird. Okay. But
absolutely. It all looks flat, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but that circle that we're creating is with our eyes. Because, and here's what I mean by that. When you look and there's nothing but water around you, you're going to see, in your peripheral, a curve, okay? But it's not a curve because it's a globe, because if that was the case, that means you're living on baby Earth. If you think you're 35,
Hey, Buck, he's not saying that. He's not saying that.
Yeah. I don't think you do see a curve.
Yeah, so that's fine. So this is the point, right? Fine. 360 degrees, right? It would be horizontal, but that doesn't help the globe. That just says we live on a horizontal Earth.
Well, it doesn't say either. That's the point. I don't think it's good evidence for either of our arguments. Whether on a globe or
it's horizontal. It's horizontal. It's what it is.
Yeah, but if it was, would you agree, sir? Sorry, just to ask you separately, if the Earth was a globe, it would look the same, wouldn't it? It would still be straight line.
Same, but the problem is it's horizontal, and we treat it as such everywhere we go. So at no point is anybody treating this place like a ball, ever.
Okay, yeah. You know, in my everyday life, I certainly don't need to take into account that the Earth is a ball. You know.
No, none of it. None of the spin. It's horizontal, stationary, and closed. That's how we treat it. That's how we live in it.
If you believe in the science and the satellites and all the rest of it and how they work, then you know I think those people need to
believe
take
something.
into account that the Earth is a
There's
ball.
no science. There's no science. There's no satellites. No, none of that. It's all nonsense.
But look, I'm yeah, and I'm not going to get into that argument with you. I'm going to take the small victory that I think is a little victory, which is just that we can all agree that even if the Earth was a globe, that we wouldn't see a curve from left to right on the horizon.
No,
you know,
that's
enough
why,
for me today. That's all I need.
Hold on though. Some guy, hold on. Says who? That's why I was saying what I was saying, because I was trying to address that curve that you're seeing. It's not because it's a globe.
He's not seeing it.
Says who? Hold on. Stop.
He's not.
Says who?
He's saying he's not seeing it.
Please stop. He literally just said it. He just said, "I'm going to take a small victory because it's curving around me because it's a globe." And I'm like, no, that's not what he's saying. No, that's not true. So hold on, Sesu.
Sorry,
hold on. Okay, so let me just finish because he just said that, Sesu. So stop. Okay, so the point is that you're saying that the globe that you see and witness is because there's a curve left to right. You see that curve. But we're trying to tell you, no, this is something that you're establishing with your eyes, because, and this is what the point I was getting to. If you were to put your hands up to your face to cut off your peripheral vision, you won't see those edges curving. And if you spun all around you, all you're going to see is flat, 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 all around you. You're not going to see a curve. Your eyes is what makes that curve.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. So I think the other gentleman, you know, maybe had my point. Yeah, I'm not claiming to see any curves when I look at the horizon.
Wait. Hold on. So now you're changing it.
No,
he's not. You don't understand what he was saying. Like I said before. So, yes, sir, you're correct. You see in 360 degrees around you horizontally. Now, on a ball, that would be correct. It wouldn't be humping right side to side. So, yes, you're correct.
Yeah, that was really like I come back to this room, you know, on occasion, and sometimes I like to listen. Sometimes I get involved. Sometimes it gets more heated.
So where do you see the curve at though?
Well, I see the curve. Yeah, well, from photography, from space, and things like that. You know, which I personally think a lot of those images are real, and they've been taken by people who actually went up there. But you know, I know you guys don't believe that necessarily. That's fine.
No. I'm.
Yeah, so that is the curve to me.
No, I'm not talking about images from NASA. I'm saying, where do you see curve?
Yeah, I don't see the curve. Like, I don't believe that it's possible necessarily. Even if you climb, even in a plane, I don't think you're really high enough to see the curve in the way that.
Okay, so so way earlier when you first jumped in, you said on a basketball, you see the curve. You said you're going to see the curve.
Well, you can see the curve on a basketball because it's so much smaller, and you're looking at the basketball.
No, but you made yourself an ant. Remember, you said if I'm an ant, and then I'm going to see the curve of the ball.
No, I'm saying the ant would not see the curve. Sorry if that was a misunderstanding. I apologize. But
okay,
I'm saying the ant would neither see the curve. Yeah,
that was a misunderstanding. Okay, so now we're back.
Hey, I've got to go. I'm sorry. I've got to
all right. No worries.
jump in the
Just
car
remember,
for a long ride.
Don't worries, but don't forget, you came back to the conclusion that you don't see curve.
Yes,
but yet you believe there's
that was my conclusion at the beginning. But yeah, I think other people here know that's what I was saying from the start. But still, I appreciate the way you've approached the conversation, and yeah, thanks for the talk. It was good.
Till next time.
See you later.
Later. Yeah, he kind of double spoke. That's why before you came here, Sesu, he was saying that you can see the curve. That's how you know. Then that's why I was like walking him down. Like, wait, hold on, okay, so because he put himself as an ant on a basketball, and said you're gonna see that it's a ball.
The curve he's talking about is the horizon. He's saying that's the tangent point. Everybody knows what he was talking about.
From left to right.
No.
Yeah. How do you see a curve if...
Okay, give me the sound clip. Just give me the sound clip.
So just go replay it. I don't want to grab it. Just go listen to it.
Okay, no, if you're going to argue with me about it, I knew what he was talking about. He knew I knew what he was talking about. He knew you didn't know what he was talking about. So...
Yeah, it's whatever. It's a misunderstanding, I guess. Because the way he worded it at first. So, oh well. To say that you can see a curve by looking at a flat horizon, it makes zero sense. That's retarded. When a glober says, "Oh yeah, I can see the curve by seeing a flat horizon," that makes zero fucking sense. He sounds like McToon or Craig now at that point. I could tell it's a globe because it's so flat. That's fucking retarded. And then he talked about the curve. What curve? There's no curve. Other than what your eyes are producing from your peripheral. Made zero sense.
And he also said that you wouldn't see left to right curvature on a sphere. And that might be correct if you're in the middle of the ocean with no landmarks. But if you've got landmarks, they should be curving.
Yeah, we even talked about clouds. He was saying how clouds they also aren't curving. I'm like, well, then where? That's when I said, oh, so you're saying everything it's so big that you can't see the curve. So then why are you saying it's curved if that's not what you're seeing? It's just it's a weird position that globers are taking now as to avoid our reality and just say, well, it's just because you can't see it. When before you can see it with the boat disappearing 3 miles away from you. Like that meme, it shows like the Earth, is too big, you can't see the curve, or boats disappear at 3 miles, which would mean that you can see the curve. Exactly, over fences. He's got that toilet paper Earth going on, or toilet towel roll.
This guy just put that picture into Chat GPT. What is this?
What picture? On side chat?
No, but yeah, Bushinator in the side chat. Looks like he just posted up something from Chat GPT with I think Lao Tzu's picture.
I'm not actually seeing a picture that he posted. I saw a long paragraph he posted.
I think, well, not from Bushinator. I think he inputted Lao Tzu's picture.
Oh, you're talking about
GPT, and then got this.
Oh, I got you.
Oh my gosh. I'm still waiting for his evidence, bro. He's been crying about what is accepted as evidence from flat earthers. The whole time is complaining about definitions of words for over 20 minutes now. I'm asking for evidence for 20 minutes, won't provide not a single thing.
Holy.
They're gonna continue to avoid it because they don't have anything, which is really weird. Because right now, over in Omni server, Craig was over there and asking for flat Earth evidence, doing the same thing that McToon did over there yesterday. And it's like, dude, have they come to that point where they've been defeated everywhere else, but they're still like, prove it to me, guys? Like, wait, what? You've been debunked like for years. You've been getting smashed on. What do they want?
They just need us there.
What?
They just need us over there. That's all they need. They just want content for their YouTube channels.
Yeah, so they can get super chats and yeah. See, it's different. It's different because when they don't do their shows to educate. They do their shows to make money from people to, like they want to make money fighting, arguing, and insulting people. Like it's different than like when you have shows like Nathan's and QE's and guys that are actually like teaching, like educating, like bringing out the truth. Like here, look at it. Here's where it says
What are
here.
you
Here's
talking about, Alpo? Nathan O'Cleony screams at the microphone that everybody's a bloody idiot.
well, the show overall, the content, people will learn from listening to it.
I've had a bunch from Nathan. Nathan's great.
Yeah, Terminus, you bring nothing to this table. Absolutely nothing. And that's the difference from like a Glober to like a flat earther. Like you can sit and listen to Globers talk and learn nothing because they're just regurgitating all the same shit we already learned, and they think they're teaching us something new. Like, dude, we already. That's why we're in our position, because we like realize by knowing this stuff, like, oh wait, that doesn't make sense here, there, and everywhere. So yeah, you have to know it to then not believe it.
So, Eric, did you get that text block from ChatGPT also?
Oh, this will be interesting.
I'm just curious if you're a ChatGPT earther or not.
ChatGPT earther or not. That's funny. Let's see what Terminus has to say. I unmuted you. What do you have to say? And why do you call it an echo chamber? Hold on, just real quick too. Hold on. Just before you start, just as a reminder, you can't call a place an echo chamber as you have been given, like you're being allowed to talk. So just a little reminder. So stop calling it an echo chamber if you're able to come in here and say your opinion about things. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to contest that, and I know you don't want it to be contested, but I'm going to start by saying, is it something I can do? Yes, it's logically possible to do so. Are you saying it's something I can do while it being some accurate statement? Yes, of course I can. And the evidence that we have of what would constitute an echo chamber, that being an incessant mute of people who challenge your view while having a majority non-opposition audience, is definitely going to be observations expected on the hypothesis that
Why
it
did
is
you
an
appeal
echo
to
chamber.
logic about coming in here to speak?
Wow, very, very substantive addition. And that's what I mean by echo chamber. Someone actually posits some counter view and people immediately posture and make jokes. But yeah, don't kid yourself. It's an echo chamber,
I asked you
right?
a question. Why did you appeal to logic about coming in here and speaking?
Appeal to logic about coming in here and speaking? What?
Yeah,
Can you
it's about,
elucidate what
it
you're
has
even
nothing
trying
to
to
do
say?
with, yeah, well, go ahead, keep talking.
I asked a question. Are you going to answer?
I asked you a question. Are you going to answer?
Yeah, I asked a question about your question because your question was incoherent.
No, it's not. I'm asking you why you are coming in here acting like speaking in here has anything to do with logic.
I don't know what you mean acting like speaking in here has anything to do with
logically, I can
logic.
come in here and
I
speak.
didn't make
That
the
doesn't
claim that,
actually make
quote,
any sense.
speaking
That's
in
not
here
coherent.
has something to do with logic under what
Don't you dare overtalk her, and you better watch your fucking tone. Globetard moron. You understand me, Mr. Logic dumb fuck. Before I rip you a new one. Shut your fucking mouth. What's your bestest scientific evidence for your globetard?
Yeah, so moving on from whatever that.
What's your best scientific evidence for your globetard right now?
So moving on from that, Corinne.
Satellites.
Fucking done.
Satellites.
You got
prove the
nothing.
Earth's the globe.
Shut up, Mr. fucking refraction, dumb fucking Eric. What no refraction was, who climbed up your arse, started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire, you dumbass.
No, it's a mirage. It's a mirage.
Define refraction. I don't want examples. Definition right now. Real quick. Go Google that motherfucker.
I'm scrolling up.
Go Google it, you dumbass.
Yeah, that's what I
don't
just
have
did.
an atmosphere, by the way. That's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you'd literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Fuck. Don't you? Do you think you're fucking cloaked? Like you can come in here and just spot off any type of horse shit, Eric the dumb fuck?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you do. You're a fucking idiot.
No, you said the sample.
You don't know what refraction is. I'm still waiting. Am I going to get some chat GPT shit in here so I can rip that ass a new one?
Are you talking about atmospheric refraction?
Atmospheric. I already just... See, you're so fucking stupid. You don't pay any attention. You don't listen. I told you, atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, making it a paradox. Do you understand?
Yeah, but what about hot and...
What about hot? Shut the fuck up. My God. What about hot? What about, like, your sister's not hot. That's for sure.
Terminus just should have conceded that coming in here to talk has nothing to do with logic. Oh, logically, I can come in here and talk to you guys.
Logically?
What is that? Yeah, like that's just a category error.
Well, logically, that's fucking stupid.
It just made me mad because of his condescending tone. Him just going on and on and on. Had nothing to say. Just a lot of talking, nothing to say.
Yeah, I squared his ass away.
We got nowhere fast.
Nowhere doesn't exist.
I'm just so I'm kind of like on edge right now. I want to go in and work out. I'm sitting in the parking lot at the gym, but there's so many people here. I'm used to coming here later, but I want to go in, but I don't want to go in. So I just kind of entered the call here and heard that dumb crap.
Oh, Eric, we're still waiting on your fuckwit definition of refraction that you don't know your ass from a pipe wrench.
Fuck you.
No.
You're mean. I don't negotiate with terrorists.
It's idiot.
My line. There we go.
What's up, Jedi?
Jedi, what is going on with your mic?
Oh boy.
It sounded like one of those lightsabers.
That's what it did sound. You pinpointed it. That's exactly what it sounded like. All right, let's take a look at refraction, Eric. Fuckwit. Maybe we'll educate your dumb ass in here. So let's take a look at this real close. Upload to. I think all we'll need is 3. Holy fuck. All right, so at 33 minutes after the hour, let me define this sumbitch for you. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave and light doesn't bend, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another material. There's not 2 different materials in the Atmo. This is the really important part. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Boundary? There are no boundaries in gases, glue sniffer. As you can see from the depiction and diagram, it has 2 different materials, air and water, and the refraction occurs at the boundary between the 2. Huh. Same diagram with your own Mater Wiki, talking about a boundary. What's up with that? Bye-bye, Eric, the dumb fuck. What's up, Alpha? You got hailstone to death?
Nah, man. We barely missed that. It was to the south and to the north of us.
Watching you. I had you on my radar, literally.
Yeah, it was. I guess it went around us or something. I don't know. It just never manifested.
I'll manifest on you. Manifested in fucking my neck of the woods early this morning.
You had some demon that was headed your way. I saw.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh my god.
That's funny. What's up, Alpha?
What's up, brother? Yeah, the beast was headed towards QE, man. Like straight. It was barreling. Like,
did it hit QE?
No, it was to the south of him. It just like nope.
Just
dude.
Up.
I actually. I was gonna tell you guys a little quick story, but go ahead.
He was talking to me. You want to interrupt with a fucking story?
Yeah, along the same lines about a storm going and then like splitting off, but I'll tell it after. No worries. unless you're okay. I think I should just say it. So hold on, just listen. So in Arkansas, my girl, she was like, "There's like a tornado coming." Like,
your girl?
I got it. Yeah, my woman.
What's his name?
Natasha. So Natasha, she's like, hey, so I got like these warnings. There's like the tornado coming, and I'm like, I looked at the map. I'm like, whoa, like it was a huge, like, you know, like purple represents like the strongest, worst part of it. It was like beelining for her house. And she's like, you know what? I'm just gonna pray, and because she doesn't have like a tornado shelter, nothing. She's like, if it comes here, I'm getting wiped out. But I'm on the radar map. Like it literally, like it's pretty cool. It's like spiritual at this point. That storm like just split right before getting to her house from the satellite view. Like knowing where she's at, like it just split, and it turned into like 2 different, like, you know, like severe, I guess, clouds or whatever, but like still purple and still like, you know, like heavy and had a lot to it. But it was pretty awesome. Matter of fact, let me see if I still have it. And I'll show you, like, no, because then it's gonna dox her. Never mind. But it was crazy. Like that storm literally split her house, and then she was fine. And I was like, whoa, talk about being protected, bro. But anyway,
prayers to the gods of Coriolis worked.
Yeah, there you go.
Who's this bushy nader idiot?
He's scat shank. Tech
Shat shanking.
That's my boy. I can't talk.
Scat kanking.
Bush and you're about a dumb fuck, dude.
Tex skanking.
You're dumber than Terminus.
Cat skanking. That's the
fucking
word.
Clown. Come in here. You get your ass tore up.
You should have saw what I posted in your text and your live feed.
Yeah, I seen it when I went to load up the
I'm
live
surprised you didn't like. I was like, that tornado's gonna blow you out that Wildcat's ass.
No, I didn't see that part. I seen your first message. I responded to it. I didn't check on it later because I was too busy. Oh, you said something about slobber nurses.
Yeah, I said it's gonna take a fleet of slobber nurses to tear me away from this chat.
And I said I needed some tornado and hail slobber nurses to protect me.
Yeah, good God, man. That all that red that was coming towards you, I was like, sheesh.
I woke up to that shit.
You left the chat, Alpha.
Yeah, I'm working. Couldn't stick around. I stuck around for as long as I could, and then fucking work was, hey, you need to hurry up and get over here. I was like, fuck you.
Trying to listen to my boy QE.
My boy.
Yeah, I heard Booger. Or,
Yeah, he did that. He did that peacock refraction.
Yeah, that was pretty friggin' funny.
and then, what was it, Adam, or what's his name? That wants to play, you want to play a chocolate song, and you're like, no, man. Fuck's sakes. Fucking still wanted to play it. He's like, can I put it in your hand for a dime?
Yeah, no, you can't. Fuck that.
Oh my gosh. How much for an order of ribs?
Fuck the cup.
Put it in my hand for a dime.
No, not put it. Pour it in my hand for a dime.
Sorry.
I didn't hear you indict Ben Stein, so anyway, maybe that's
That was long. They're all long.
We actually got through it in the second go, though.
We did. We finished that almost 2-hour video in 2 shows. It's a fucking record.
should indict Matthew Learns, man.
He's a dumbass.
No, I'm pretty smart.
You're
Oh, yeah?
a dumbass.
Any ballers get thrown to the grinder?
During the show or right now?
Well, between whatever time you arrived until now.
Yeah, Eric boot scooted because I challenged him with his fucking refraction horseshit. Then Terminator, that's what the first one I took offense to because he was putting some shade towards Flatsy, so I'd tighten his fucking shot group. Then I asked him, what is his best scientific evidence for his Globetard? And he couldn't come up to the fucking table. What's up, Jetty? You want to interrupt continually, or how's this gonna go?
Sorry, man. I do apologize.
Oh, that Terminus guy, he was saying that logically I can come in here and I can speak. But he was like, he was trying to, like, prove that we're an echo chamber, even though we let him come in here and speak. But he was like, logically I could come in here and speak. And I was like, why did you appeal to logic about coming in here to speak? Doesn't make any sense. And he didn't understand my question.
Yeah, somebody let him know that if he's in here, it's not an echo chamber anymore.
Yeah, I told
it
him
has to be with there's nobody. Yeah, there isn't any opposition.
I just am like finding loathing about the way people speak, especially if they're so haughty-taughty, like, and they have that condescending tone, and then they say some dumb shit like that, and I'm just like, dude, shut up.
I was telling him, Flatsy.
I'm getting so sick of it. I think I'm so ill right now. I want to go in here and I want to go work out and get it done, but there's so many people here.
You know what I was thinking? You said you had a problem with vertigo and that. You don't think it's something that you did that changed, and all of a sudden, you started having that issue?
No, I don't know what it is. I think it's like it may be an infection.
Some new thing?
I don't know. It may be an infection. It may not be. They just kind of gave me everything for it. So I could find whatever issue I'm having. But I'm still kind of struggling with it. But I've driven to the gym and I did fine. I'm operating a motor vehicle just fine. I'm more worried about like if I can get in here and get to work like I usually do at the gym.
I haven't spoken to Jedi. It's been a while, man. Oh, what's going on, Jedi?
Is Mike?
My mic, shut up, man. Not too much, man. Just chilling. I get up to over the weekend. Saw my son playing a five-a-side football tournament. That was pretty cool. They got through to the final. I think that was a good day.
Been busy
But
doing
apart
dad
from
stuff, huh?
Pretty much, man. Over this weekend, yeah. Been busy being daddy.
Right.
Have you swapped your shifts?
Shifts? Yeah. Yes.
I thought so. How you finding it?
Oh, I'm loving it, man. Waking up in the morning, crack of dawn. Feels like I'm normal again.
It's been a while,
Fucking
man.
hell,
How long
bro.
were you on nights? It was like a good
Shit, I
couple
was
of years.
doing that. Yeah, a few years. Yep.
Bloody hell.
There's something about it. I don't know. It just feels right.
Money's good on nights, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit better, but the supervisor I'm talking to was like, we'll get you back up there. We'll get you a little more money. Like, I like how you speak.
Are you picking up cans on the side of the road? Supervised?
Yeah.
No, he's the
Man, it's the only way
supervisor.
to do it. Huh? What? Yeah.
You
Picking
go
up
from
cans
raking
is
leaves to
lucrative,
picking
man.
up cans.
Yeah, on the side of the road.
It's beer cans. You get that deposit money back. You make a lot of money.
No, that's APOC. He usually measures time with the pyramids that he builds.
Dang, APOC, it
Like,
does seem like you might be one of those drinkers that over drinks. Are you an alcoholic?
he doesn't consider himself to be one, so
Oh,
I might say
isn't
that
the
he is,
first
but
step admitting it?
What's that lyric? It says people say I have a drinking problem, but I don't think so. Like I don't have a problem
No,
drinking
it's
at all.
no. That's not how it goes. You messed it all up.
I'm sorry. What is it? Go ahead. Correct.
People say I've got a drinking problem, but I've got no problem drinking at all.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it is.
Yeah, you need that. You got to wear a shirt that says that, APOC.
Right.
In case people ask you, like, just refer to the shirt.
Right.
Boot scooting Aaron, Eric, you come back. You figure out what refraction is yet, dumb fuck.
I don't think he ever boot scooted. I think he's been here.
Oh, he boot scooted. I had my eye on him. Your mic's open. We can hear you breathing.
Is that you breathing?
All right, guys, I'm about to just suck it up and go in here. I've got some pent up
where?
frustration. The
Went to
gym.
the gym.
I'm just sitting out here in the parking lot talking to you guys.
Procrastinating. Okay. Yeah.
No, trying to see if I can like wait out these people in here.
Why?
Flatsy, just uplift everybody. It'll make you feel better.
A 5 foot tall female doing that. That'd be funny.
Oh yeah. Just go squat 225. You got this.
Oh boy. All right. You guys have fun. I may be back later. I'll
Good
see.
luck.
Oh, thanks.
Bye. Go get that money.
Take care, Fats.
Money.
And for people that are wondering, working out is equivalent to go get that money. Getting that money.
You already won the Dumb Fuck of the Year award. Mr. Chat Skank Bushynator. Fucking clown. Go back to your cake decorating threads. Why are these people allowed to chat skank and not enter the VC? Do I
There's
have
actually
the
a way
power
to suppress that.
Is there a way? How can I do that?
In here, there is. Not in the other one.
Taken
Someone
care
knows
of.
how to do that.
Taken care of.
Yeah, you just right click on their name or what? Is that how you do that?
No,
do
you do a / and then type in TEX and then it'll pop up like text suppress, and then you'll hit enter and then they'll ask for the user. You just type their name in and then it says time and you click how long. I just put 3 hours. That's the most that we can do. And then if you want to ban them, you just put a question mark, FE ban space, put the @ with their username, and then hit enter or done. And then it'll pop up in the chat, but then it'll disappear. And then down below us in the 24/7 in the DC what's it called? It's called the Flat Earth Discord, the DC mod chat. You'll see it'll tell us like that person's been banned from our channel. But it's question mark FE ban.
I'd rather just fucking mute him.
I muted him already.
Into the break. That's really good. I was into Jim Croce the past couple days. It's ironic that you put that in here. Little walk back in time. I was checking out a bunch of songs by Croce.
Latest shit from FTFE.
The Booger Eater.
He said that the effect creates the force of gravity.
Yeah, he's been saying that for years. He's a fucking moron. He's a booger eater, dude.
Hey, Albo, were you over there in Omni's server with them?
Then I was just there for like a few seconds, and Omni muted me when I asked him the question.
Did you ask them how did those boogers taste?
I didn't get a chance.
Did you post the gift?
Oh,
I don't see how anybody could take him seriously and like debate at any capacity with that clown.
Yeah.
Like
He's
I would just put the fucking GIF on my avatar and just go in there and just be like, hey, you know, I'll have a talk with you, and just stay there while the GIF just keeps replaying. Like,
did somebody post it in there while he was there?
I don't think so. They would have
Why the
deleted it
fuck
right away
not?
anyway.
Yeah, they over. I mean, I think T-Dub posted a middle finger and they just perma mute him.
Dude,
You should
that's
ask
the
them.
super chat.
You should ask them, is there science behind using the pinky as opposed to your pointer finger?
He's finished. I don't even know why anyone listens to him from the first day he was out here, but after that display, it's all over.
His example was the Coriolis effects create the Coriolis force.
He doesn't know what the fucking Coriolis effect is.
I couldn't even get past him eating his own burger. Like everything is moot after that.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, I don't even want to speak to you, man. Like you're a person who actually crunches on his own green mucus. Like,
yeah,
that's not.
Don't want to speak to him. Yep.
God.
This fucking clown. He doesn't know the difference between angular velocity and tangential speed. Many, many, many years ago, he fucking screwed the pooch. It doesn't matter. They could just fucking respawn. He is so fucking stupid. I'd put him right around Brenda territory. That's how stupid he is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Easy. He might be below. That dumb fuck.
After eating
Bring his
burgers,
dumb
I would
ass.
say.
Go grab his dumb ass and bring him in here. The bugger.
I left the server right after they muted me.
He's doing like a I guess like a live stream for as long as possible, as long as he gets super chats. So when you add a super chat, it extends the time that he has to stream. It's like it's the weirdest e-begging I've ever heard. Like he's like, if you want to keep me talking, pay. Like what? Who does he think he is that he's that important and people? But
Well, he needs his buggers. Like Matthew. Matthew, are you a bugger eater?
No, I'm not.
Not at all.
Why not? I mean, everyone comes in there and says, don't all flat earthers believe this shit? Well, what about all globetards? We got a globetard eating his boogers. So you're a globetard. You must eat your boogers.
That's irrational.
Why do people come in there and then stereotype us? Why can't we stereotype your dumb?
They're irrational.
It's not irrational. It's a fallacy. But why can't we do it to you?
You can if you want to.
Yeah, we will.
You
Shit.
like us?
Yeah, hell yeah. Eric, you're a booger eater, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, Eric. Eric, the dumb fuck.
Someone else hear something?
What's refraction, dumb fuck? You boot scooted. After I exposed your dumb ass. You're done. You got nothing to say. What's your bestest scientific evidence for your globetard, Eric?
Satellites.
Satellites? That's the wrong fucking answer. What you should have said was, QE, that's a malformed question. You see, natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing on the second grade retard altar.
It's worse than that. He thinks that satellites are science.
That's not worse than what I just said.
Your satelloons.
Satelloon. Listen to you. Are you retarded? Really? You're way, you're punching so far above your weight. Just get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads. They'll probably laugh you out of there. You have no honor. You have no code. And God's watching.
God's my boy.
Thank goodness we got St. Augustine to set the record straight. Hey, Matthew?
You remember that? He's like, what? What the? What? Huh?
Well, you know how Genesis is just, poetic language and.
Oh, now I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, I was wrong about that. He's a young Earth creationist, St. Augustine. I think he believed in a 10,000, 6,000 year creation.
Harris, can he validate what he said?
I don't remember where I saw that. No.
Who cares? Who cares what he said? Can he validate it? That's the most important thing, right? Because any doofus can fucking say anything, right? Like you, Matthew.
Yeah, I'm not as smart as Aquinas, though, so I wouldn't call him a doofus.
Thomas Aquinas. What's he known for?
Systematic theology.
Systematic theology. Is there a system to theology?
There wasn't before him, but he said, hey, let's just put all the facts into an organized system.
Oh, that's amazing. And then what was his conclusion?
I don't know if he came up with a specific conclusion. He's like, here's all the things we know about God. Here's all the things we know about man, about sin, about creation. He just sort of systematized the whole thing.
Systematized. It's amazing.
So he's the first guy that came out with in conclusion, huh? That's what he led with. In conclusion.
In conclusion. Jetty, you're all fucking moot.
Good.
Oh, shit.
Matthew's just making me laugh, that's all. with his guy who's putting things into categories and reaching a conclusion.
Oh yeah,
I know all the names, Augustine, Aquinas, and all those guys. I just can't specifically recall what they did, so I really don't need to know. I'll just put their claims to the test. Simple.
What is Thomas Aquinas' most notable sayings, Matthew?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I know the name. I can't place him.
I have a question, Matthew. Did he do that only for one particular denomination, or is that like more like a broader, like, you know, just overall? Because at the end of the day, it's just like it's organizing doctrine at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was organizing doctrine. They didn't quite have the same kind of denominations as we think of today. They had different regional churches, but I don't know if they would have called it denominations.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. Sounds like he's like, no, we're gonna teach it this way, and then it becomes like extremely dogmatic at that point.
Influential guy, huh?
It makes sense too. Like if you think about it, like all the Calvary chapels, like they all have the same, you know, doctrine, I guess. Yeah. So that must have been maybe
St.
systematically.
Thomas Aquinas from Price of Adam says, to one who has faith, no explanation is necessary. Well, God said, prove all things.
That's true.
Did Thomas Aquinas forget about that?
Yes, he did.
He also went on to one without faith, no explanation is possible. What's up with this? Was he in the explanatory powers and shit?
Fresh Glober.
Like your average village idiot, I was supposed. The things that we love tell us what we are. What?
Kind of like
love. I'm not done yet. Love takes up where knowledge leaves off.
that doesn't.
Was he hooting on a fucking bong or something?
Yeah, he was inside of his own head for sure.
Well, that thing, I don't know if it's attributed to Thomas Aquinas. I just took a price I had him. You could tear that shit up easy. With scripture, by the way.
I can kind of understand what he means by the things that we love tell us what we are. Like, for instance, like people that love football, like then usually that their life in some way is, revolving around that most of the time.
I love I like fantasy football. Define love.
True. True. It's good. He is making it way too deep. Well, what version of love? There's like
it's just
4 different ones.
I don't think it's deep. I think it's abstract. He's not putting any. There's no cowbell to that.
Yep.
What does he mean? It's not
a nothing burger. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I'll go ahead and look them up.
Some people love poodles. Does that mean they're a poodle?
St. Thomas Coin. How do you even spell it? There you go. Oh, he's an Italian priest. As a doctor of the church. Huh? From Wikipedia. Thomas Aquinas is considered one of the Catholic Church's one of the Babylonian Church's greatest theologians. Fuck off, Aquinas.
Of course.
Of course, Babylonian. I was kidding. Now it all makes sense.
Stanford Encyclopedia. Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274. He didn't live too long. The greatest figure of the 13th century Europe in the 2 preeminent sciences of the era, philosophy and theology. That sounds like science to me. Catholic is the preeminent spokesman, the Franciscan media. St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas is the preeminent, a lot of fucking preeminence, spokesman of the Catholic tradition of reason. Where did the Catholic tradition come from, Matthew?
Well, they split with the Eastern Orthodox Church a long time ago.
No. Where did it come from? Not where they split. Where did it originate?
From the original apostles in the Bible?
Nope. That's fucking proby.
I mean, you can say it started there.
I tracked the some bitches. I tracked when. What the fuck was his name? The cylinder guy. Oh God, so many years ago. When he defeated Babylon, Media Persia. What was his name?
Darius?
Cyrus. Is it Cyrus? Yeah, Cyrus. Yeah, Cyrus. There's a lot of Daniel in this, but don't worry about that. So I tracked him. Because the Babylonian, shut the fuck up. The Babylonian priesthood was disbanded. You know that Daniel was part of that priesthood. Do you know that?
Well, I think he was still a believer in the God of Israel, so I don't know how much he was into it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. We don't know how much he was into it, but they put him in the priesthood. You know that's a hereditary priesthood, right? Yeah.
I don't know much about it. I didn't know it was hereditary.
So I tracked these glue sniffers throughout history from when Cyrus dealt them a death blow. I tracked those some bitches where they went. They were all together, right? They finally ended up. Guess where they ended up?
Probably Rome.
Yep. So the Catholic religion, it is a religion, comes from the Babylonians.
100%.
Yep. It's 100%. Yep. Definitely. I went at it like 6 different fucking directions.
Have you ever heard about Sylvester II, the Pope?
I'm not into popes, man.
Seems that he's a demon worshipper.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. He's Babylonian.
Yeah, don't you see like their getup that they wear? I mean, it's all like pagan worship from their position.
They're talked about in Revelation 17. It has a picture of them right there. Read Revelation 17. God paints a picture of them right there. That's where they're at.
Very true.
I know it's really true, but you'd have to be on a fucking bong in a coma not to fucking recognize it.
Still on the ball.
It makes sense too. Like why he warned his disciples, like, you know, it's going to come from within. The enemy's going to come from within. And yeah, look at it. It came from, which is the church, quote unquote. And look what they pushed out. They pushed out the heliocentric model from their own archbishops.
They dropped anchor. Those Babylonians, the priesthood, dropped anchor in the island of Pergamos for quite some time. What is the island of Pergamos known for?
It's that not where John was it?
Nope.
No. Sounds like Pergamon. Is that somewhere in Greece? Seat of Satan?
Yep.
I knew it rang a bell.
In fact, they had it in Berlin. They brought the whole fucking seat to Berlin.
Yeah. Also known as the seat of Zeus. Or
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's where they dropped anchor there for a while before they went on to Rome.
So then they're worshiping Zeus.
Well, not Zeus, but Satan.
Almost.
Yeah, and and you're right, because in Revelations 2, it talks about
Revelation, not Revelation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In Revelation 2, it talks about Pergamum.
Yeah.
And then, oddly enough, it's like they're criticized for teaching false, for allowing false teachings and ideology to exist to begin with. Totally reminds me of the Roman Catholic Church today. They're like, it's okay to do this and this and that and that. It's like everything against the Word of God. It's like they're going to be held to that same standard. So definitely, it's talking about them.
Yeah. There it is.
That was
There it is.
It was
right there.
It was Revelation 2:12-17. That's when Jesus is addressing the letter to the church.
Letters.
And it was letters to the churches, the 7 churches. But that one letter that was sent to them was commending them for their faithfulness despite being persecuted. That's where Satan had his throne. And also criticizing. Yep. Criticizing some of the members for following teachings of Balaam and the Nicolaitans.
Yeah.
So it was not everybody was on board with being faithful and being persecuted.
Sure. Yep. Yep.
Dude, that's an awesome photo you posted. Like, look at that craftsmanship.
Oh yeah.
That is awesome. They just don't make stuff like that no more, do they? Anymore.
We got 3D printers now, boy.
3D printers. This came from the hands of humans.
You got evidence for that?
They had 3D printers back then.
Do you think wind, waves, and erosion fucking sculpted this shit?
This guy.
Come on.
Dude, seriously, man.
You weren't there.
Okay. So what's your argument for it not happening? What's your argument for it not being people that made this? Go ahead. What's your argument?
Well, there's no historical records of it being made.
So how did it happen?
Just appeared.
What the fuck?
That's his argument.
Is that Eric, the dumb fuck?
Shut up, terrorist.
Terrorist.
That's a zinger.
He mixed up with somebody else. Terrorist to the Globetard. Yeah, okay. I can deal with that, yes.
Yeah, so what is your argument? Was that the best argument you had for this wasn't made by people?
Yes, that's the best that he got.
Basically, yeah.
Basically.
He said basically.
So basically, your argument is that you don't know who made it, or is it just can't be people?
Basically.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
So or you can say you don't know.
It's either humans constructed this, some bitch, or nature did. It's the only 2 choices.
What if they poured it into a mall?
What if they?
Wow.
Again, people.
Maybe it was robots.
Don't give the game away, Alpha.
Oh God. It'll take forever and a day for him to actually think about what he just said.
Or it was aliens.
Aliens?
Say again.
Our reptilian overlords.
Panspermium, fucking idiot.
Reptilian overlords.
Yes.
Are those the kind that are hanging upside down? FTF's nose. The ones he's trying to get out with his pinky.
The ones they're hanging upside down. That's fucking bad. Oh boy.
Don't you know that reptilians come from Planet X?
Shut the fuck up.
Who the fuck is this guy and why is he still talking?
I don't know. Shut the fuck up. You're boring me.
By the
We
way,
have to cordon you off to protect everyone from your ignorance. We don't want that shit spreading.
Paraplegic's in the chat asking to help Platter to get in the server. He's having some phone number problem, as well as other people have, I suppose.
All at once?
I don't know. He's in the chat asking if a mod can let Platter in.
How do you let him in?
I have no idea.
I think Heretic's here. I don't know. Heretic, if it's something that has to be done, or can anybody just let these guys in, or how's that work? Like taking somebody's text perms away is not even intuitive in the least. Like you have to do all kinds of things, man. It's like long ass rigmarole just to get somebody fucking text suppressed.
Fuck it. Yeah, I'd rather clean the bathroom. Fucking slash @ sign, fucking space bar. Fuck it.
When it comes to the number, like verifying, that is the server owner has to click on Platter's name and allow him to join as if he's verified, but it's up to the discretion of the owner. Only the owner can do that.
Who's the owner of this?
I don't even know of this place. I don't know, but like to get verified, to dodge that, only the owner can slip you in. You know, like, oh yeah, I'll let him come in without being verified.
Like a bouncer at a nightclub and shit. All right, go on, man. Go on in.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in. You are not dressed correctly, and your feet stink, and you don't love Jesus. So go ahead, leave.
Yeah. I used to do that over at my server too. Like people that
but dude, it's the phone verification thing. Like, that's what it is. It's preventing them from
creating stock accounts and being stupid about it. Yeah.
Perhaps.
What was that one guy's name? He had 15 accounts, and so you would kick him, and then he'd just join under another one. You kick him, so then that's when that verification comes in clutch, because then unless he has 15 phone numbers and he could validate it, then sure, go ahead, be that much of a troll. But it did when you do that, it stops a lot of those types of people because they're they don't want to deal with it. I'm not gonna.
Hey, isn't that lady that Paraplegic posted, the one that QE shellacked that one time? She never returned back. That's that lady, right? That one, or no?
I'm not sure. When did he talk to her?
That was back in the day.
Was it a debate or?
Well, I mean, probably. He made mention of it. And I think this was the.
Yeah, he said a couple things, but then she was gone forever. I like posting shit just to push his buttons. Yeah.
Most of the Globers come on during the day, though. I feel. Nighttime is really. Mainly, I think nighttime is probably handled better on the politics server instead of the politics of religion. Gets hopping over there, so.
Wait, so that kind of reminds me, does any of the mods or whoever, do you guys know, what the process is for, getting a server or a channel like this to be one of the main ones on politics? Because, you guys used to have, your own server called 24/7, right? So how does that process work? Because I would assume, especially a topic like flat Earth, maybe the owners or whoever of politics wouldn't want to be associated with such a controversial topic. So how did that process work? Actually be here.
Talk to the owner. Well, the owner has to invite and know the parameters by which the room is going to be run, and so long as they're okay with that, and we police, what happens in this forum, and watch that TOS isn't broken, then it's pretty much good to go after that.
Okay, I see. So, but did someone initially reach out and be like, "Hey, we have our own server," but
that was established. Was it Doobie? I think.
I was just gonna say, is Doobie still doing that? Is he still part of that team?
I mean, yeah, I know he's a hard-nosed atheist, but he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I'll have every conversation on this server if I could.
Yeah, Doobie gave me a role where I could go start a room down there in that server.
Fucking, I need that fucking mug.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. That's right. You want to do something separate, huh?
Yeah, I want to do a little something separate.
Yeah, so. I could start you have to have the permission to do it, to open it up.
What's the role for that?
I don't even remember, but he did it so that way you could. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm misspeaking. There's two different things in that server. Who we're talking to? Rebel. You have guest rooms, right? That you can create, but you have to have a permission to do that, and then you have the channels of the server. So that's why 24/7 Flat Earth is a channel in the server. It's not necessarily. Wait, let me double check. I might be misspeaking because I think it's different.
Into the Break is.
Oh no, it's a guest room. Yeah, it is a guest room. Okay, so as a guest room, you have to have this special permission to do that, to create a guest room.
You hear me? I said Into the Break's running loose over there in politics. He's unmuted. He's probably.
Dude, he was going at Craig over in Omni's server earlier.
No shit.
Yeah. And then Craig's like, Craig had him muted. He's like, I don't want to deal with him. You can mute him. He told Omni to mute him, and then Omni's like, I'll unmute you when Craig leaves.
Wait, has this VC always been in politics and religion? For some reason, I assumed it was in politics.
We have both, this one and the other one.
Oh no shit. Okay, so they're both pretty much the same.
Yeah,
I see. Okay,
same people, same format. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
And we got the Glober channel that's trying to be like us over there, 24/7 Glober. That's so stupid, dude.
Who set that up? Do we know?
They hate us because they ain't us. No, I don't know.
It was zero people.
Might be Peter or some bullshit. Yeah. Fucking idiots.
Well, they have their echo chamber.
Where's that?
That's the Omni one. Omni created it. Since Rob failed and since what's his name failed, they kept trying to create it. Peter failed.
Yeah, they don't have what we have. We have the logistical means by which we can uphold a room like this. It can stay 24/7 because there's somebody always manning it. Which props to Crit because he's that one that's always in there. He's a real one. So yeah, him. You need to have a mod that's in here so that the people can see the channel. Number one, and number two, you got to have people that are going to be active and having conversations that know what they're talking about. They don't have that. They don't have the recipe for a channel that's going to be populated like we do. So that's what I'm saying. We've curated a format by which it doesn't matter what time of day you're in here, there's always a conversation happening. and because we're mostly large group of us is like-minded. I mean, we keep it focused and engaging. So
Wait, who are you referring to when you say they?
what do you mean?
You said they can't or don't have it set up like us. Like, who are you talking about?
The Globers. They're trying to do a mock channel like our channel over there in politics.
Oh, really? Oh, I see. Really? Okay.
Yep. There's a room that says 24/7 Globe Earth.
Really?
Yes.
I don't think I ever noticed that. Interesting.
Yeah, it's further down the list. You'll see it. It's an empty channel. There's nobody in there. Like nobody wants to be there listening to Rob go on and on. Like, can you imagine listening to Globers drone on? Like, there's no end to their fucking stuff that they're saying. Like, they're always interrupting each other. Like, it'd just be a shit show.
Can't think of a workplace, to be honest with you. A room just filled of, I don't know, eggshells, Dazza.
Oh my god.
Noxious. Who else? Castle King. Yeah, all of these.
Been there twice. Imagine a time where they're talking about the Earth in any capacity.
They should name it 24/7 Globe Cult. Because it's just a fucking cult, man. That's all it is. And then I think their main point is to talk about what we're talking about. So
that's true.
I don't even see it. Is it one of the guest rooms or like make your own room thing?
hold on, man. Let me see. It might have went away. Who knows?
It's in here, Mickey.
Yeah, and here underneath
Oh
the
shit! It's not in. It's not over there too.
Oh,
are you serious?
No, they tried one like a year ago, maybe, or more, but it died. It's in here.
What's the one in here doing? Are they got some folk in there?
They got zero.
No, they just started that. It's Rich Evans' little party room.
Rich Evans.
Oh,
yeah, they made a timeout room for them. So when they get kicked out of here, they just go over there like a timeout room, like kids. You're grounded.
What do you mean?
Close the room.
It's linked. It's linked to this room.
The coping session.
No, it's in this politics and religion server.
No, but what I mean, if they get kicked from here, they get put over there. Like
No.
I'm saying they made a room for them to go to when they get kicked out of here.
I bet you they would wish that would be the case. Like if there was some way like the trap door would just like open up and they wind up in that channel.
They're like, hey, how'd I get here?
Yeah, I'd be like, dude, you're here like the rest of us? Okay. We'll talk about it. Who messed you up? APOC with level? Oh yeah, of course. He's a bitch. Don't worry about it.
It's essentially the new CogDis, I think.
Once the bot figures out their fucking average IQ below 3, then they automatically get fucking siphoned right to that room.
Trap door opens.
It's like purgatory right there.
Yeah.
Pergamos.
Yeah. If you guys want to go look at their side chat, they don't even talk about the Earth. They just complain about us the whole time.
Are you serious? Damn.
Yeah, bro. You can go scope it out for yourself, man. It's pretty funny, actually.
You're making it sound interesting. I'll walk in there and be like, "So, what are you booger eaters talking about?" Mute.
Yeah.
It would make them feel warm and fuzzy all over to do that. I bet you they hate that. They have to come in here and get muted just to want to get us to go over there.
Right. And they're always like trying to tell us, like, come over here. Just come talk to us over here.
Wait, so either I'm blind or slow because like I'm not sure if I see it. What's the name of the room?
24/7 Globe.
Yeah, if you look in the side chat.
24/7 Globe Earth Reality. Oblivion's down in there right now.
Yeah, it's posted in
No,
the
he's
side
not
chat.
anymore.
Check it out.
He fucking vacated.
Is there any way can somebody like
In
send
the
me.
side chat, check the side chat. There's
Yeah.
a link to it. It says join voice.
Okay.
Yeah, it's linked at 26 after.
Rayleigh Criterion posted it.
Okay, I see that now, so I'll check it out. But have you guys noticed that sometimes I don't know, maybe it's like a phone app thing, and not like it doesn't happen on the desktop. But like I've noticed, like it's a little. There tends to be like a bit of a discrepancy of which rooms I see at which times. Like sometimes I have to be mutual friends with somebody to see that.
Oh, you know what? You know what? You might not be seeing it because no one's there in it, maybe, and you and your channels and roles, you would have to click that you want to see it. I think maybe.
Maybe.
So if you go to like channels, or like you're saying how the like on your phone at the top where it says server guide, then channels and roles, if you click on that and you go to all channels, then put a check mark as you scroll. You're gonna see 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Okay, that's us. And if you scroll down more, all the way at the bottom, you're going to find 24/7 Globe Earth Reality. And then click on it. And then when you go back, you'll see it right underneath the us. Like when you look at the page again.
Yeah, well, you know what's okay, so that was good advice, but I just checked, and apparently according to like the settings as how it was, but when I just checked, apparently I've been following all debate channels, as it calls it, debate community channels. Like it was already checked off. In other words,
okay.
But, how many? I see one below us that it says like 57 people, but I can't click on it. Is that it?
You might be locked out of it. Maybe it's like a special role you need to get in there. I don't know.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what will happen if I click on the link that Rayleigh just sent in the side chat.
It should send you to that room.
Go ahead and join it, man. We got Heal. Heal just joined the chat. What's up, Heal?
Well, what does the subtitle say? Ever get the feeling of something what? It doesn't
What you talking
show.
about? Yeah, ever
It
get the
doesn't
feeling that something isn't right?
Yeah, man.
Well, it's good. Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
I knew a guy that said the Earth was flat, and he was very popular. He was like a heliocentrist, I think.
So, yeah, that guy. But do you think the Earth's a globe?
Oh, maybe if you're on like peyote or something, probably it's flat, but I don't think so.
Peyote. So when you
Yeah.
go outside and you go to the beach and you see a flat horizon, are you on peyote?
No.
Okay, well it's flat. So what's that mean?
You think it's flat?
No, I don't think it's flat. I'm observing a flat horizon. What are you observing?
The horizon?
Yes. Hello?
I don't study. I don't study all this.
Study?
I
No.
Yeah.
We're not studying. We're just looking. Off in the distance. That doesn't require study. You just look. I see a flat horizon. What do you see?
It curves.
Really? You see a curve?
The horizon curves to the left, and over there to the right.
It
goes
curves
down.
to the left. And to the right too?
And forward, northwest, east, south. It's going down.
So forward, northwest, east, south. You just started throwing everything in the pot, huh? Mixing it all up. All right. By how much?
Is bro actually a Christian?
No. Don't derail. I'm working over here.
I know, it's just a side tangent. My bad.
Yeah, I'm working over here.
This guy's working on me. He's working on me. No.
I'm trying to, but Rebel Anders just like threw a big old brick in the middle of my glass window. All right, so how much is it curving by? That curve that you saw.
See, that's why I have to go study and do the
Really?
calculation.
Well, you just said it looks that way. I don't see that. Looks like a flat horizon to me.
I mean, from my perspective down here, as I'm standing and sitting, it's going down.
Standing and sitting at the same time?
If I stand or sit, whichever.
Okay.
It's going down.
It's going down, huh?
It's the horizon right above me.
Yeah.
It looks
Above
like
you. Sir, we're looking horizontal across the surface. Does that make sense?
Okay.
All right. So when you look horizontal across the surface, looks flat. Hello?
Like right above me, it could be
Above you? No,
Yeah,
sir.
right above my-
Horizontal across the surface, like when you look straight on. Directly in front of you. Horizontally.
Okay, so the horizon is flat.
Yeah. You don't observe that?
That is not the Earth, no.
Yes.
The horizon is the Earth.
Yeah, dude. The horizon is the parent place where the sky meets the earth. Yes.
Okay, it's Google says no. The horizon is not the Earth. The horizon is the line where the
It's
Earth
not-
surface and the sky. seems to
Yeah,
meet.
dude. But it's where the horizon. The horizon is where the sky and the earth meet. So it's when you're looking upon the horizon, do you notice the earth there?
Even within his chat GPT quotation, it contradicted itself. No, the horizon isn't the Earth curve. It's where the Earth, sorry, the horizon isn't the surface of the Earth, and then goes on to say that it's the Earth, and where it apparently meets the sky. So even his little site contradicts.
NationalGeographic.org. The horizon is the line that separates the Earth from the sky.
Yeah.
The Earth. Then.
So the earth.
It's not the Earth. It's saying here NationalGeographic.org. It's not the Earth.
It says the Earth.
So when you see the horizon, the earth's not visible?
It's the Earth.
Heel. Come on now. When you see the horizon, is the earth visible? Hello.
Yeah, I guess so, man. Yeah, you got me on the spot
Okay.
here.
All right. We're getting somewhere. So when you see that earth, right, at the horizon, looks pretty flat, huh? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
I think we got different definition of what the Earth is.
Different definition. I didn't define. I'm just telling you what you see. Yeah? What you look at. You didn't study. You didn't do anything. You're not eating a box of cookies. You're not doing anything. You're looking at the horizon. And from this vantage point, looking horizontally across the surface, the earth looks flat. Right at the horizon.
Just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is, maybe.
Oh my God, Rebel Landers. I'm going to have to mute you. Shut up. Is he a Glober, by the way? Not really sure.
Sounds like a Glober.
That was a Glober comment, so. Heel? I'm going to tend to you in just a moment, Rebel Landers. Even if you boot scoot, when you return, I'll still tend to you. So, Heel?
I don't
What
want
we
to
got, man?
offend you, man. I don't want to offend your belief or nothing, man. So please don't mute me for whatever I say, man. Like,
I'm not. What do you think?
I don't know, man. I think the Earth is round, man.
If you think it's round, it's not observed. You didn't see it. We covered that. When you look at the horizon, the earth looks flat. Doesn't look round. So observation of the earth, from the ground level. Is this very difficult for you, Heel, to actually think about? Because your natural observation of everyday, real world, physical and natural observations is of a horizon, and the horizon shows the earth as flat. Are we missing something? There's tons of image. There's tons of images in the text channel right now that you could look at. Same thing that I'm telling you right now. We good, homie?
So the viewpoint is flat.
Absolutely. Well, you don't think so?
But not the actual Earth.
That is the Earth, sir. See the water and the image in the text chat? See that beautiful blue water? The horizon is where the sky and the Earth meet. Looks pretty flat, huh? The Earth. Heal?
Yeah, man, sure.
Okay, bro. I mean, it's obvious, brother. But like, you've been told that it's a globe, so I mean, I get it. You're a little bit resistant to actually just speaking truth. So it's not your fault, man. But I mean, when it's time to pony up with the truth, it's like that's all it is. It's all we observe. Now they told you it's a globe, but in no way did they give you a way that it's been measured, no way that they give you that it's been observed, and no way did they give you that it's been practically used. So really, it's just a claim that can't be substantiated in any way. Not by observation, not by measurement, and damn sure not by practical use. We got a problem, man.
It sounds like an ambiguous dilemma. Another one.
Well, it's not ambiguous, but what it is it's a belief system. And it seems like a lot of people are drinking the Kool-Aid. But what I'm telling you right now, the most obvious truth is that the physical and natural world observations every day, man, when you walk upon this earth, you see a horizon, right? Like in the watery parts of the earth, you see a horizon that displays a flat earth. It's pretty flat, dude.
Rebel Andress is a flat earther.
Yeah, well, his Glober comment didn't qualify him as that. So,
well, I mean, according to his post, I would assume.
Anyway, do you have any questions, Heel?
No, man, I don't. I'm usually just listening to what y'all talk about.
Hey, you're welcome to, man. But appreciate you being a bit cordial, and yeah, stick around. And I just want to talk, like when I ask you these things, dude, it's just obvious stuff, you know. It ain't like I'm getting you to think about calculations or anything like that. Just focus on the simple things first, and then we can move off to other things if you have any questions. So, all right. So, Rebel Andress.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? Sorry, I was just, I mean, the guy was just taking so long to respond. I thought maybe I'd LARP a little bit, give him some more.
We got enough devil advocates. We got enough devils in here. We don't need advocates. Yeah. There's enough of them running around. We don't need you to pretend to be one of them. Stay on this side because the firing line is hot, sir. And you're going to get caught in the middle and probably get some shrapnel your way. You don't want that.
Okay, fair enough. Now, let me, can I ask you something?
What?
One Glober, I was making the same kind of argument you were just doing with the horizon and stuff like that. And he told me, and the Glober's response to me was, well, it's because, from our local perspective, sure, it may look flat, but we don't have access to like the bigger scale on how things would look, more so for like the entirety of the earth or like more than what we can see. Okay. And an analogy that he used was, I actually found it quite interesting because I actually did have the material in my house at that time to actually try this out. What he told me was to get a ball and a little pin, like these little pins with like the end to it. I don't know how to describe it. But they have like a little pin, but on the top side, there's like a little place where you can hold it. And if you press the pin into the ball, there's a flat side that will actually end up being flush with the spherical surface of that ball. Do you know the type of pin I'm talking about? I don't know what they're called. I know there's like
Did you say pin or pen?
Pin, like a little, has like a needle at the end.
I'm not really sure what you're speaking of.
I can't. Can I turn on my camera on this VC or no?
Is he talking about like what you put in a cork board, like a push pin or a tack?
Oh, who was it? Exactly. Yeah, like exactly.
push pin?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, so you know on like one side of it, like if you push the pin all the way into the cork board, there's like a flat side that like meets up with it, right?
A flat side of the cork board?
Well, no, like, okay, the push pin has a flat side that limits how far you can push the pin into the cork board, right?
Okay.
Okay, so the guy was saying, look, because you can push the pin into not just a cork board, but into a spherical, onto the spherical surface of a ball, and it'll actually end up being flush on top of that ball. That's the reason why the Earth looks flat to us, because the
yeah, but hold on. That's such a train wreck of an analogy, man. I swear. I don't know who told you this, but it's so stupid to equate the Earth to that thing, a push pin. Did they honestly kind of stump you with this, Rebel Andrews?
No, I mean they didn't. No,
sounds like it, dude.
No,
it really does.
It just reminded me of what someone told me. Like I'm just relaying like the global ideology as to
then I want you to articulate how you got out of it. Let me see if you got anything out of it. What would your response be to that? I could tell you, but I think that would be way too easy. I want you to.
Well, I can tell you.
How would you figure your way out of that?
Well, I can tell you what I said. Right? It wouldn't be what I say. I can just tell you what I said, and I told them that. We're not like humans right now. We're not limited to our like small local perspective from like standing at sea level. We have technology like on drones and high weather balloons that allows us to see beyond what the typical normal human perspective of just our naked eyes would allow us to see from just standing at sea level. So I told them that it didn't work, right? Because we have technology and everything else that can allow us to see much further than what the normal naked eye vision would have you see.
Little pro tip, man. You just carried a burden that you didn't need to carry. Little pro tip. That's what you just done. By doing all that, you just took a burden that wasn't yours. He got you to engage with something that was not analogous to the Earth, and on top of that, you willfully engaged in it. So basically, he's going to tie you up in knots by his sophistry. Unbeknownst to you, because it sounded like you walked right into this. Most of the younger flat earthers, they want to engage in every possible, conundrum that gets thrown their way. But it's much more simpler than that. You don't have to do all of that. The burden is his to carry. He's using something that's not analogous to the Earth. You get it? He got you to carry a burden about having to prove at least your position of like, because he gave you a response. Now it was your turn to like tell him how that doesn't work, and you engage. So it's like,
Well, why does the sun set in the Arctic?
So you have to go through it with him, and say, you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. This analogy has nothing to do with the Earth whatsoever. You should have responded to him in a way that he has to prove still how the Earth is a globe, not how you're going to prove to him how that makes sense or it doesn't make sense. Because he's just going to tie you up in sophistry. You know what I mean?
Can somebody explain why the sun doesn't set in the Arctic?
Rebel Landers, do you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Like the next time people propose silly things like that, you have to get him back to the premise. You have to bring him back to like what he needs to be doing. That's all.
Well, some of us in this community aren't experienced veterans like you, Mr. AV.
I know, man. That's not that too, man. It's just mostly like when somebody tells you, like when they're trying to work something up, right? It doesn't matter what it is. It could be that thing or it could be something else. When they're trying to work up an explanation, they're doing it so that they can tie you up in it, so that you can engage with it, whatever it is, right? And when they do that, they're going to have you think about something very abstract, and you're going to try to work within that abstraction to make it possible that it's not true. And they're going to keep saying things like, well, you don't know how the math works, or they'll tie you up in it. They're not going to let you go. So it's much more simpler than that. You have to like look at what they're saying, and if it has no like relevance to the Earth being a globe in any way, you can say that has nothing to do with the Earth in any way. You're not proving that the Earth has any radius, diameter, or circumference with this analogy. And they're going to do their best to kind of like squirm when you're telling them this. They're going to want to keep telling you that point is important. You're running away from it, and all this kind of stuff. They're going to use these debate tactics on you. But so I think my thing is it's going to toughen you up a little bit to kind of not fall for those red herrings, because they want to divert you away from the burden being on their shoulders. They don't want you to ask them the very specific questions, how they know the Earth's a globe. They don't want that. They're going to draw up this abstract concept, and they're going to want you to debate with them on that. And if at the moment you engage, like, oh, that's not true, because if it were a push pin or whatever, like, and then you're off to the races, like you. How long did that conversation last, Rebel Andrews? Be honest, man. How long did it last?
I mean, well, that little bit, I'm not sure exactly how long, but the entire conversation, it was like on a TikTok stream that like went on for like hours.
Yeah, well, he wasn't just talking to you then. He was probably talking to many people.
Yeah, it was a panel like this. Of course, not as many people, but yeah.
Yeah, they're escape artists, dude. And I'm pretty sure because it was his forum, he held the mute button. So if
no, funny enough, it was somebody. It wasn't. He was a guest just like I was.
Oh, okay.
But the host was a flat earther, and I was actually a mod on her channel. So I actually
okay.
have.
Yeah, be very wary, man, because if you're not on your guard, they can tie you up in these little abstract ideas.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's like some really wild, unheard of, outlandish, childish hypothetical or something like this. I don't know. I don't really have too much trouble like engaging with somewhat just to explode like.
Yeah, you can listen, man. You can do your style the way you do it. I'm just telling you this over time doing this. I know the route they're gonna take if you engage, but mind you. You do you. You can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you the angle is they're going to try to not go back to a premise in which they can't provide evidence for. But they're going to tie you up in an abstract idea because that's something they could, like, they can continue to talk about nothing all day long. They don't have evidence for the thing that they told you as far as it being analogous to the Earth being a globe. They don't have anything because it's not a globe, right? So they're using something that's not analogous. Anyway, I mean, but you do what if you think you want to have those kinds of conversations, that's you, man.
Yeah, he showed him how a pin works.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah. Speaking about burden, he definitely, I did have actually one of the original thoughts in my head to respond was to put the burden back on him for him to justify how it is he calculated that the surface area of a flat pin being, being flush up against the curving surface of a ball would be analogous to the amount of distance and perspective that a single human being at sea level would perceive the horizon around us. He still would have to justify that if I asked him to, right? But we
I'm pretty sure you didn't have enough. I mean, dude, not just that point, but they'll come up with some outlandish kind of ideas, and it seems like on the onset that they might sound a bit soft spoken or whatever, like they're just trying to have a conversation, and that's the hook. The hook is that you'll bite And when you bite, I mean, they'll spin your wheels till the cows come home, man. Like they don't care. They're not trying to prove anything. They're just going to try to tie you up in a, some silly idea. This is the realm that we're in, Rebel Andrews. Like, I mean, you're not going to, you can't reason with somebody that's unreasonable, dude. For the most part, you're trying to be charitable. You're trying to be, that kind of guy that wants to walk through these conversations. But dude, they're playing a game that's an unfair advantage, meaning they don't have to play by the rules. You want them to adhere to logic and reason. They don't need to adhere to that. In their worldview, they don't even trust their senses. So why would they have that kind of engagement with you where they do? Like, it's not, you come from that position, they don't. It's just the way it is, dude. Like, and over time, perhaps you will see that that's the case, and people are not playing fair because they don't have to adhere to logic. Hell no.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I've been a flyer, around close to 5 years now. So I've definitely seen my share.
Yeah, you've been around the block. Yeah, I mean, you've been around some of these arguments, but your perspective on how you're addressing the conversations are a bit green. Like you still think that there's a better way to do it if you could just get them to reason with you, and they're not trying to do that, Rebel Andrews. I'm sorry, I'm going to burst your bubble right now. They're not trying to reason with you. They want to win an argument about something they can't prove. This is the skinny, dude. This is the dirty secret. They're not trying to reason with you. You are. You're trying to reason with them. They don't give a shit about reasoning with you. But, maybe some more time in, you'll see. I can only tell you this because this is how it is. The whole realm is that way. It's an unfair advantage, and you're trying to do it right. They don't give a shit about that. Mm-hmm. Ask any of the dudes in here. They'll tell you. If reason and logic were the way forward, everybody that came in through this forum would be a flat earther. Yeah? It's not that way, dude. You live in a world of just fucking weird, abstract ideas. Nobody cares about logic anymore. Few of us do, but the rest of the people.
I mean, I don't know. There's some type of reasoning that goes on, but I think due to like high level of brainwash, indoctrination, and these levels of cog dis, I think that's what ultimately sort of blocks them from self-evident reality, right?
You really, yeah. I see, man. You're trying to see the good in all of the people, man. Like, I know that you're in there somewhere. Like, yeah, keep doing it, man. I mean, yeah. I mean,
you weren't you reasoning with this guy earlier about the horizon? I mean, it sounded like good faith, somewhat, right? I mean,
yeah. So, but the problem is, I'm not letting him draw me into his sophistry, and it wasn't really his sophistry because you can identify how they're coming at you with what they're proposing to you, right? Some of them come at you with like weird abstract ideas of like a push pin and a cork board, and you're like, dude, what? Like, that has nothing to do with the world. This other guy that I was speaking to was really just somebody who just thinks the Earth's a globe. He didn't come through with an argument like, well, it's like a push pin. He didn't say that. But if he did, then I would immediately start to think, well, wait a minute, this guy is actually trying to make an argument or a case for the Earth being a globe. No, he's got some stock invested into the globe. That's what I would be thinking. Immediately, when he starts to make some kind of like, analogy to the Earth being a globe from like a push pin, like that would send alarm bells off in my head. Like, no, this guy is not in for a conversation about logic and reason. The other guy, he didn't have a response. The one I was speaking to right now. That right there will show you that they're thinking like, whoa, shit, I never heard this before. They don't have to say it, but anyway, hopefully, like I say, you can continue to do what you want, man. Like, obviously, but that you're in an unfair realm where you're trying to adhere to logic and reason. They're not.
Yeah.
It sucks, dude. It sucks. All right, let me just put it that way. It sucks.
Yeah, trust me, you don't have to tell me. I'm a rebel for life, baby. So I'm always gonna do me. But sometimes I embrace the challenge, if you will.
Yeah, then keep embracing, man, because it's gonna be challenging. There's no doubt about it.
Nobody, not even God, promised life would be easy. So I'm cool with it.
Well. Do you challenge FTFE and McToon and all those guys?
Oh God, no. No, never.
Okay.
The sophistry level from those guys is just way too high level for me. I couldn't even deal with it.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't have nearly as much knowledge like you guys do to sort of combat it or even like remotely come close to it. So I'd have to be like an AV, a DJ, a Sporadic E, somebody like that.
Sporadic's got some really good points.
Quantum, I mean, all you guys. I got some legend here. My dream is like somehow, the Discord flat community somehow clashes with the TikTok Glober one. If my dream
I don't know how that's going to work up, man. I think that's a pretty tall order right there to get those guys to cross-pollinate with like what we do in here and shit.
Yeah,
it's a bit difficult, man. You have to actually talk to some people and get like I don't know who you know, but get them excited about having conversations with people on Discord, and then perhaps we do like a show with them. They come do a show with us or something. Something got to manifest in that way.
Right.
But it's not easy, advertising and shit.
That would be quite the epic showdown, though, if it ever does happen. Tell you that much.
I don't mind going into those forums. The only issue I have is that if it's their playground, then people will not hear me break somebody down. Like, it just won't happen. Because they'll simply mute me, and then that's it. Gone. So, if it's not... It needs to be in at least a place where no one has the mute button, or at least I do.
Right.
So...
Go
ahead.
No, I was going to say, you'd be surprised at how some of these Globers actually, they will, like, if you're not being, like, just completely obnoxious or, cursing or, like, all like blatantly breaking TOS, something like this, you'd be surprised at how, like, charitable they are, and they actually won't, like, they won't abuse their mod power. They actually won't.
Dude. Yeah, not until I arrive.
Maybe.
Then they'll abuse our mod powers.
You might be right about that. Oh, yeah.
He's like, well, you're not really on my radar, so I won't mute you. As soon as I step foot in there, we're like, oh, fuck this guy. Like, immediately. Yeah. Nope, we're not dealing with that.
That's possible. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, because I'm a dog with a bone, bro. Like, I'm not going to let go until I hear them actually, they're going to say whether they know or they don't know. And usually, depends on the hard case, I'll get them to say they don't know. It's kind of like it depends, right? The person that comes in with a lot of bravado, like, I'm going to want to hear them say I don't know. For sure. I'll be looking for it. Like, in some way, I'll be thinking how to crack the code so they can say I don't know. Because that right there is what I want everybody to listen from them. I want them to admit that.
Why? Because you're saying like a common theme amongst the Globers is that they have like an answer for everything, and like they never don't know anything.
Yeah, it's no. They're what they're trying to do is they're trying to avoid saying that they don't know, because in their paradigm they have to know how the Earth and the stars and sun, moon, and all that work, how they operate.
I see. That's right.
So the moment they say they don't know, it's like a slap in the face to like anybody who says the Earth's a globe, because it's like you don't know that the Earth's a globe. Like, you know what I mean? It's a slap in the face to those guys. So they have to say in some form that they know. So getting them to say they don't know, it's huge. It's big.
Yeah, I don't think I realized that, but I think you're right. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you know that Globey McGlobeface guy, for example? He's kind of like up there with like.
What'd you say?
Do you know that there's a guy with the username Globey McGlobeface? It's sort of like playful kind of.
Yeah, he actually came into 24/7. I don't know. I'm not sure politics or this one. He had a debate with everybody.
It was 24/7 came into.
Yeah, I did have a run-in with him. I think most people that were on here usually they talk to. I think Indio talked to him. I talked to him. He's not much of a.
That was when you were doing those TikTok things, and he came across from TikTok. Remember?
Yep, I ran into him on TikTok. Yep.
Yeah, and then he came in the server. He got wrecked.
Oh, big time, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
There's some Glober creators on TikTok that like they just need to get humble, man. Like, they just think they're hot shit. Like
Send them my way, dude. Give them our Discord to say, look, talk to this dude. If you think you got what it takes, if you're king, whatever, of the globe debates, go here, and we're streaming it live, so it's all recorded. And show them what you're made of. I want to see you take down these flat earthers. Like you say you can. Do it. Let's see it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I might just have to take you up on that offer. Yeah.
I invite it, dude. Like bring if you run into as many people as you can, tell them to come in here, dude. Specifically looking for me, Timbo, Sporadic E, QE or whatever. I don't know. I don't even care who you say. Just tell them to come here. First of all, just tell them to come 24/7. Somebody's gonna be on when they come in here.
But I think like one person I have in mind. His name's Stingray. I think he has come to this Discord. Or I remember him streaming from like his TikTok live. He has like the whole setup where he can, kind of stream what he's doing. I do remember him going into some BC. I'm just not sure if it was this one, but nonetheless, I do know at the very least he does have some experience on the Discord side of things.
Yeah, for sure. Just tell him to hook him up with this channel or the other one. And tell him
Does anybody recognize that name, by the way? Stingray? He's like an English guy.
Yep, we know him.
Oh, okay. Have any of you guys engaged with him before?
Yeah, he's an OG Glober, anti-flat earthers of sorts.
Tell me about it. Yeah, and he's like this little nerdy, like smart ass techie dude. He's got his whole setup. Like he does the whole CGI flat Earth model thing on his computer and says, "Oh, but look how the sun works. It definitely would work on this pancake world, the delusional flat Earth, blah blah blah." He goes in. It's all that. So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we dealt with him.
I got you.
Anyways, I got to get going, but yeah, man, just a few things about it. Just remember, and if you run into some people that you think are hard nosed, just tell them to come over here, man.
Will do, brother.
I'm gonna catch you guys later. Later, dudes.
Peace out, bro.
Up, flat Earth, dude.
Yo, sorry. Oh, what the hell happened there?
You're right. What's going on, man?
It did it to me twice this week, man. Just kicks me
What
out.
threw you out?
Discord's being funny. Hey, did you guys hear about this power outages in like Portugal and Spain
No, why? What's going on?
and parts of France? I just like total like most of the country in Portugal was out. They had a fucking power outage.
Really?
Yeah. I was just curious if you guys heard anything about that. They were, I don't know. There's so many rumors going around, man. It's hard to keep track. But I don't know if we know anything.
I just got home. Maybe I'll see it tonight when I watch my favorite show, the news.
Yeah, it's probably not. They don't even mention it like in the mainstream a little bit, but yeah, it started yesterday. I don't know if, but apparently, like I don't know if it was Portugal or Spain, but it was like the first day they ran power on with the new green energy, initiatives, and it was complete. The whole country was completely on green, and then it went out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Yeah,
I just found that funny, man. That's a setup. In my opinion, it's been set up. I don't know. I could be wrong. But power outage. And then they were blaming it on like the sun. It was a solar flare. And what?
yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Get the fuck out of here. That's hilarious. So yeah. Anyway, something to look into, you guys.
Let me grab my headphones.
Yeah. Check it out, man. Check it out, or don't, or whatever. Shit, man. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
You there? Is that better?
Oh, I like it. Anyway.
So what are the rumors, though?
Rumors, I was reading through some comments. Some people are saying, hey, man, it was done on purpose because it was the first day they did all green energy and it failed. That seems like a dead giveaway. It's fake. I don't know. The train stopped, the bank stopped, the grocery store stopped, everything stops, man, right? When the power goes out.
What do they classify as green energy, right? Because if you got like France is mostly nuclear and that's zero emissions.
Right.
So is that
solar,
green energy?
Green, I think it's solar and wind. Hydro. Is that green? I don't know, man.
Yeah, we're having a thing here at the moment. They started, I think it was the Queensland government or the New South Wales government, started putting up all these fucking wind turbines, and all the locals went up there and went, what the fuck? They just mowed down these forests on top of these mountains.
Right.
Like old growth gum forests, and put up these fucking propeller blades. And they're going, aren't you supposed to be conserving nature? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
See, that to me is a dead giveaway that, they do most of this shit on purpose just to be the opposite of what they're actually selling. So if they're selling, it's going to be good for the environment. Oh, we got to cut all these trees down in order to put up our, $1 billion worth of, yeah. Wait a minute.
All those trees that they cut down would probably
cancel out what they're trying to do anyway.
Yeah. Whatever. I mean, I don't know. I've just been looking at this stuff too long. I know that whatever, if they say it's good for you, it's bad. If they say it's bad for you, it's good. And they do the same thing with everything. Why do they flip it? Well, it's the duality, you know. In my opinion, I've watched enough shit over the years and talked to people. And I'm like, they do it on purpose. Dude,
it is weird.
Tariffs great for the country. Well, tariffs are going to probably wreck the country. You know,
maybe.
We'll see, man. Weren't you in here talking about somebody? One of your bros was in here talking. They're t-shirts, and they're like, it went from like $15. Now the same t-shirt to ship to America is like $45. You know what? It's like,
well, you got to make them there now. Yeah.
Holy fuck,
that's the whole
man!
point.
From $15 to $45. That's that's a 200% increase, bro. That's crazy. So yeah, we got to keep an eye on this, but I don't know if we can stop it, but we can certainly make some more people aware of it.
Well, yeah, just start making your own t-shirts again.
Yeah, exactly. Make our own t-shirts. We can do that. I don't have a problem. I like, I could do some sewing.
Imagine, wearing a nice cotton t-shirt, American grown and made.
Right. There ain't no cotton pickers anymore. They're all done. It's all done by machine.
You can't say that.
Right. Oh, such blasphemy. It's horrible. Yeah. So I don't know. And I would love to make my own clothing. That'd be great. I'm good with that. So the first pair of Levi's was made out of old sails from sail ships. That's the story anyway.
Yeah.
They would sail to San Francisco, sell off their boat and shit, and go mine for gold. And then the leftover sails, they would cut those and make clothing. The canvas sails, they were canvas. Not real waterproof, but whatever.
Yeah, nice and heavy too. Yeah?
Very heavy, especially if it's wet. Like super.
Yeah,
heavy.
fucking nice.
Nasty. I don't know. Anyway, that's the story, but we'll see. I don't know if that's going to work out. Lots of stories out there, man. Whew, too many stories. Portugal and France, and I forget Italy. Everybody's losing their power, man. I think it's kind of a test. I think they're testing it. I don't know. I could be onto something. I mean, the world would go into total chaos if we lost power, man. It would.
That would be. That would be bad.
It would be Mad Max on times 10. It would be bad. But
yeah, I don't know how they control that situation. They'd probably say, "Oh, you've got to stay indoors again.
Stay home."
They say, "No fucking way! I'm going to get food, cunt."
I don't have no power to even let them tell me to stay home. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I got no.
How are they going to tell you?
There's nobody. They'd have to come by and give me a piece of paper and say, "Stay home." Man. Okay. Thanks. So they say that tourism is down here in California and Vegas, and they say the economy's sucking and it's all Trump's fault. And no, I think it's.
And what do you think?
It's part of the plan, man. Agenda 21, 2030. Yeah, one of those. It's the only thing I can come up with because, why would you want to, these companies, there's a lot of companies here in America and probably in Australia too, man, that ship a lot of shit from China and resell it. You know,
Oh yeah.
just everywhere I go, man. There's a Chinese fan, there's a Chinese air conditioner, there's a Chinese fucking refrigerator,
Everything.
everything, right? And all of a sudden now, that same refrigerator, you're gonna charge twice as much. What? How's that gonna work out? That ain't gonna work out, man. No, it's just not gonna work. It's just an absolute disaster of it's gonna wreck people, man. It's fucking wreck them. But anyway, just some thoughts. It's not speculation Sunday, but
But get this right. So, all right, everything's all happy chappy now, right? So, everyone buys all this shit from China. What happens one day if they turn around and they say no more shit, and then they just stop selling shit all of a sudden, right?
Yeah.
So, and then because you guys are so reliant on them, we are as well.
Right.
Then that would throw it more into chaos. So, in fact, doing this and minimizing the effect that China has on the US and the Western countries slowly is more beneficial, right? Because if they turn around and they have a war, then you don't have to rely on China.
Hey, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'd love a good factory paying job that pays me, I don't know, $100,000 a year. That'd be cool. Sign me up, bro.
Where do you get them?
Well, they're not not gonna happen. Yeah. Strange world, man. Strange world. What's happening on the flat Earth, man?
Don't know, some power outages, some tariffs.
Right? Airplane crashes. Yeah. Fires. A lot of fires. You guys had a lot of fires this year too, right?
We've been flooding as well, but we've got all sorts. It happens every year, though. It's no fucking different.
Yeah.
Somebody say, it's climate change. The country's been burning since it fucking opened.
Right.
Since it started. It burns every year. It's no fucking different.
So yeah, here in California, man, they had a couple of major fires recently.
Yeah, you guys got hit pretty bad.
And it took out like, I don't know, 20,000 homes or something. A lot. It was a lot of homes. It was incredible. Beautiful homes. Yeah, just incredible. Yep. But they forgot to fill the reservoir. And oops, my bad. We couldn't.
Yeah. I know. I heard all about that.
What do you mean you forgot to fill the fucking reservoir? Well, you know.
Yeah. We've let it slip, because there hasn't been any fires, so we weren't expecting one. We go, well, if you hadn't had any fires, wouldn't you be expecting one?
There you go. Exactly. You should be expecting one.
I'd be fucking worried if we didn't have fires here for like 4 or 5 years. I'd be going, fuck. There's going to be a big one coming.
It's a coming. Same with earthquakes, we haven't had a big one in a while, like 30 years or something. I think we're
San Francisco used to get them all the time.
Oh yeah, they
When I
still
was
do.
young, so it was like 80s and 90s.
1989, yeah, it was a big one there. Big one. Yeah, we're due. They say we're due. Whatever. We're overdue. I don't know. It looks like they're they're leading up to some kind of financial reset, bringing in the crypto. I was watching a ball game the other day, and one of the commercials came on, and it was this most wildest looking digital, like old school digital, but it was like new numbers. It was numbers everywhere, and they were making shapes, and like digital code. If you scan through digital code, you see the matrix, and it was a crypto fucking commercial. It's like crypto.com. I'm like, oh shit. Value. I think it was like value, invest, wealth, that kind of thing. So yeah, the whole crypto thing's got to be coming in, and what a better way to reset everything is if the power goes out, cash is king, man. So I don't get it, man. Cash is king if the power goes out, right? Yeah. I don't know. The dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. No. Anyway, here in America, lots of layoffs, lots of people closing businesses. Restaurants that have been open for 100 years are closing. Like, okay, interesting. We had 55,000 people today in Los Angeles. They work for the city. They just walked out. Just walked the fuck out.
Really?
Off Mongos. Yeah. That was this morning. 55,000, man. They just said, nah.
Well, like workers, like people that collect bins, to clean the streets, like stuff like that, or you mean like office
workers? People that count the money. I mean, it's just everybody. They just fucking walked out and said, nah. We want more money, is what they said.
They want more money because it's so expensive to live in California. Is that why?
It's super expensive. They want a cost of living raise. Yeah, I think that was their main complaint. Was that making 100,000 a year isn't enough, bro. You got to make more. Apparently.
Yeah. Well, like what? Like, back when I was a kid, like we only had one person working, like Dad.
Yep.
We had 2 cars, a fucking house, 3 kids going to decent schools. Like,
Yeah, we had that too.
Never needing anything, like always had what we needed.
Oh yeah.
One wage, man.
Yeah. Those days are gone, man. They deliberately forced women into going to work so they could pay taxes, apparently. At least that.
Yeah, and then it reduced fucking the worth of men. So
yep.
Saturate the workforce, lower wages. Pay more taxes.
I get it, bro. It's, the system's set up to rape and pillage you any way they can. They're really good at that, man. That's all they focus on. How can we get more monies out of these Mongos? And whatever it takes, man. They'll come up with some kind of scheme, man. I mean, for fuck's sake, they came up with what was that? Those real estate derivatives where what we'll do, man. I got an idea. Okay, Timbo, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna give a bunch of people loans, right? Let's give it to them. I don't care how much they make. They make $2. I don't give a fuck. So yeah, we gave out like trillions of dollars worth of loans, and then we took all those loans for people to buy houses, and we put them into like a package, and then we sold that to somebody else. And those loans were like complete fucking bullshit. I mean, I
Was that 2009? Yeah.
2008, leading up to that, it actually went from about 2004, 5, and to 2008. They were, dude. I had 12 people come to my fucking front door and goes, "You guys need any money? You guys want a loan? You guys need, dude? You don't have to qualify or nothing. We got you. How much you need?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good, bro. I'm good." But yeah, they were selling houses across the street for, at the time, I think like 800,000-900,000. I know the guy living there wasn't making, 200,000 a year. He's just a fucking, works for the cable company, right? And I was like, oh shit, they're just giving money away. This isn't right. I just kept saying to my buddy, man, we talk about these things, and like, it just doesn't seem right, man. I mean, this house shouldn't be worth that much money, man. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. There's no sense. But yeah, they went and sold those packages to other people, for trillions of dollars, and then all of a sudden, all those people that got those loans, they can't afford them. My bad. I'm sorry. But literally, dude, I heard stories about like, some they just made up numbers on the loan applications. They just fucking made them up. And they just let that shit slide through for, 5 years solid. And then all of a sudden somebody had to pay the piper.
Yeah, Obama bailed them out.
Right. Well, he bailed out the big banks and everybody, but he didn't bail out like, Joe Schmo that bought the house across the street from me. He went bankrupt. I watched, his house get repossessed. There was a couple on my street that got repossessed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's anyway. What a nightmare, man. Yeah, this whole system's got a lot of holes in it. It's a big card game, pyramid scheme. And I think the way it's going now, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I've noticed that the prices for real estate here in America is incredible. The cheap.
It's the same here, man. It's out of control, mate.
All right, a starter home, Timbo.
Yeah,
I'm talking about a starter home, man. Little shack, maybe 2-3 bedroom, little yard, garage. $1 million, dude. $1 million. Okay, so why is it that way? The reason is because in order for America to keep getting $36 trillion worth of loans, is that there has to be some some data somewhere that says, look,
you got to pump up. Yeah,
the numbers have to be continually going up, right?
Yeah, otherwise you're losing money.
Right. And so they just pump up this market, and it's been pumped up so hard, man, that it's obviously beyond most people's, unless you're a fucking doctor. Even if you're a doctor, let's say you're a doctor, you make $400,000 a year, man.
That's a good doctor.
It's a good doctor, whatever. Average, probably average, heart surgeon, whatever. He's going to make at least 400.
Yeah.
But even him, man, what's he going to buy? $1 million? Let's say he buys $1 million home. I mean,
yeah, he's going to be living in an average house.
An average kind of house. It's not going to be like, okay, bought a $2 million house. Oh my God.
Yeah, some of them are not that great either. Even here, you go like in order to get in Melbourne, in order to get a house that's worth say 600,000, 650,000, you've got to build in a new area that's 50 kilometers, so 35 miles away from the city.
Right. Yep.
Right. Out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
They call them the suburbs out here, man.
Yeah, in the suburbs. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you want to be anywhere near the city, Like within 10 kilometers, something like that. Really? Nah, more than that.
I mean,
like
minimum,
$1.5, $2 million, you know?
one bedroom, you know.
Oh yeah, you can get an apartment or something like that for $600,000-$700,000.
Right.
You know, yeah. But a house,
no,
1.5. You know, $2 million, and that's an average house too. It's just because it's in an area that it's got public transport and stuff like that. It might be a nice area.
Yeah,
but
I live in a.
you got these kids going out of uni, right? Like coming out of uni, a young couple,
Mm-hmm.
They're coming out of uni, fucking 20, let's call them 25 years old, and they're going getting fucking $1.5 million loans. What if something happens, they turn around and then the housing market falls and it goes back to normal?
Well,
they go, fuck, we got a $1.5 million loan on a house that's worth fucking $700,000. They're going to be fucked.
That's, yeah, I know at least.
Because it can't keep going up.
No.
Unless we start getting paid more. Yeah? That's not going to happen.
I know a half a dozen people that bought a house at the wrong time, and it's called being underwater. They call it.
Yeah, yeah.
And they bought a house for $500,000, and then all of a sudden it's only worth $300,000.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
sell it, and they're like, "Oh fuck, I'm underwater. $200,000." Yeah, this other girl my wife knows, she was under at least a couple $100,000. Yeah, it sucks when you're underwater. I've never been underwater.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
No, see, we bought it the right time.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and it just kept on going up and 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 up. It kept on going. And I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "This is not worth that much. What are you talking about?"
All right, exactly. Okay, so I bought in 1995, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And the market was shit. It was way down. And then I watched by 2006 or 7, the house across the street's worth 4 times what I paid for it. People are buying it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? And 2008 hit, and then the house across the street was worth, half of. It was only worth, half of that.
Yeah.
And nobody was buying them, And now
we didn't get a recession
today,
like that.
And now today, 2025, it's worth, twice as much.
10 times.
Well, not 10, but it's twice. It went from 500,000 in 2009 to now it's worth $1 million.
Yeah.
So 15 years, it's gone up, double. Which is crazy, man. I just don't get all this. I just want to be the guy that pays his mortgage, fucking, owns a couple of cars. I'm not greedy, bro. I'm not. Do I have to have a Ferrari? And no, fuck.
Nah, fuck that. See, in 15 years, our house has tripled in price.
Yep.
Like the Earth is flat. I'm fucking retarded.
You said it, man.
We got a drive-by.
You said it, dude.
Hey guys, I think the Earth is flat.
Is that a drive-by, or is that just fucking random? Fucking. Why don't you just say the N-word 47 times?
Whoa.
Go.
Okay. Can you guys prove the Earth is flat to me so I can become a flat earther?
Yep.
Can you just?
Water.
Can you say that? I want you to say the N-word.
Prove me wrong.
2 times and leave.
Why do you want me to say the N-word? Why are you so weird, man?
Because you might as well.
Let me.
Might as well done that. I put you guys in the same fucking category. As
Wait, you put guys who say I'm a flat earther in the same category as people say the N-word? What?
Don't twist words, you fucking moron.
Wait, what did I say when I joined? I said I'm a flat earther. I'm retarded.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are retarded.
I'm a retarded flat earther. Exactly. Thank you.
We had a good conversation going about.
So can you prove to me that the Earth is a ball? Go ahead.
Well, I don't believe there's a ball.
Oh, what do you think it is then?
I don't think it. I'm agnostic to it. I just want to know. I want to know. I mean, I don't know.
So
I think I'm pushed more towards it being a globe because it's like the standard.
Okay, what's the What's the state of water on the surface when it's at rest?
It depends.
What do you mean it depends?
When you say state, are you saying like when you say what's the state of water when it's at rest? What do you mean by state?
Yeah,
Like, what
yeah.
is it like?
What's a property of the surface? What is it doing when it's at rest?
Are you talking about any quantity of water, or does it have to be a large body?
I would say large bodies.
Well, why
Could be
only
a
well,
lake.
if you say yeah, well, I mean, I think most large bodies are like well, a lake or a pond would be, I guess, a little bit sort of flat, but they would still be moving a little bit. Oceans definitely are moving a lot. If we're talking about water
Okay, I
drops.
said at rest, dude. I said at rest.
At rest, they're like they're kind of flat. They're kind of leveled.
What do you mean, kind of flat? What do you mean by that?
They're kind of perceivably leveled when they're completely at rest.
What does kind of mean?
It means almost, but not exactly, not perfectly.
Okay, so what would be your standard of measuring that? Kind of.
What do you mean? What would my standard of measuring kind of? Kind of is like it's not exactly.
Okay, so how do you know it's kind of then?
Because there's no evidence for it being perfectly leveled, right? Like the concept
There's
of it
no
being
evidence.
perfectly leveled.
There's no evidence for it being curved. So
I never said it was curved. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to find out. What kind of means? Because you're saying it's kind of level, but that doesn't actually mean anything.
Meaning it's. I told you what I meant by that. Meaning it's seemingly or perceivably flat. When you look at it, you would look at it's kind of it's flat.
Yeah. Okay. So why would flat earthers be retarded and globers not?
Because I don't think that you saying look at the water is flat is evidence for you saying the Earth is flat.
Is that what I said?
No, but that's the only thing you've told me so far.
Why would you say you saying and then say something I didn't say?
Because that
would be stupid, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be stupid. I'm going to tell you why. Because after I had just told you what seemingly flat means, you asked me a question.
Seemingly flat. You said
hold on. I answered you, and then you asked me a question after I answered you. So then why would flat earthers be retarded?
So your answer was.
Hold on. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? 1 second. 1 second.
Your answer was it's kind of flat. And then
Why
you
are
go,
you interrupting me?
but I'll probably go. I'll probably go with a globe because that's what everyone goes with. So
No,
you're the reason.
I never said that. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
I said I agnostic to what the Earth is. I would be pushed more towards a globe because that's the standard model when you're looking at the Earth.
Exactly. That's what.
That doesn't mean I believe it. That doesn't mean I believe it. And let me tell you why I think that you were indexing that the water being flat is evidence that the Earth, or like proof that the Earth is flat, right? It's because after I defined what I meant by kind of flat, you then said, okay, then wait, don't interrupt me. You said after that, okay, then why do you call flat earthers retarded? That has nothing to do with whether or not flat earthers are retarded. What does that have to do with the water being flat?
Okay, so
water
tell me
can
why
be seemingly
flat earthers are retarded. Go.
Water can be perceivably.
Okay, so tell me why you think flat earthers are retarded.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, so I just get muted and interrupt. Well, this exact reason. Because you can't prove to me.
Over the top. Okay, so are we going to speak about the subject, or are we going to speak about people being retards? What would you like to do?
The subject is people being retards. Retard? Like what?
Okay. See, dude.
Mongo tard, bro.
What a fucking idiot. He thinks if he speaks fast.
Right.
And
he's
right.
Why can't you guys explain this? What the fuck? What's wrong with you guys? You guys can't explain this.
Hey, Jesus Gang. Is he one of your mates?
What's up?
Was that guy one of your mates?
No, I believe in the flat earth, bro.
Oh, okay. All right. Why do you believe in the flat earth?
Because it goes with the Bible, and they've done other testing that kind of proves it.
Okay. So spiritual and imperial. Okay.
Yeah, the book of Enoch, it talks about how the sun and the moon are the same size, but the sun is 7 times brighter.
Okay.
And then it also talks about how Jesus will be seen coming from the heavens by everybody, and by everybody, you can't do that on a globe.
That's true. Good point. I like it. I like that one, dude. I really like.
And I've noticed too that the more you talk to people about this stuff, it like affects them. It affects their reality, and that's why it's so hard for people to wake up. It's weird.
It's a bit of a what we call a red pill, you know, and you know, not everybody's willing to take a red pill, apparently. Anyway, hey, if I told you, hey man, here's a hit of acid that's gonna last the rest of your life, are you gonna take it? No.
Yes.
most people would be like, no, man, I'm cool, bro. I'm good. You keep your flat earth, man. I'm out of here. Just keep that shit.
So it says that in Enoch that everyone will see it.
No, the book of Enoch is only talking about the same size of the moon, and I think it's in Matthew something that it says that every man will see Jesus come down from heaven.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
At the same time?
At the same time.
Same time.
Even though they're asleep?
Everybody will be awakened.
Oh.
And I think during those times, you know, it's going to be very stressful to the point where I don't think people are going to sleep.
Yeah, there'll be no need for sleep at that point. We'll be good.
Sleep is the cousin to death.
I'll be fired up. Let's do this. So yeah, on a globe, you could, and not everybody could see it, you know, because there's day and night and spinny stuff, curvature, a lot of things going on. So yeah, it would not work. Everybody,
but you know, during the last days, it does say that the sun and moon will be affected.
Okay.
And day and night will be different.
I'm so ready for this, man. Let's do it. I'm so ready.
Yeah, as long as these retards don't get to come.
Have you guys ever seen the picture Carl Sagan asked for? It was Carl Sagan said, "Hey man, Voyager 2 is so far out. You should turn it around and take a picture of Earth." And they did two of these pictures. One was called a pale blue, or was that a pale blue dot? Anyway.
Yeah.
The other one was, it showed Earth and it showed the rays of the sun kind of going exactly, you know, straight. Have you guys ever seen that picture?
I've seen the first one, not the second one.
Okay, there was two.
What is it? Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan. There was pale blue dot, and there was one other one, and I don't know the name of that one, but it showed the sun. It might have been the pale blue dot. I could be wrong, but it showed like a light beam, you know, from the sun hitting the Earth, and you could see the light beam. It was like, okay.
Yeah, I think that's pale blue dot. The light beam. There's blue dot there. You're talking about the one by Carl Sagan, right? I mean Carl Sagan. My bad.
Carl Sagan. Yes. But yeah, it was just that light. You could see the like laser beam of light hitting the Earth, right, from the sun. Right? Is that what you guys? Yeah. It's like a lightsaber, and
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, there's a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few. Anyway. So does that not like prove that light rays, you know, are straight or not, man? Which one is that? I'm just curious. Are they going straight
There's
from the
a
sun?
picture I put in the chat of what you're exactly what you're describing. But at the bottom it says the Earth as imagined from the Voyager 1 spacecraft.
One.
That's a different image?
I think it's, yeah. It wasn't that pronounced. It was a little bit more, but yeah, it's close. It's super close, bro. I'm gonna give you that. Yeah.
See, all the images I look up, I see Carl Sagan, pale blue dot, and all the Rabe images are like exactly the same.
Okay. All right. Well,
they're like all the same.
Just something I noticed recently. I was watching a video. Somebody pointed it out. I was like, okay, that's interesting. But it showed that whole, and we were all talking about light rays coming from the sun? Are they straight? Are they divergent? Are they? What's going on with the light rays? It's been a contention around here for years, but
well, they claim it's all of the above.
Right, of course. Same thing flying on an airplane. You treat it as flat, even though you're going around a globe. I mean, that makes most sense to me, right? Come on. Spinning globe, not just a globe, a spinning globe. That makes it, that kind of messes up with the physics and kind of makes things more, I don't know, complicated. Anyway, thanks you guys for letting me hang out and talk about Earth.
I actually wanted to, these guys that come in, I just want to try and have a chat with them, and then they just go, okay, if you can't shut the fuck up, then you're going to have to fucking go, mate.
I mean, imagine if I walked into, let's say, some church meeting, or somebody, it was some friends getting together for a pool night, whatever. And I just start, what do you guys know about this? What do you guys know?
Prove this to me.
Do you think you know something about shooting pool? I'll tell you, motherfucker. Yeah. How far is that going to work for you, bro? I mean, really?
He was just being all defensive and on edge and
in real life.
combative.
In real life, that would never fly, bro. It only flies on the internet, places like Discord and whatever, a million other places. Yeah. Just people wouldn't do that, man. You ain't walking into a pool hall and telling these guys how to shoot pool. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Well, you're doing it all wrong, man. You guys are fucking it all out, man. You guys
Especially when they come into your pool hall,
right,
and ask you how to shoot pool.
And they're like,
and then you start telling them, and they're like,
"Pool bitches, yeah, okay."
And then he claims he doesn't. And then he says he doesn't really care how to shoot pool.
Yeah, great analogy, Timbo. You freaking nailed it. Exactly, man. That's ridiculous. Come on, that's hilarious. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with here in reality. So, but nobody would do that in reality. That's my point. Nobody's gonna rocking in somebody's pool hall and going, "You guys suck." Yeah. No. Yeah, you go in there humble. Be happy to be there. And thank you guys for having me. You're such a great host, man. Can I buy you guys a drink? Get you something to eat? What do you need, bro? I got you. They'd be like, "Oh shit, man. Yeah, I'll have a beer and a pizza." All right, I got you, man. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Maybe I'll have one too.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how you would treat going into somebody's new house, but they come in here like so spitfire.
I heard you light a smoke, so I'm gonna go and get one and have a beer.
All right. Cheers, mate. Cheers, brother.
I fucking heard that and I went, yep.
Sounds good. Tastes good too.
One for me.
Tastes good. Matthew, Oblivion, did you guys see the power outages in like Portugal? And did you guys see that?
Yeah, that's pretty.
A while ago or recent?
A couple million people.
Yeah, it's like a big power outage. Even parts of France, I heard. I don't know. You guys know something about it more than I. That'd be good. But it seems it was very disruptive for a while. Power out.
Don't know the cause?
Here's the funny thing, Oblivion. Just before I was in here, I saw some article that said it could have been a solar flare. But it only affected like part of the earth. Anyway, I thought that was funny. I don't know. Apparently Portugal, Italy, I don't know, Spain. Anyway, like 3 different countries, parts of France, lost power. I don't know, for like a day or something. It was news. Anyway, no big deal.
I just Googled it and it says a rare atmospheric phenomenon had caused a severe imbalance in temperatures that led to the widespread shutdowns.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard it backdoor, man. I was like, from somebody I trust. I'm like, oh, shit. Okay. I'll bring it up. It's worth talking about. If it really happened.
What was rare about it?
I don't know.
Temperature? Ooh, temperature changes.
Got some suspicious characteristics to the story. Anyway.
Probably end up finding out there's a bunch of women at the switches.
It would be a complete 180. Exactly. On the other side of the spectrum.
What are you having, dude? You having a beer?
It's called a West Coast IPA. It's made by Harlan Brewing Company in San Diego, California. Very tasty. It's called West Coast IPA. Very nice.
I've got a Brick Lane
what?
Pale Ale. Lane. It's a Melbourne company.
Nice. We're drinking local tonight. All right, I like it.
I'm sitting next to 100 gallons. I'm sitting next to 100 gallons of sugar wash fermenting away. I smell yeast in the air. It's awesome.
100 gallons.
Yeah, I just started it today.
So you added, what did you all add today?
Let me see. Water, sugar, diammonium phosphate, vitamin B complex, Epsom salts, boiled yeast.
Boiled yeast, 90 degrees.
Citric acid, little citric acid. And then
you don't boil.
Boiled yeast is a nutrient,
Okay.
Then you pitch yeast to start fermentation.
That sounds like some damn good chemistry going on here, bro.
Just a recipe, a proven recipe.
I love it though. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. You open up a 55-gallon drum and you look in there and it just looks like it's boiling. It's just the yeast just working and going.
Right? That's is that a chemical reaction?
Biological. It's
biological reaction. Which one would you call it? Both? Or no?
Yeast are living. They're living little critters, little beasties.
Biological. Sure, yeah. Yeah, isn't that a great process? I mean, we live in a great world that shows us so amazing things. Every day it blows my mind. Yeah, I mean, from trees to seeds to water. I mean, just what a cool place. And they wanted to, just take all that from us, bro, and say, nah, you're just a little speck of nothing. Fuck off. Yeah, we're out here.
It all happened for nothing.
Yeah, it sucks, man, that they had to do it that way. But, it's a fallen world, and they're Satanists, and that's what they do, bro, in my opinion. That's what Satanists would do, in my understanding. So... And oh shit, JPL was started by Satanists? What? Fuck off. Really? That's weird. What an interesting thing. Hey, I'm just an observer, man. Checking it out. Prove me wrong. That, yeah. Jack Parson was hanging out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard, of all people. L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah. Very interesting. That's all I'm saying, man. NASA. I'm talking about, flat earth stuff here, bro. NASA, JPL. Yeah. Started by some very strange characters, in my opinion. And so was, electricity, Edison, Tesla. Very strange characters there, too. They all have weird things they did, man. I think it was Edison that electrocuted an elephant.
A horse?
A horse or an elephant? I thought it was an elephant. Edison electrocuted an elephant to prove that Tesla's AC was dangerous.
I want to say it was a horse.
I think
because an elephant, that's extreme.
No, I heard it was an elephant. I think there's
really?
good evidence. Yeah.
Man, I would have done a horse or a dog.
Nah, they went with the elephant. It's big. Fuck you. I'm killing an elephant because my DC technology is better than your AC. You piece of shit, Tesla. Fuck you. What? That's weird, man. That's a weird dude, man. Anybody that would do that is weird, in my opinion. Fuck off.
He did, didn't he? I Googled it. That sucks. I wanted to not believe it. That's all it was. I didn't want to believe it. But I know he did something, and I thought it was a horse.
I hate to drop a red pill on you, but that was a good red pill, right? You'll swallow it. You'll take it and go, okay. All right. It was an elephant. All right. Because my memories, I don't. There, thank you, Matthew. Good link there. Yeah. So, I was, there's always the right side, the wrong side, the up, the down, the Microsoft, the Apple. Everything's got to be a competition, man. That's what capitalism's all about, man. It's competition.
Oh, I was half right. He electrocuted dogs, calves, and horses as well as part of his campaign. While he wasn't directly doing it, others were doing it.
He's sacrificing animals to prove that the other person's technology is dangerous and it could kill you.
Look how evil that guy is. Well,
how evil that guy is.
Yeah.
Sacrifice this elephant and a fucking couple of little bitchy little dogs and shit. Yeah. That guy's the bad guy. But I'm cool over it. Isn't that weird? That's so fucking weird to me, bro. Matthew, don't you think that's weird? I mean,
it's the upside down.
It's very weird.
Anyway,
the guy that wants to give you free energy is the bad guy.
Right.
And we're going to show you by killing animals.
Yeah. I heard about this one guy who took a whole bunch of really cute beagles, removed their larynx so they couldn't make sounds, stuck their head in a box, and they got eaten by fleas, was it?
Oh, yeah.
Something like that? Fleas?
That's very uplifting. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, we all know who that guy was, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, who was that?
Oh shit! I thought you guys knew. That was the guy who was what's his name? Damn it! What's the name of that doctor who came out all for the special juice?
You better take your magnet.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that guy. We don't even have to say his freaking name. It starts with
I forgot his name.
It has to do with the ouchie.
Ouchie.
The ouchie guy.
Fauci. That's it.
The ouchie guy.
And he was a Glober too.
Oh, how do you know?
That means all
wait.
Globers are evil.
How do you know he's a Glober, bro? What evidence do you have that?
I guess.
All right, I guess. Okay, I appreciate the honesty.
Well, it's definitely not a flat earther. Flat earther wouldn't do something like that.
I hope not.
I don't know about that, Timbo. Shit. No. Anyway,
He also
flat
he
Earth
also did a
is,
lot.
I heard flat Earth is starting to get more popular again. Have you guys heard this rumor? Because of the Katy Perry going to space thing, it's become, a bit of a, in my opinion, it's on purpose joke to get everybody distracted, in my opinion, because we already knew it was shit, but everybody else
distracted from what?
Well, they're getting distracted from their reality. But Katy Perry went to space, and it was a big deal, man. It wasn't that long ago. I want you guys to forget recent history. But after that, man, there was millions of memes, millions and millions, saying that Katy Perry, really didn't go to space, and Jeff Bezos' girlfriend. Yeah, it was a big cuck show, in my opinion. But it was done on purpose. But
what do you reckon, Simple Jack?
About what? Katy Perry going into space?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware she went to space.
Well,
this is the first time I heard about it.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not hip to the narrative. That's cool.
No, I don't. I guess not.
Well, Jeff Bezos.
What do you think about the Earth, Simple Jack?
Yeah, there we go.
It's a cool place. I like it. I like living here.
I like trees.
Oh, yeah, I like that too.
I like oceans.
Do you think it's a sphere?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. What would tell you that it's a sphere?
That's what they taught me in school.
Okay, that's a fair enough answer. Did they give you any? Did they give you any
Consensus,
evidence?
I guess. Evidence? What do you mean evidence? Like, what do you mean?
Like proof. They go, oh, okay. We live on a sphere. Earth is a sphere. Here's the proof of it.
I think they had like basic kind of like they pointed to like things in a book and were like, hey, these are the reasons why people think the Earth is round, and then they kind of showed that person's reasoning or like what that person did, and then they're just like, yep, that's why we believe it.
And then they don't teach any more, do they? They just give you those couple of things, and then
yeah, not really. I mean, unless you go into like, I guess unless you went into something more like where that becomes more significant. I don't know, like physics or something.
No, it doesn't even in physics either. Maybe astrophysics, but that's all. Astrophysics is what
all
speculation anyway.
It's all theoretical, by the way. Anyway, good questions, bro. Right on, Timbo. Leading him down a path of logical explanations for our reality. That's, we're not here to trick you or.
Yeah, because you'd agree, Simple Jack. I like your name, actually. Is that from that movie?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. My eyes are raining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot that line, yeah.
Yeah. You never go full retard. Never go full retard. Everyone knows that.
That's awesome, bro. Fantastic. I'm smiling ear to ear right now, man.
Did they you know, like your life experience, Jack? Like, you know, you've never experienced like a ball. Like they tell you, oh, it's a sphere, but every day you go outside, flat, motionless. No one uses it as a ball. No one sees it as a ball. In fact, everyone uses it as a flat stationary plane. Isn't that weird?
Including every single airline pilot in the world. How about that for fucking confidence, bro? Every pilot in the world treats the Earth as flat and stationary. I guarantee it 100%. Now that's a fucking claim, Mongos. Get busy. Prove me wrong. All right. Nobody's ever going to prove me wrong on that one, bro. It's so fun. It's such a great position to be in. Thanks. Thank you guys for getting me here. All you helped along the way, but I've got it. And now you're toast. The fucking globe is toast. It's done. So fun. It's a great place to be in, man. I'm smiling ear to ear every day, just laughing, going, wow, what a great place we live. This place is awesome. Yeah. But yeah, you got a pilot wants to say, hey, man, I treat the Earth as a globe that's spinning. Oh boy, we gotta talk. We gotta talk.
I'm not getting on that plane.
We gotta talk right away, man. Because I gotta make sure your calculations are dead balls accurate. Because if we miss that runway, by 3-4 miles an hour, man, we're screwed, bro. We're screwed. So I gotta make sure you got this stuff right. Let's go over your numbers again. Oh, wait, we don't go over those numbers? No, never, ever? No. Yeah, we don't go over those numbers. Are you crazy? What the hell's wrong with you? No. No pilot is ever going to account for spin or curvature. Period. And it's never going to happen in all of reality that I know of. You guys know some reality I don't know of. That's cool. I'm down with that. But your matrix computer fairyland Disney spinning globe paradigm is going to be taken to the shed, because every single pilot will admit that, yeah, they just treat the Earth as flat and stationary, bro. That's what we do. And they'll all admit it, every one of them. There will never be a pilot that say, oh, yeah, I'm dipping my nose at 1.5 degrees. Yeah, no. They're not dipping shit. They're just flying. They're just flying, man. They're just flying. Flying over the Earth. Very high altitudes. I give them that, man. I've been up to 45,000 feet in a 747 one time, but that was the highest I've ever flown.
I think I've done that high, like going across the Pacific.
Yeah, we were going across the Pacific, exactly. And the pilot says, hey, man, we're going to climb up to 45,000 just to get above this weather. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool, man.
Embrace the turbulence.
Yeah, might get some turbulence. Yeah, he was keep your seatbelt on kind of guy. But yeah, it was great, man. 45. I mean, this is a long time ago, before I was a Earth realist. Anyway, yeah, I just enjoyed the flight, bro. And there's no doubt that we were flying on a globe. Wait, the pilot never treated it as a globe? Never, ever? No? Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, they didn't teach us that back then. But today, man, if I'm your pilot, I'm going to teach you that I'm going to take off and fly over a flat stationary plane, and I'm going to land the plane over here, and you're going to be safe and sound. Okay. I believe you. I believe you, Mr. Pilot, sir. Thank you, Captain. You got us there safely, bro. Well, no shit. You know what? It's the weird thing is it happens a million times every day. People get in airplanes, they fly, and they land. And they don't account for curvature or spin, period. Not one pilot will ever account for that. Nope. You treat it as your kitchen table. That's how you treat airline flight, as your kitchen table. That's it. There's no pilot that can prove me wrong. I want you guys to smoke that for a couple days, you know. It's a fact. I think it's the ace. It's the ace I couldn't put my finger on for a long time, man, for years. It's like, dude, what's the absolute dead balls giveaway that this place is flat and stationary? Airline flights. Boom. You're done. I've talked to the best. We've talked to PhDs from fucking CERN. We've talked.
I think the Globe is fucked up when they brought up airline flights because they started talking about a strawman map and saying, well, this is impossible on a flat Earth. But
right.
They were just talking about flight routes. Now we've got actual data from a plane.
We do. An actual data that shows that the plane goes up and it levels off and then it comes down. Yeah. It's so simple, but yeah. Thanks. So yeah, any pilots, anybody knows a pilot? I mean, I've heard other pilots defend the globe.
Bring them in.
Dude, I think it was, what's his fucking name? He's a pilot. He's a fucking hillbilly.
Wolfie.
Not Wolf. Well, there's Wolfie, but that dude's OG at this point. Yeah. Anyway, I would love to see Wolfie come in here and explain to me how he calculates exactly for their spin and the get his flight path from, let's say, I don't know, Toronto to Ecuador or something like that, you know, something simple. Yeah. How are you going to calculate for the spin and the road and the spin, Mongo, and the curve? Yeah, you're done. You're done. In my opinion, you're done. It'd be fun to, you know, see. No pilot ever does this, by the way. I've talked to 15 pilots over the years. They don't account for curvature or spin. Come on. They got wind, they got weather. They account for a lot of shit. But spin, road, and curvature, get the fuck out. No. That's not on the flight log check. It's not in the it's just not there. Anyway, enjoy that kind of heads up position and say, hey man, what do you know about flying on a globe? What do you got? You got some curvature, you got some spin.
Yeah, well, we know it's a globe, and we just fly. So therefore, we're flying on a globe.
Yeah, that's the simplicity of it, right? That's how they explain it. And I've been watching this pattern for almost a couple of years. That's how they explain it. It's like, well, you couldn't fly any other way. It would only,
Yeah, because Earth is a globe, we fly on a globe. So you can't fly on a flat surface. That would be really weird.
That would be so crazy that you would crash every time if you were flying on a flat.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense flying on a flat surface.
This is where we got him, Timbo. We got him, man. This is where we need to just keep hammering, because they don't have. I would love to listen to the next, year of people trying to explain this bullshit. Yeah. Come on, solid every day, once a day, whatever. It would be fun to just let's
excuse me,
airline flights. Let's go. And there's no pilot that adjusts for a curvature or the spin, and that's it, man. You guys are done. You're done.
It's easier flying around a globe. It's moving. Right. It is flying on a flat stationary surface.
It's insanely dangerous to do that. Insanely. I mean, it's equivalent to jumping out of an airplane out of a fucking parachute. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work out, bro. You're toast. All right, well, keep that in your pocket. Next time a Glober wants to shoot some shit, some fucking high level anti-flat earther, just bring up the plane flights. How they adjust for the curvature and the spin. That'd be cool. That'd be great. Just keep that in your pocket. I'm going to keep that for the rest of my life, man. I'm going to keep that one in my pocket. And if anybody wants to talk about the globe versus the flat earth, man, I'm going to bring up airline flights. And we'll take that shit to the woodshed and destroy it. And you'll have to walk away, man. Bow down, man. Give me my ring. Whatever. Yeah, you're done. It's over. It's over, bro. Hey, thank you, New Perspective, for bringing me around to the town. It took me a while to get my head around it, but once you get it, you got it. And once you got it, it's good, they say. At least that's what I've heard. But it's kind of a fun place to be. Yeah, you guys can. You guys are great at arguing. Gas pressure and physics and math. Yeah, it's all good. But I'll stick with the airline flights, man. Let's go. Let's fly on the spinning globe, bro. You got a flying spinning globe anywhere? Anybody? I'm going to fly upside down. Go see T-Dub and Timbo. Might hit me a little Matrix and Skinny Vet, that manga. I love you, brother. I'm going to catch up with all those guys upside down. I'm going to do it one day. I'm coming to Australia, bro. I'm coming.
You'll get vertigo when you first come here because you got to adapt.
Yeah, I'll have to adapt. It's going to be all the blood's going to be in my head for a couple days, right? Or not in my head. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's going to rush. The blood's going to rush out of my head. Or it's going to rush into my head. No, it's rushing into my head. If you came here, it would rush into your feet. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm making sense now. I'm making sense.
When the fuck did people start believing that other people are upside down? When the fuck did that happen?
Well, the Greeks must have, because, like, what was their justification for the Earth being a ball and how people stuck to it? Because they didn't have fucking gravity. They didn't think that.
Exactly. No. They weren't thinking that. And I'm not thinking that today in 2020.
Well, they must be upside down because of stars in the sky.
That's a poor argument. But I've heard it. I've heard that argument. I think it's poor. A little weak. Upside
Well,
down.
where does the sun go?
Goes away. The sun goes away. Goes away from me. I get that. But damn.
Did you hear that? I just crunched my gears. I haven't done that in a really long time.
If you can't find them, grind them.
It's changed a second. It was a bit slow on the clutch.
Is Tartaria dead? Is that done? Is that done?
I haven't heard about it for a long time.
Okay. All right.
But that'll never die. In my mind.
Never die. Okay.
Not in my mind. There's something weird going on. We may never find out what happened, but definitely something weird going on with these old buildings all over the world.
Yeah, definitely something going on. 100%. I've looked at enough of them. Like, okay.
Mate, we've got huge buildings, huge Roman architecture buildings that are banks and stuff like that in the middle of fucking the outback.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, it's because there was a gold rush and this and that. I was like, if there was a gold rush in that town, who gives a fuck? Why would you build a Roman palace as a fucking bank and a post office? Like, who gives a fuck?
Exactly. Why?
And how'd they get the materials there?
Yeah.
Where could you build that? How would you get the materials there? It only took you 2 years to build it, and it was built by, some Mongo. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a lot. Like you said, there's a lot that's like it'll probably never be proven. There's no way to prove it right for 100%, but it isn't interesting.
Build out of these bricks and concrete and stuff like that, and you go, wait, I don't know if you've ever seen the outback of Australia, but it's just fucking red dirt.
Yeah. It's like the Mojave Desert, it's shit. Yeah.
Nothing there. Nothing grows there.
Yeah. They got this freaking palace out in the middle of nowhere. What the heck?
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what that's what I find great about Tartaria is the narrative behind the city or the building or the streets or the people, the architecture, those are such beautiful things you can look at forever, bro. You're right. We'll never get to the bottom of Tartaria. No way.
Yeah.
Tartaria? What's
and the story
Tartaria?
goes, as the Romans were destroying the known world, They were also building aqueducts and cities and stuff like that. You know, like what the fuck? That's bullshit.
I gotta take a piss, but yeah,
That's right. What did someone ask what Tartaria was?
Yeah, I asked what is
You
that?
never heard of Tartaria? So there's this theory that there was if you look at an old map, there's an area around Mongolia, in Mongolia and Russia, places like that. It's still actually the land Tartaria. So there was this theory that they spread out. It was actually a civilization that spread out and built these buildings all over the world. So all the architecture all over the world is all the same. All the ancient architecture. And there was this theory is like the civilization went into decline, and then the people who came later, that would be us, just took over these cities, just moved into the cities. It's kind of strange, but it makes you start thinking about where all the architecture came from. Because we've got buildings here in Australia that don't make sense. It looks like ancient Rome. And then there's places in Japan that look exactly the same. There's places in South America. I know there's the Spanish went there and this and that, and but all over the world in places that you wouldn't even think of. China as well. You got all these different places. But if you've got a spare 3,000 hours to lose, then I'd recommend getting into it. But if you don't have that much time, I wouldn't even dabble into it. But it's very interesting. You go on YouTube.
3,000 hours.
You know what I mean, dude.
Just look into it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were being dead ass.
No. Like I was being sarcastic. Like if you got 3,000 hours of your life to lose, because I reckon I got stuck in it for a long time, and I was like, and then I just said, I have to give up because I'm not going to get a conclusion on this, so I have to give up.
Yep. I mean, you have to throw your hands up at some point and go, hey, you know what? I totally think there's something to it, but do I have 3,000 hours to kick around with that? No, I don't.
3,000. What's up, chat? What's going on tonight?
Hey, that's not much. That's just the average PlayStation 5 game, isn't it?
Now you're talking my language. Oh, you spent 3,000 hours playing fucking video games? Oh shit!
Oh, you're a gamer, bro?
Are you a gamer? Go down the
Spend 3,000 hours.
Can we make a Tartaria
on Roblox?
I want you guys to make a Tartaria game. You guys know how to do that. Get busy.
What are you going to do in the game though? Like, what's the?
I know, right?
gonna build structures, right?
Like Minecraft, Tartaria version.
Yeah. And then you're going to leave them alone for 2,000 years, and then you're going to move into them again as a new civilization.
Now you're talking. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I love it.
It's a long-ass game.
Are we in politics and religion or politics right now?
Politics and religion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why have we been coming over here so much?
I don't know.
We're kind of sharing the load a bit.
Sharing the love.
Hey, pause.
Share the love.
Quetzalcoatl did some negotiations or something with the server owners and shit, and they're promising if we get this place pumping, we get some perks and shit. I don't know, something like that.
So like soundboard or
that's all that's important.
But you might have to talk to Quetz about that, right?
All right, I'll talk to Quetz. I know he likes it, so that's cool. That's cool.
Did the young lad that asked the question about Tartaria, what was his name?
I think he started he's left and he's gone to start his 3,000 hours.
Okay. I just make.
Oh man,
he's like, that's my jam. I'm going.
Where is everybody tonight?
Yeah, he just left and started his 3,000 hours. He's gonna get busy right away. Shit.
Where's everyone? I think they're researching Tartaria.
Does anybody in here have less than 3,000 hours on flat Earth? Anybody?
Hell no.
More like 100,000.
Bro, we're cooking. We're 24 hours.
Dude, I gotta be at least 10 to 20,000 hours, man. It's somewhere in there.
You know what's crazy? When we were looking through the home server, like how many messages were sent by you guys, like everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yo, it's crazy. I'm like 300,000 messages, bro. Probably more than that. Yo, it's insane.
That's a big number, man. It's a big number.
I'm not ashamed of it, bro. That's a lot of cooking.
No, that's cooking, bro. We're firing up the barbecue. We got the rotisserie going.
Yeah.
We're doing a Santa Maria tri-tip over here.
Yo,
we got some chicken going on, man. My boy's flipping it. Yeah, we got some coleslaw going here. We got some potato salad. Yeah, we're cooking, man. What else can we do, man?
So who's here right now? What is this Deadly Diesel Boy or whatever?
What's up, Diesel?
I remember Diesel Boy. Is that the same Diesel Boy from the home server?
Yeah.
No, this Diesel Boy DM'd me and said he's a globe earther and he wants to talk.
Let's go. Airline flights. You want to go airline flights or gravity? You know, pick your poison. What are you gonna go with your globe, man? What do you got? You get some globe?
Hey, yo. We need to get somebody in here. Who's next?
Sound like you're looking to score, man. You're like,
dude, you got to lay off the coke, man. Easy, bro.
Ooh, what are we talking about?
You're cooking, man. Cooking with gas. Let's
go. Who said anything about coke, though?
I said cook, man.
Oh, okay.
Went the wrong way. Oh, my bad. My bad.
I don't know nothing about that, bro.
We got gas. Guess what? Gas needs is fucking container, man. Last time. Facts. I'm talking facts here, people. You cannot no empirical way. That's my number 2, by the way. Airlines and then gas would be number 2. Yeah. I got every tool known to man, pretty much. I said, hey, man.
No, you don't.
Dude, I do.
Yeah, I reckon I've got 2 of each.
Yeah, exactly right. So I said, hey, man, any one of you Globers want to come to my house and show me how we get gas pressure without a container? I'm here. I got the gauges. What do we need?
Don't let them in your house, bro.
Got a barbecue. Yeah.
I got kinds of propane tanks and kind of crazy things.
No, you don't need the tanks. You got to remove the tank. You're going to have a barbie without the tank.
They're
going to use. They're going to use gravity.
Dude, that's where we're at, Tebow.
Gravity girl.
Nobody's gonna fucking ever show that. We all know that. Nobody's ever gonna show an airline pilot adjusting for curvature and spin. You know, same thing in my book. Those 2 things, you're done.
Yeah, because if they did, they'd crash.
Yep. If they did, they would have to adjust all this crazy stuff to try to land. Yeah, it's never gonna happen.
Facts, bro. Hey, what should we do right now since there's nobody here?
I don't know, dude. So what's up?
Wait,
are you still down in San Diego, man, hanging out? Everything's
cool? Yep.
Did you get the soundboard back going?
On politics, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So because I kept seeing people come over here, I'm like, are they going away from politics because of the soundboard?
No, you're tripping.
Because like politics has been. Okay, I was just because like
you're tripping, man.
For a while there, the politics and religion was like dead, and everybody's at politics, and now it's like politics and religion is popping, and politics is dead. I'm like, what the fuck? We just got the soundboard back, and y'all niggas want to run away already? Come on, man.
Hey, CB, it's called ebb and flow, and yeah, we're here because we're all here, and somebody asked us to be here, so we're hanging out, and then we'll go back over there, and it'll be good, man.
You need to go to home base too.
Hey, you know what?
sometimes.
It's a really weird time of year too, CB, because it's starting to warm up for everybody, and people are getting out. Springtime.
Yeah,
it's popping, man. It's outside is popping right now. Everybody loves it, so they're gonna go outside. But yeah, we'll get back over.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, there's been a shift. A lot of people dropped out. Because dude, they're fucking beautiful outside. I gotta go. See you guys later.
I feel you.
So yeah, it's a weather change kind of thing.
But I got a topic.
What do you got?
Have you guys seen that trending question about the 100 guys versus one gorilla?
I saw just a little bit, one little blurb about it, man. Give me a little more insight, man. Give me a little more.
It's like
is this like the bear one?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100. Could 100 men take on a gorilla? I think that was it, right?
Yeah, right now it's going around the internet. The question is like, do you think 100 men can take on one like silverback gorilla?
I would say yes.
100%.
I feel like yes, but a lot of people were saying like no.
Well, we'd have to go into some physics with that, man. Kind of figure out how much the gorilla weighs and how much 100 men weigh.
You'd lose a few.
Yeah, you're gonna lose a
Oh
couple.
yeah,
but
see then like oh man, like you definitely would lose a few, and then wouldn't that make other guys like pussy out and stuff? I don't know.
No, we're talking.
I watched a video like pretty recent. Some guy was like, "Yeah, man, we got to be down there cranking on his nuts and yanking on shit." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Punching him in the stomach and cranking on his nuts. I'm like, "Golly, bro."
I mean, are there?
Yeah, good idea. Make him angry. Yeah.
All I gotta say.
No, I mean,
all I gotta say is, if there are soldiers that are willing to be in the front line, I'm definitely going to be on the fourth line, bro.
But who wants to go first? That's the question. Who's going to go fucking first?
Who's going to be
to the front
first? Because he's going to get racked, man. He's going down. But
that's fucking.
But I don't think it would go more than 4 or 5 deep, man. Yeah, it would wreck the fucking.
I do think if we fucking jumped on his back, but from the back, we attack him from the back, jump on his back. Dude's biting his fucking neck. I don't know. We could take him out. I feel like we could take him out.
Or I could just bring my 45.
No, you can't bring a gun. That's cheating.
That's horrible. I'm such a horrible person.
Why not? That's our strength, isn't it? Inventing things.
Yeah, that's right.
We would just need. It would be one guy versus one gorilla. What's this? Donald is asking to be unmuted. You guys want to talk to Donald C?
What's up, C?
He's not even here.
Depends which one we're getting.
Oh,
see the back of your own head, guy? No, man.
I hear a bunch of no's, so yeah, no.
You are a bunch of no's. That's funny. Let me take a look. Is anyone in politics? Nobody's in politics right now.
I bet you Crit's there.
Crit's everywhere. Man, we need to turn up. What else should we talk about?
Well, we're in politics and religion, so we can go either way, or we can talk about flat Earth, which is cool. Or
can we speculate, or
we could speculate about whatever. I don't know. Are we live? Are we going to get in trouble?
Are we live, chat?
Are we live or no?
I think we're live.
All right. I think we're live too. I always assume we're live, but
all right, we'll do it live.
Keep it, on topic, close to politics, religion, flat Earth, physics, science, music. Music's a very religious thing. Do you guys know that?
Oh, nice.
It's music is essential to life, in my opinion. I mean, I think it's without music, man. What the fuck we doing here? I don't know. Music's so amazing to me.
Thanks.
And it just coincides with, the Earth being stationary. It's pretty cool.
Big facts, bro.
I don't know about you guys, but I love the idea of a stationary Earth, man.
Yeah, me too, actually. Me too.
Fucking love it because it just grounds you right to the, they say that gravity's pulling you to the center. You know what's pulling you to the center? Is the stationary Earth, bro. Because you just feel centered once you're on the stationary Earth. You're like, okay, I'm good. I'm over here. I'm not spinning and shooting to outer space millions of miles an hour. That's cool. It feels right. It feels right.
Yeah, I mean, the whole moving Earth thing, I feel like that is probably one of the easiest things to understand. Flat Earth can be confusing because people hear the word flat and they get confused, but the Earth not moving is like the most simple thing for me. So that's why I always talked about the moving buildings thing. Like, are you in a building right now? Or is it moving? No. Oh, well, does the Earth move? Yeah. Is your building on the Earth? Yeah. So does it move? Well, yeah. Well, you just said it didn't. So it's like people inherently understand that it's not moving, but then you get them into the lore, like, oh, well, yeah, the lore says we are moving, so I guess we're moving. But I think inherently people they don't even consider the Earth as moving.
Isn't that strange? I mean, I found myself in that same position many years ago.
When you were a globetard?
Yeah. But I never had
Globetard. Beta Tetrix is here, probably.
I never talked to myself and said, hey, man.
Is he here? Wait, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm hiding.
Matrix. Do you ever feel like you're spinning? Do you ever
made a Tetrix, bro? I'm never gonna forget that ever. Were you here earlier, Letter, dude?
No,
you missed it.
There
was some numpty in here earlier.
Made a Tetrix or some shit.
This philosophy wannabe grub, just dribbling on. The others had already called him out, and I'd come through just at the right time. And I'm thinking, I'm going to put my foot on this shit. I've had enough already. I've only been here 30 seconds. And then he mans up, and it's like, mate a Tetrix, I'll get to you shortly. And it's like, really?
Made a Tetrix, I'm never going to.
Matrix
Tetrix, it was so funny.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm smiling.
There's guys in the text chat were taking the piss out of him for about half an hour straight. It was funny as, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's good shit right there. Like, what? I'm not gonna lie though, there was one time I was trying to ping your ass and I'm like, how do I fucking spell this again? So, like, how do you spell Matrix?
Correctly.
Oh man, made it.
Yeah, mate, like mate, and then tricks.
But it's like mate trick. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Meta.
Wait, why did you pick that name?
When the movie first came out, I was always into like the old school Entendre hacker names.
Yeah.
Like all the smart ass hacker names. I was always into that shit. And when the movie came out, well, the movie hadn't come out. We had these sign posters and billboards and shit everywhere for about 2 years before it came out. Like, what is the Matrix and all those, just the questions that were everywhere. And, that's how it come about. So it was about, 98, 99, when I looked at that and just went, you know what? I'm having that. And for about 5 years straight, I was the only known Matrix, spelt this way, in existence. And there's another one, and he's a Canadian chess player. Yeah. So I only know of two of us, which is really, really cool. It's not often you get a name where there's stuff all people. But yeah, I was just into the hacker names, and being that I used to do a bit of computer work.
And you're Australian, Mongo, mate.
And it fits perfectly with the accent.
Matrix.
Yep. Matrix.
I love it.
So that's how it come about.
Your best Alabama accent yet.
I can't do Flat's line, man. I can't do her, bro.
And she's married. How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna?
Oh, Mongo.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh my.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. But hey, guess what, man? I checked it out, and all planes fly on a flat stationary plane. I talked to a bunch of pilots. They all said the same thing, man. Yeah, we just treat it flat and stationary.
Really? That's what they said?
They're not dipping their nose to follow the curve.
Well, and they're not adjusting for spin.
Fuck no.
Damn.
Either one. And that's a dead balls giveaway, in my opinion.
You say dead balls?
Dead balls giveaway, man. Dead balls.
I never heard that.
You never heard of dead balls accurate?
What is that supposed to mean?
Dead balls is like perfect, spot on, right to the nose, without a doubt. Dead balls accurate.
Well, I mean, I know what that means, but like, why do they say dead balls?
Because it's like right.
You got it.
Okay, I get it now, bro.
No, bro. I mean, what the fuck? Who came up with that? You're right. Who the fuck came up with dead balls accurate? You know? I mean, who came up with hard drive and what's that?
Oh, my.
Computer terms, man. That's all sexual stuff, man. Like the hard drive.
Floppy disks.
The floppy dicks and floppy disks and
what about RAM?
Oh my god, I never thought about that.
And the computer components are all sexual, man.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, you've never thought about that? Never.
No.
Oh yeah. What about monitor?
What the fuck?
It's just technical.
Wait, monitor? I barely even know her.
You guys are sharp, man. You guys are sharp. Yeah. So yeah, why do they call it things? I don't know, man. That was my point. You guys.
What do you know?
But yeah, they name things. And you're like, okay.
Shots fired.
I know, right? That's a classic Flat Earther line. I feel like the classic Flat Earther line.
Which one?
What do you know? I feel like we say that a lot. They'll be like, "Oh, I don't know." Oh, what do you know? I don't know. I've heard you guys say that a lot.
Well, it's on the rare occasion where they say I don't know, so you don't get to say it much.
I know, right? That's a good point.
Yeah, because they know everything.
Apparently, yeah. They don't like to admit they don't know. They're like, "Well, we know." Who? The body of science.
Yeah, is that a people?
Collectively.
Collectively.
Yeah.
We as a civilization, we know.
Yeah, but scientific consensus says.
Oh, hey, you guys are stupid. We went to the moon. Everybody knows it. We went to the moon. We went to the moon.
Yeah,
we went to the moon.
Hey, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, man. Please.
Yeah, exactly.
Pay no.
I should get that as a sound clip.
What? Oh, from Oz.
Wizard of Oz clip, man. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Because he calls it out over the loudhailer first off, doesn't he? Or on the mic in his booming voice.
Yes.
Hmm.
And then I think he adds a little reverb to make it like godlike. And then he's like, pay I know. Yeah. It's a classic. It's a classic.
Actually, speaking of things I've added to me sound, have you heard me, FED, you've probably heard it, CB, my new elevator music. I've got different elevator songs now.
Dude, love to hear them. I would love to hear that. Hey, welcome everybody.
Get me off this elevator right now.
Yeah, right.
Earth is cool.
That's the medium paced elevator. The slow one. This is the long ride.
Yeah, Earth is cool.
Do you have the classic one?
Yeah, I've still got the original.
There it is.
There it is.
That's the fast ride.
Wait, you know that's like an actual.
I feel like I'm on hold with Telstra.
That's telephone.
It's like that. Isn't it?
The original song is actually pretty fucking good.
Yeah. So we got 3 speeds. So when I know I'm in for the long run, you got a 5-second ride, a 1 minute ride, and a 2.5 minute ride. So yeah, we got different lifts
Nice.
now. We can jump in.
So many good sound clips.
True.
Keep it up. Keep it up, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah, boy from Ipanema.
What was that, Timbo?
Was that first one the boy from Ipanema? Or girl from Ipanema?
Girl.
The girl from
Girl.
Ipanema goes walking.
Yes, that.
Hey, watch the copyright, man.
Oh, sorry.
Copyright that.
If they copyright that, man.
Yeah, you can't understand what I was talking about.
No, if they copyright that, man.
What do you mean, no?
I'm like, okay, we're freaking done. Let's just pack it in. We're done. Oh my goodness, that was the worst girl from Ipanema I've ever heard in my life. They copyright.
Hey,
Thanks,
Timbo,
mate.
did you get to sign that Aussie fella in today, or you like me at work?
Oh, I went over there while AI was talking to him. He knew all of us. He'd been listening to us for a while.
W.
Is he another flat earther, or is he just a baller?
Yeah. No, he was a flat earther.
Oh, that's what we need, another Aussie. Jump in, son. Have some fun.
I think he's a bit quieter than us, but
Poor bastard. We'll get that out of him soon enough.
Hey, I miss skinny vet, bro. I miss my bro.
Yo, pause.
Dude, he's like a hurricane. He came in, fucking hurricaned it, and love you, brother. Love you, man. Damn.
and very passionate.
Passionate hurricane.
What's his name
The
again?
word we use.
Skinny Vat. Remember Skinny Vat?
You had what?
One of
What's his
one of
name
AJ's mates.
One of AJ's mates.
Okay.
We're all AJ's mates.
Wait a minute. You're all AJ mates? All right.
Yeah, but from real life.
I feel like a conspiracy here.
This is real life. We're not all brains in a freaking jar.
Oh, sorry.
How would you know you're not a brain in a jar?
Yeah. Yeah, mate. Yeah, Metatrix.
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 Because I touched a fire, it's hot, man. That's how I know I'm not a brain in a jar, bro. If
That's an experiment. That's science.
Yeah, I touched the flames. It's fucking hot, bitch. You don't believe me? Test it yourself, man.
Was it hot when you didn't touch it?
Yes.
Awesome.
Not hot. No, it's not hot. It's not hot at all. That's a funny thing about the sun. You know, we've argued the sun and the moon and all kinds of crazy stuff in the sky. You know, but I've always noticed, man, when the sun's right over my head, it's really hot, and when it's not over my head, it's not as hot.
It's not really hot in wintertime.
In winter, it's not even close to over my head, or it's way over there on the horizon.
What is interesting, it's
wintertime.
at 12 o'clock, when it should be the hottest, it's still colder than what it is at summertime. In some mornings at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Some days it's actually hotter in the morning than what it is in wintertime when the sun's directly over our head. Now, if you go and look up Baltard Law, go and have a look at the difference in miles the sun between the two, and there's like 3 million miles difference. And the sad part is it's further away in freaking summertime than what it is in winter.
Dude, I love that argument. I think that might
it's
be
stupid, isn't it? It's like, how spastic could you ballers get? Use your brain. You've got a campfire. You stand 5 yards from it, it's nice and toasty. You stand 10 yards from it, and you get hotter. No, you don't. That's fucking stupid.
No.
You do if you stand at an angle.
Yeah, you got to stand on a 23 degree street.
Wait, fucking Mongos. Wait.
It's got to be 23 degrees. You got to stand.
Yeah. No, it's not even 23. It's like 11.7 because whatever. It's 11. It's a ridiculous number. They say, oh, you tilt a little bit. You're tilting like
23.4 degrees.
1,000 miles here or there. But versus, 3 million miles. I mean, wait a minute, Mongo. Come on. You cannot equate the two. You cannot. I think it was, I don't know, Scott Mackey or one of those Mongos was trying to tell me that.
Matthew Lawrence.
Oh, if it tilts that much, if you use a piece of glass. Do we live on a piece of glass, bro? No, I don't think so.
What is a piece of? Start listening to the way they talk, and they have to remove everything back to, or reduce everything back to percentages. Now, if you work it out as a percentage, the 3 million miles difference only works out about 3.225%. So it's only 3%. It's not much.
Right. But
so that's how they get around it. Make it a percentage.
Or angles when they go, but if you travel, over 10 miles, there's a drop of 66 feet. Yeah, but it's only 0.23 degrees.
Yeah, that's right. Consistent.
Change in angle.
Oh, shit. You guys want to Mongo it up. On airline flights, they'll say, they're only making up, 2.7 miles an hour. I mean, that it's nothing. It's like next to nothing. They make up the curvature with their 2 points. Yeah, they make up the most ridiculous things, man.
Well, the one I heard the other day, Flat Earth dude. You know how planes have got to fly nose up slightly between 1 and 3 degrees.
Oh,
in order to keep horizontal. Well, I've been told by the Globers that all they've got to do is go, instead of being up 3 degrees, they've got to go to 2.5 degrees, and that's enough for them to rotate around the ball.
Hey, Matrix.
Positive.
I heard...
That's what I said.
Matrix, I heard you talking to this young lad, and he was, gish galloping his answers on the fly. We all know that by now. But yeah, I did actually listen to that when you had that interaction with that young lad.
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
It was a few days ago, right?
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, I could pull it up and you guys can all listen to it. But
what's his name put it on his website?
New Perspective did, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll pull it up, man. But go ahead.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're famous, mate.
He clipped it, man. He clipped this video, man. You talking to this young lad about airline. Dude, Matrix, you got the argument as good as I do, for sure. And probably as good as New Perspective does. It's such a great argument.
Room for improvement.
It's such a great position to put somebody in, because every pilot, I've talked to 15 pilots over the last 10 years, and every single one of them say, yeah, we just treat it flat stationary, bro.
Well, if you take that, that's only one less than one a year, so that's a percentage of out of your chat.
Yeah.
Is 0.4% of your chats have been with pilots.
You are a Mongo. Fucking love you, Mongo. Hey, you're upside down, but you're all right. Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing I've noticed about ballers too that they do. Every argument is taken on an individual basis only. They don't go, look, planes don't fly around the curve. They don't go, we've never measured spin. We don't go, water lies flat levels unless it's affected by an external force. They can't put them all together. They will only argue that one specific point, and it's like everything else gets blacked out. It is not there. It does not exist. I'm arguing this point and this point alone, and they seem to forget that everything is all tied in together. And I noticed quite a few of them do that. They just switch off to all other points in reality whilst I'm arguing about water, but gravity, but gravity makes it come down and stick to a ball that's spinning through space. Okay, so what about the gas pressure bit? No, I'm arguing about fucking gravity with water. That's it.
What, you don't believe in gravity?
Hey,
what's wrong with you, man? You don't believe?
Hey, Matrix.
Yeah, but computers.
Hey, Matrix. It was the kid named Shoal.
Yeah, something like that. Shoal or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I got the right one, man. Here you go. It's in the chat.
He was
man. Dude.
Who said that before? That gravity thing.
Oh, it's just something I've noticed with them.
No. Who said what? You guys don't believe in gravity?
Oh,
I was joking. I was joking about some of these people. What, you don't believe in gravity, man? You don't believe?
I was hoping to jump in and get some new guy to argue with or something.
No, I was joking, man. My bad. I guess that was pretty
We can
convincing.
argue.
Yeah, I'll argue with you. I'll just go into character. Come on, man. What's wrong? What are you dumb?
Very convincing.
Hey,
are you a retard?
You probably failed high school, man.
What's your education level?
Yeah, exactly.
Education level, you dumbass. Ethergrass, you would make a good. Yeah, let's test him on the globe, man. How much does he know about the globe? Hey, Ethergrass.
No, see, in order for it to be convincing, I have to know nothing.
Wait a minute, man. I mean, do you know like the radius or circumference of the globe, or?
Nah, man, who remembers that? Hold on, I'll Google it.
It's like 15 miles, man.
You did really well.
Do you think you're spinning around the sun at like 1,666,000 miles an hour? Damn, that's hauling ass, bro. I mean, really. I mean, come on.
You can't feel it, man. Earth's big.
I love that answer.
That's big, but I thought boats went over the horizon.
I should have done the big arc for fraction. I couldn't even.
Oh, you couldn't hold it together, man. You did pretty good there. You got 2 out of 3.
I'll try.
It was good. The boats, it's the curvature of the horizon that makes the Earth. The boat disappears behind the curvature, bro. I mean,
refraction.
Everybody knows.
There you go.
Everybody knows that the curve is the straight line on the horizon, bro. Everybody knows this.
Wikipedia says the horizon's curved, man.
Yeah.
Well, if it's on Wiki, it must be true. You can't go denying a perfectly good encyclopedia.
But I asked ChatGPT.
Well, that just backs Wikipedia up. That's great. So now we've got 2 proofs.
All right. At what point, I'm getting serious here, guys.
Ooh, dude's getting serious.
At what point are we going to accept an AI generated video versus an actual?
Well, it's not far off, man.
I think we're really close, bro. I think we're in that matrix. At least the younger generation are already gone.
Because imagine so we're going to get like speeches from politicians, right? And they're going to say, "Oh, we've done this and that and that," and it's not even them. Like this person doesn't exist, right? They just make up some politician, then he comes on the TV and says, "Well, we need to do this," and then you vote for this fucking AI bot.
I mean, that was, in my opinion, that was super advanced technology they were even using during 2020 when they basically said everybody stay home. And,
I reckon too. Yeah.
That was like I think it was a litmus test to what they could do. Yeah. And see how far can we go?
Let's put these deep fakes on the TV and see if the people actually believe that these are, and then we'll see how far we can take it after that.
Reminds me of The Simpsons. When the two aliens one posed as Clinton, one posed as Bob Dole. Right? Yeah, and they were running, and then at the end they were exposed, and they're like, "What are you gonna do? You have to vote for one of us. It's a bi-party system." And everyone's like, "Oh yeah, shit, right? Yeah,
we're fucked either way, right? Yeah, we're fucked either way." So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember when deepfake first came out, and I was like, "Oh shit, here we go." How long? I know. First of all, I know that the government they're 20 years ahead of us, bro. 20 years.
Look at all those masks.
No, I'm going to have to disagree with you, FED. Have you seen our Prime Minister? He's 20 years behind us. Like, if he went any slower, he'd be going backwards.
Well, how do you know he's not just a fucking AI generated,
The composition of video editing has existed for a while. A lot of college students will get an assignment related to that where they have to make a video that's so convincing that people believe it online.
Ooh.
That's been going on for long before the ChatGPT stuff or any AI. They've been making fake stuff, and it's for the purpose of it being convincing. And the more convincing it is, the better the score, the better the grade.
So I can make a Tom Cruise movie tonight using AI. Do you think I could do it?
Yeah, you can make a soundtrack too.
And a soundtrack.
But I would just point out, back in the day before the AI, they were still doing stuff like that, and it was kind of like a competition type thing. You get an assignment to make something convincing and put it out there, and that's where a lot of those weird clips pre-AI came from. And they're fake, but then you have to kind of do a double take and that's not real. But the video editing is different.
Yeah, you're right. You have to do a double take. And
you're just a flat Earth conspiracy theorist.
Well, that's true, but that. So they had deep fake. I don't know, 2017, 18. I'm like,
remember those ones they did with Obama?
Tom Cruise was the one it fucking shook me.
But what freaked me out was that lady, that master of disguise from the FBI or the CIA, when she did all that stuff with that mask.
Yes.
Whoa, that freaked the fuck out of me.
Yeah, their latex masks are very realistic, very believable.
Yeah.
There's on some CIA type stuff.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, this is fucked.
Yeah. Oh, scary.
If that person could be walking past you in the street, you wouldn't even know.
You were sick enough to make a mask that looks like me and wear the bastard around, all to you.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I like your attitude though. Dan, don't make
it. What about that gets into conspiracy weirdness. I have noticed a lot of folks online talking about the Pope and then taking pictures and talking about the latex masks. Y'all savage. Damn.
Well, what about all the latex masks, like evidence of Joe Biden and stuff like that? You know, like where he had that thing around his neck. It looked like
Yes. Can they do deep fakes? Can they do really realistic masks? I'm
And
pretty
he's
sure
blonde with the tattoo.
those things are definitely real. Dude, I saw Tom Cruise in the movie like Die Hard. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh shit. What? I mean, yeah, it's mind-blowing stuff. Even back in 2018, 19, wherever.
So then you get into now we go towards like the kind of Mars era where people want to make believe they went to Mars or whatever. That's not going to be difficult. If they wanted to fake something like that, it'd be easy as shit. In comparison to anything previous, it'd be so easy.
Yeah, if they're 20, dude, what we're getting
Matt
now,
Damon did it.
I'm just saying, man, what we're seeing now, they've had for 20 years. 20 minimum. And
and the rest probably had it since the 60s.
Yeah, I look at my local newscasters. I'm like, are they real?
Yeah.
My wife is best friends with one of an older newscaster back in the 90s, 2000s. But she actually did the news and she reported on traffic from a helicopter.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's my wife's best friend, one of them. And she actually did that. She sat in a helicopter, reported on traffic.
Did she have to did they have to keep correcting for the earth moving underneath them?
No, never. We know that. That's hearsay at this point. In my opinion, if you think you have to account for curvature or spin, that's hearsay. Nobody's ever done that, ever. Nobody. And that's why I'm so hot on that one, man. I'll stay hot on that one for the rest of my life, because no pilot's going to correct for curvature or spin. They don't do it. It's not taught. It's not explained. It's not calculated for. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Nada. No. The wind. Yeah. Weather. Fuck yeah. They got to know some shit. But spin or curvature? No. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Good luck. Let me know when you got that in your flight manual. That'd be cool. We'll be here. That'd be great.
Oh, cool. Will you still be here when I get back from squash?
I don't know, man.
You'll be in bed by then. You're old, apparently.
Apparently. No. That's a fact.
I'm surprised you're not in bed by now.
Oh, shots fired.
Oh, you Mongo.
I love you, though. Flat Earth dude. I love you. I love you so much.
Anyways, Flat Earth dude, I'll catch you around. I'll go to squash. You're not
if somebody said, hey, who's your favorite flat earther to me? I would say Flatsy Klein would be my favorite flat earther in the world.
That's thinking precious.
What?
Yep. No doubt.
I'm disappointed now.
No,
he's with these stupid accents.
What? Kenny, you're up there in my favorite flat earthers as well.
Oh, appreciate it.
Number 1, 2.
All right. Well, thank you. The reality of flying a plane on a globe. The reality.
He tried to say that quietly.
No, I wasn't saying it quietly. I said it out loud.
No.
You thought we didn't hear that?
I can't help it. Kiwi is up there in my top, 1 and 2. I can't.
No simping. No simping.
We didn't hear your one, Flatsy. They were talking about mine.
Yeah. You thought you could sneak that in, bro?
You know what? CB
I'm
isn't
sitting
my
in
favorite.
Misogyny headquarters right now.
CB isn't my favorite.
Facts.
I freaking love CB though. I love you all. I can't label you with like numbers. I love you all like family.
Nah, pick one. You got to pick one.
I don't want to.
Come on, you're being a woman.
Yeah, I know, because I love you all like I really do. I love you all like family.
She wants to give out participation trophies.
Shut the hell up.
CB's the favorite misogynist.
Yeah, facts.
He's my favorite in another category. Flat Earth dude's my favorite in a. You know, like I've got my favorites in certain categories. No.
What category are we talking here,
I'm a
Francie?
married woman. Don't oh my me.
I can't even go that way.
That was wrong.
Oh my me, you mongos. Fuck.
What category am I in, chat?
Misrepresent me.
Chat, what am I?
All right.
Have a good one.
How you gonna straw man Flatsy like that?
Same Matrix.
What's she bet? I don't know how to steel man her.
It's hard to steel man a woman because a woman.
Wait, I can
a
steel man
woman. Listen, a woman. Shut up, creation bear.
Young man, listen.
You walked right into that one.
A
I'm not gonna lie.
woman has a lot of love to go around, and we can, you know, we can misconstrue that love sometimes, but not me. I can give you the categories of my love for you. Like, I love you guys so much. You're like my family.
Yeah, we love you too.
Flatsy, we love you, girl.
I think
Just gonna start crying, guys. Take it
you're
easy,
like my
bro.
extended family, and I pray every night and thank God that I have an extended family. In Jesus' name, amen.
I can steel man your position. You have a big heart, and you're a great wife and mother.
Facts.
Yeah, I know. And I have to get on to people for treating me like I'm not a married woman sometimes. You got to remember that I'm a married woman and I love my husband.
Everybody know that. Girl,
Yeah, but I love my husband over everyone. Even the kids, I love them so much, but they will grow up. They will grow up and have their own families and leave the nest, and it's still my husband and me after that. Like, I love him
Amen,
so
girl.
much.
Yep.
W's in the chat, guys. That's amazing. See, this is what we don't find in the common.
That's all right.
modern
We respect
young woman.
Sterling too.
Yes, that's my husband. I love him so much.
And if he's married to Flatsy, he must be a good guy.
Yeah, solid for sure.
He's such a good guy. I love him.
Ooh.
W's in the chat, guys. She's gonna start crying, chat. We gotta take it easy, bro.
Yeah, I am a woman. I'm hot.
Exactly. We got W's in the chat going. We have Dubs here as well. I think it's a mod too.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies.
Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening.
Governor. What's
are
going
ya?
on? What's going
I'm
on,
good.
mod?
I'm just relaxing. What are you guys doing?
This is a no
Spreading-
relaxing panel.
Spreading love amongst each other.
Uh-huh.
Facts. You trying to get in on this love? Pause.
No. I mean, you know.
Oh my! Oh. Hey.
Oh. Are we taking everything
Just
the wrong way?
disregard their rude ass. They're men. So men.
I know them.
I mean, I'm literally sitting in misogyny headquarters right now.
Mm.
Yeah, but we
We have Simple Jack.
Doves and
With
me
the air
have to be
conditioning
like
on.
men.
Yeah, of course.
Good grief.
They're gonna go off when we start cooking, though. Like Simple Jack, welcome.
I'm cooking.
Are you really? That's not your job.
Yeah, I am. I'm making
That's Fatsy's
meatballs.
job. Meatballs. Pause. Has anyone spoke to Simple Jack?
I've spoken to Simple Jack. His eyes are raining.
Yeah.
What's up, Jack?
Hello.
What did he mean by that? I didn't get the.
It's a reference to a movie, Tropic Thunder.
Oh wait! That's a great movie. What was?
Yeah, Simple Jack's Ben Stiller's character when he went full retard.
Oh, never go full retard.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a reference to a movie in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. People say that's one of like the low key one of the great movies.
Funniest movies. I could just keep on watching it.
Yeah, they did something right with that.
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. I don't know if they'd get away with it now. Robert
As a
Downey
black
Jr.'s character. Yeah, yeah. He doesn't break character.
What do you mean?
So he's an American actor, but in the movie,
They're okay with him.
He's an Australian actor playing the part of a African American.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, but they're okay with him now because hold on, they're okay with him now because he killed himself off in the end game of the Marvel movies.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Dude, what's his name? Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder?
Oh, he's the
Holy shit. Oh, how does he? He's like, I will come down there and rain a fucking firestorm on your bitch ass.
What's the song he does?
I can't even remember.
Is it a 50 Cent song?
Probably.
He's dancing to it. I gotta find the clip.
I just love the part where he's like, this is Flaming Dragon. He's like, I don't give a fuck if you're Flaming Dragon. He's just going off. I will come down there. And he's in a fat suit, huge hands. Maybe not a fat suit, but what a movie, bro.
He is in a fat suit.
I will obliterate you. I will literally fuck your face. Like, dude, what the? Oh, I forgot this is a family show. Take a look at my camera roll and see if I can post some stuff in the chat for you guys.
There he is.
Yeah,
is he?
there it is.
No, he's not wearing a fat suit. Oh yeah, maybe.
I mean, he's like kind of He like kind of is.
Yeah,
the hands, his hands are so huge.
He's got some man boobies there too, I think.
He nailed that, honestly. The whole movie was fire. I saw that in theaters too. I was like pretty young.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, I didn't know what I was stepping into. Like, and I thought,
I don't think anyone did.
And I went, "Oh, this could be wrong."
Shit, guys! AI's here, guys.
Attention!
Put your iPhones away, guys.
Oh man!
Are you on the roof again, AI?
No, but I just stepped in the dustpan. Damn.
So I swept it all up.
This man is always working.
Yep.
That's a man right there.
I hate it when
Stepped
that
in the dustpan.
Yeah, you sweep everything up into the dustpan and then you step on it.
Oh, Fancy's cooking them right now.
Oh, you the dirt boy.
That sounds like a saying, stepped in the dustpan. It sounds like a thing, like a phrase.
The old Southern saying.
I done stepped in the dustpan again.
Oh my God.
I just fixed our bed because our bed has like a topper on it. And it was a mess. It was like so strong for some reason. And I was like, I cannot take this anymore. So I had to like fix it.
There you go.
I was going to say something. I just, yeah.
For some reason.
Why is it all messed up, Flatsy? Why is it all messed up?
I don't know.
Wait, why is it all messed up?
Shut your mouth.
She belongs to the streets. She belongs to the sheets.
I'm a married woman.
Y'all are
Don't forget
retarded.
that.
We heard you the first 5 times.
The CB's wild.
Listen, this is the head of the cultural development department speaking, and look, we gotta put you guys on the lingo, okay? Where do you think you got Cap from? Where do you think you get all this lingo from? Your boy.
Who doesn't know his own generation? Sure.
She belongs to the sheets.
You are
going wild.
acting like you're in such a younger generation than me, but you're from the same one.
It is what it is.
Because he's not married yet.
What generation are you guys from?
You
the
guys.
millennials.
I think
We're the last of the millennials.
I think I'm just a millennial. 81, yeah.
You're cooked.
Yeah, I was born in 91.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Flats.
Nah, man.
You're not that much young. You're not like super young compared to me, dude.
No, I know. Well, kind of am though, honestly.
94.
Like women aging like dog years.
Oh, shut your mouth.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying about that.
Bro, my ex had like hella gray hairs and stuff. She was hella cute though.
Wrong with gray hair?
The wall stops for no man.
The wall stops.
My husband, he only kids, but he's like, every time I gain a year, he's like, "You're getting old, mama." But he don't mean it. I'm younger than he is.
That's good. A woman's her window is like 18 to like 26.
I don't know about that, man.
No, dude, I'm 33.
No, I can post stats. Once you hit 30, you're cooked.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
over.
but I'm married, so shut your mouth.
Well, you did the right thing.
Oh, hold on. When did you get married?
Yeah, when did you get married? Before or after 30?
When I was still in my 20s.
Oh, wow. So you just proved this point. Thanks.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, fine. But I don't like it. I don't like it.
Why would you not like it?
Because I don't want it to be true, because he said it.
That's such a woman. That's what a woman would say.
Sound like a glober.
Yeah.
I sound like a glober. A glober wouldn't admit that. They would just never concede.
For a man's, like, I feel like his best window is probably like 35 to 45. Yeah, facts.
I got 20-year-old ladies interested in me.
Hell
and I'm 45.
Sterling is pretty much 2 years older than I am, pretty much. Only because he was born in 1990 and I was born in 1991. But he was January of 1990 and I was December of 91. So it's pretty much 2 years apart.
The 90s babies are so up right now. We are so up right now.
My husband just said we're kings and queens, actually.
Facts.
I'm a January.
January what?
Oh. What's your sign?
I don't know. Capricorn, so I've been told.
Oh, that explains a lot, right, Flatsy?
Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
I actually don't know shit about this stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm laughing.
Wait, Dubs, tell us about. Is he a? What did you say it was? Capricorn. Dubs knows all about this.
And a what is it? I think I'm
What's
a monkey or something too.
You're a monkey.
I'm a Christian, so I don't care about that stuff.
But what's your rising moon?
I don't care about that stuff.
You know what I always
Just
do?
like I'm a no nonsense person because people want to wax philosophical with their whatever signs. My sign is blah blah blah. I'm like, shut up. I don't know. I
You know what
just hate it.
I'll give you a pro
Even
move
if-
right here. Go ahead.
Even if there's absolutely nothing related to the sign stuff that's true, if people believe in it and they apply it to their lives, it's true for them, and their actions and reactions will demonstrate that. So in a way, even if it's completely untrue, it's still true because people will think a certain way and act a certain way.
Facts.
Oh, that's
And that's
because they're just conformist and they're like, oh,
Yeah.
that's my sign and it says that I'm this, so I'm going to be that.
But yeah, that's what I was getting at, is even if there's nothing like related to that that's actually doing anything, the belief is. There's people who make their whole personality about their sign. And doing that
that
is
stuff is just that stuff is just like bleh to me. I just want to throw up when
Really?
people want to talk about it.
Did you ever have a phase with it or anything?
I did. I loved everybody that had the birthday book. They had the birthday book and they would just look up everything. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's so me. I was so stupid back then, dude.
Hey, CB, check this out. Look at that T-shirt I just found.
She belongs to the sheets. That's hilarious. You found that for sale?
Yeah.
Holy,
It's
bro.
on Amazon.
That's hilarious. What the?
Man, do we have a music button here or what?
That's why we need to go back to home base sometimes.
Yep.
Because we don't have that's one of the perks that we have from there. We have control of the bot. We can play music, like, you know.
Yeah, but you know how many times somebody has told me that they can play clips, and then when they try to play it, it sounds like total ass. They're basically doing some kind of feedback loop, and they're not actually using a virtual machine or a pass-through.
Right. Yeah. I mean, no one can do it like me in the old school days, bro. Sorry, bro. I used to play through it like that.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good quality too.
Yeah, but for some reason now, like the Discord's settings for noise suppression and stuff is just, I don't know. It's really good, so it's hard to make it work properly.
Deactivate them completely.
Yeah, when you used to do those, when it was quiet, CB, and you used to play those little clips and then start conversations about them. You go, oh, and here's one from this, and this talks about this. Here, listen to this, guys. That was good.
I miss doing that stuff.
Let's start doing it again.
Sure. Say less.
Sterling has been on a binge for this Diablo game all day because something released today, and he's been so excited. Because he's kind of laid off of work right now until his next job, which is already set up, and he's already set his alarm for 6:30 a.m. for this game. Yes,
Let him cook, dude.
Oh man.
I'm like, dude, you are so committed. And he's about to go and shower right now because he's been playing it all day. So he's going to go shower. And I'm about to have to go. I'm about to have to go because after he showers, it's my time.
It's a family show.
You're right. I'm so sorry. We both have been drinking beers, so I shouldn't have said that.
No,
so
you're
we've
right.
been drinking beers and just kind of having a good time. Sorry, guys. I didn't need to say
Drinking
that.
them beers.
We
Drinking beer without a care. Drinking beer. You guys remember that song?
No, I've never heard that.
You know what, listen, Flatsy, I have to commend your husband because he's very loyal and he's willing to put up with woman that can't cook other food. So I have to commend him.
Oh, he has to put up a lot for me. Let me just tell you, he's got to put up with a lot with me. I'm a flat earther. Can you imagine having to deal with that? Here you go.
That's why I want to be flat earth. I'm telling you, guys.
I have to deal with myself every day.
No, I mean, like, if your spouse is doing something that you don't necessarily, he doesn't necessarily care about it that much, but he also isn't a glober, so that's good.
Just see that right there, chat. That's why you don't want to don't just stick to the normie chicks, bro. The globetards.
Well, Sterling's already a super. He's like Sterling's already kind of a genius. If you even watch him, just sit back and watch him do math. It's amazing. He does it in his head so fast.
Classy, why don't you arrange that? Get a little cam on his paper and let us watch.
Hey, yo, pause. I forgot what were we saying.
No, Classy, go to get the camera. You're going to get the cam ready.
Are there any globers in here?
Sorry, I'm talking to him. Sorry, guys.
Sterling, get your ass over here and do math on camera.
He's literally getting in the shower. Shut up.
I will go get in with him, and we're gonna keep cooking, bro.
Dude, buy him a wax pencil thing where you can write underwater. Good grief.
I think she was talking about Booger, wasn't she? Not Sterling.
Nah, don't get her started, bro. Let her hop in the shower with the old boy, and we're gonna keep cooking.
Look, guys. A young kid being good at math is nothing special. An older person who's already forgot everything they learned in school being good at math—that's something special.
Now that's something.
That's true.
I know maths.
Well, go forth and be fruitful and multiply.
Facts.
He's a good sport. He got halfway dressed and said, I'm gonna try. I'm drunk, but I'm gonna try. He's a good sport. He was gonna do it.
No distraction.
No, I told him no. I am his wife. I have the better judgment right now.
All right, Flatsy, time to hang up that phone and go and whisper sweet nothings to Sterling.
He's getting in the shower. We're good.
Yeah, go and join him.
Get on there with them. Yep.
It's not a big enough shower.
Well,
it's big enough, all right. Trust me, it's big enough, all right.
Build you a new shower.
Hey, if it can fit one, it can fit two. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your help, but I don't need it.
Yeah, we're not helping, are we?
Not really. You're trying to get me to let him. He's like getting halfway dressed just to do math for you guys. Hell no.
Well, what kind of sandwich are you making for him while he's in the shower?
There you go.
I am not making him a sandwich. He was eating. He was eating on my tortilla chips.
Did he hear you say that?
There's only one sandwich. Hold on. There's only one sandwich that can withstand a bath, and that is a submarine.
He was eating on my tortilla chips. He was eating on my tortilla chips as a snack.
Them tortillas.
Whoa,
ladies, so I can talk. My gosh.
We don't need to hear what he's been munching on, all right? It's a family show.
Yeah, he was eating on my tortilla chips that I have for the salsa that he bought me from the Fresh Mart or whatever it is. It's like it's called the Fresh Mart, but it's like a place where you can go get like fresh produce and stuff like that.
The
market.
All right, now go.
It's like a fresh no, it's not a farmer's market. It's a fresh produce market.
There you go, fresh produce market. Problem solved.
So what is whatever that submarine? Yeah. I think the kitchen's calling.
It's funny that I just accidentally changed the topic to food.
I got a problem, guys. I am putting out too much information.
Hey, bro. Song of Solomon. Listen, bro. Song of Solomon sounds like it's about food. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've been to the gym. I've already showered and done all the things. Like, I did a whole workout, even though I was battling vertigo tonight. Listen, guys, this is a big
We're
deal.
gonna change our name to Yappy Klein.
Yappy Klein.
Savage.
You know how funny it is. You know how funny it is. Like you can, everything can be a double entendre.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
I realize
I'm
that.
super into entendres.
But I do also realize that I was able to battle vertigo and work out my full workout tonight at the gym. Oh my goodness. What a good thing.
I think my listening to women talk battery is running low.
I feel you. Okay, guys, go ahead.
I can only handle so much.
There's a rat in there somewhere.
Have a good evening.
Is there AI? What is it? How's it go?
No, I think it goes Yappy Klein. Her husband wants to get some quality time, but she's too busy online Yappenstein.
Yeah. When she should be eating cheese and wine. I don't know, some stupid shit.
Munching on tortilla.
Holy. All right, well, let's take over to the panel. I think. Okay.
Munching that tortilla in the shower. Fresh made with that meat and flour.
Nice. W.
Who's this Diesel Boy guy?
Yeah, he's a
think
Glober.
he's from
He
our
DM'd
main
me
server.
earlier.
Sure? Are you sure? We had a
Yeah, he sent me a DM and said, I'm a Glober and I want to talk. No, I'm trolling. I'm totally trolling. Yeah, I do remember Diesel Boy, but I'm not this profile picture.
I don't know if it's him, but I think it's him.
He's a actually, maybe it's not him. Truck driver lives in the.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Pretty sure he was a truck driver or a mechanic or something. Diesel mechanic.
Bro, we're not going to talk about you this whole time. Like, just chime in, dude.
Outside. Out.
We fresh grown flowers.
He's been around for a while. He's from our old server too, isn't he?
Display window just popped in.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm a fellow flat earther / Calvinist, so I'm just trying to learn how this all fits in with Calvinism.
What's Calvinist?
I mean, I don't want to derail the whole. It's basically the idea that your free will can get you into heaven.
Interesting. Okay.
That's not even close, bro.
What is it?
So go back to your old conversation.
We were just gapping, bro. Honestly, like I'm curious. What is Calvinism?
So it's the idea that we're all pre-elects to get into heaven. We're all chosen to get into heaven. The only way we don't get into heaven is if our free will, super important in Calvinism, is free will. If you don't use your free will to do good things and you do bad things,
doesn't that mean it's only for the chosen people, Calvinism?
Oh, God.
We're all chosen. We're all chosen.
No. Gentiles is not chosen.
Calvinism, dude.
Gentiles is not chosen within Calvinism.
No, everybody's chosen as long as you do good works.
No, that's not Calvinism. You're wrong.
I've been a Calvinist for 30 years, bro. I think.
Okay, perfect. What's the 5 points? What's the 5 points of Calvinism? Tulip, go.
Yeah, born in total degradation.
Okay.
Then there's something about how you can't deny grace. Look. I'm a little tired right now. I've had a rough day, but 2 out of 5 isn't bad.
2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 isn't bad.
The point is, we're all elect to regenerate in heaven, and free will.
Sorry about these bullies, mate.
Yeah, sorry.
Dude, you must be studying Calvin and Hobsonism.
Let me just give me a second, and I'll come up with a tulip off the top of my head without help. Just gotta.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, me neither. I'm so confused.
Okay, so it's total deprivation, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, and preservation of the saints, which means as long as you do good works, you'll get into heaven.
That's not what it means.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it means.
AI, are you Calvinist?
No, but he's clearly not teaching it right, but whatever.
So you're a kuffer.
There's no reason getting in a theological discussion with somebody who doesn't have all his faculties operating at functional capacity.
Overlord, you sound like a kuffer.
A what?
Ooh.
It's in Arabic. It means unbeliever. A kuffer.
Oh, a kafir, you mean?
Yeah, kafir.
I mean, I guess you pronounce it different.
Well, I get both pronunciations.
Bro, you don't use that word within Christianity. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's kind of funny to like.
What the
Hey,
hell?
Mr. Beckman,
You don't sound like a Krishna Borte.
That's funny.
Oh, that's a Hindu word.
All right, so let's get to your flat Earth side of it instead, and then we don't have to have a theological discussion.
Okay, well, John Calvin proved that the world was flat in 1510.
Okay, so we're not going to talk about it then.
Wait, who said it was flat in 1510?
Proved the Earth was flat in 1510.
Who?
Well, I can't say his name, but it's JC. He proved that the Earth was flat.
Oh, okay.
What was his method? Yeah, what was his methodology?
A really, really big tape measure.
Wow, dude. Did he use his free will?
He did.
Hold on, I get it now. I get it, guys, I understand. He pulled out the tape measure for free will.
Exactly.
You're getting it, Overlord. You're going to be a Calvinist in no time.
I like his sense of humor.
Well, but I'm not joking. Hey, Quetzalcoatl. That's cool. John Calvin said you were a pagan god, but I love you.
I'm not a pagan, man. Relax. Jesus, attacking me up. Straight up.
Can one of you
He's got a hate boner for you, Quetz.
Can one of you guys explain what's going on?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he's trolling a little bit.
Yeah.
Sounds like a bunch of theosophistry.
So this means I have to go and look up what Calvinism is. All right.
I already Googled it. It's not that helpful, honestly.
Calvinism is basically the idea that God's mission is to save sinners, and he accomplishes it through completely his actions on his side, and humans just basically go along with it because it's God's will of who he will save and who he won't, basically.
You're forgetting the free will part. We all have free will.
So you can. Does that mean?
No, Calvinism. Go ahead.
Does that mean you can just do whatever you want and then he'll just save you?
No.
Technically, yes.
No, if you could break your predestination by sinning, but we all sin, but really sinning.
Well, that would be a violation. That would be a violation of the 5 points, dude. Because the 5 points include preservation of the saints. So whoever he elects, he predestines and he perseveres them by his power. Like dude, I don't know what you've been studying in Calvinism, dude, but you clearly got an F- in that class.
But
I think I'm a Calvinist.
Well, St. Nicholas used to run around with the ladies of ill repute, right? So saints are imperfect.
Shit.
Okay.
Ladies.
Right, and David killed a man for humping his wife because she didn't want him to find out he got pregnant. And then?
And Noah was a drunk. The only perfect person I can think of is John Calvin.
Yeah, that's your problem, dude. It's when you do an ism, you elevate a man, and that's your problem, dude. You worship a man's ideology.
Look at the predestination.
Kind of like a Glover. Yeah, kind of like a Glover who bows down and takes it in the face from quote-unquote science.
So, did you check the predestination part of your Calvinism belief?
Yeah, we're all born predestined.
So it says God has already chosen who will be saved and who will not. So who are you to say who will be saved?
All of us.
That's
all
not.
What do you mean all of us? That's not what it says.
It's not free will.
Predestined. Predestined.
Yeah,
do you understand the word?
We're all predestined to regenerate in heaven.
No.
If we use our free will, then we'll become one of the unelect.
That's not what it means. No.
What's the difference between
What the
this
hell you been
and
doing for 30 years, man? Holy shit.
What's the difference between Calvinism and Jeranism?
What's the second? I never heard of the second one.
Jeremy. Don't worry about him.
You and him would get along.
Cool. So we're all
Wait,
Calvinists.
so display window. Did you read in the chat? Are you able to see the chat?
Oh no, I'll look now.
Bro, you sound like a zealot, man. Relax.
I'm a zealot for John Calvin.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Well,
yeah, I mean, enjoy your Calvinism. That's fine, man. That's okay.
Sound like a Ariana Grande fan or something like that.
Oh shit! Display.
Well, see, the main philosophical problem with Calvinism in a hard sense is that it makes your relationship with God accidental, arbitrary, capricious, fleeting, specious, right? Not very personable, like an actual relationship would be.
No. It's super deep because we have to not sin, right? Like so. No, yeah.
Whatever, dude.
So, I read that thing in the side chat by Creation Bank. That's not how we define predeterminationism. That's
straight off Google.
No, but that's how the
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro. So why don't you tell us all how you don't sin? Go ahead.
Predetermination is in the beginning God.
Yeah, that's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. Completely dodge it. Why don't you show us all how you're perfect? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm perfect? I'm not perfect. Nobody. John Calvin.
You just said before that you got to not sin. So you said you're not perfect, which means you sin. So that just proves Calvinism false. Good job.
No, Calvinism doesn't say you don't sin. John Calvin is the only man who never sinned.
Wow, dude.
What? How do you know that?
That's what it says in the Geneva Bible.
That's what
he said,
bro.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he told the women. He said, "Hey, I've never sinned. Don't you want to taste the flavor of a man who's never sinned? Come on over here." And then he said that to Sheila, and then he said it to Sally, and then he said it to Lisa, and then he probably said it to your mom.
Oh shit!
Well, my mom was a devout Calvinist for sure.
You sound like, I don't know. Are you okay?
I was smoking weed earlier, so I don't know if.
You sound a bit paranoid.
But I am not an Ariana Grande fan. I'm a Charlie XCX fan.
So you smoke weed and you're a Christ believer?
Yeah. John Calvin.
How dare you, man? How dare you?
John
Calvin smoked weed. John Calvin smoked weed.
God damn. Okay. Maybe we all should join Calvinism then.
Exactly.
This is going to be this guy's answer to everything. You're going to ask him a question. He's going to go, John Calvin did that.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That is the plan.
All right, good point. So, who has measured the curvature here?
John Calvin.
Who circumnavigated south to north?
John Calvin.
All bad.
You guys know what? You guys are a little too obsessed with John Calvin, so I'm going to go to work.
Oh, we are? Okay.
That is good, man. Well done.
Was he serious?
Troll. Very, very low level lame troll. Theosophistry is funny.
Wait, so he was just joking?
I don't think he was, man.
I think that he.
Do you think he was
on?
So if you say I'm a Calvinist that's been in Calvinism for 30 years, and the point is to exercise your free will, you done revealed yourself.
Yeah.
Those are like antithetical in that system.
Right, yeah.
Megatron.
That's a good point. It says everything's predetermined. And he's like, no, you have free will. You're right. That's confusing.
Yeah, but free will in that paradigm is illusory. Like it's an experience. Like you think it's free will, but it's really not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were going to say that.
So he was just joking.
So, do they believe in God and Jesus, or do they just believe in John Calvin?
No, he was being stupid, dude. John Calvin is just like a theological heavyweight. That's yes, it's named after him, and he did come up with it, and like the genesis of it. But it's basically trying to understand. It's trying to understand certain systems of doctrine, like obviously God would be sovereign. Obviously, the Bible says God wants people to be saved, and then the way it works, with grace and stuff, and then men are sinners so that they can't actually seek righteousness, and God has to do all the work, which is kind of skirting around some of the truths, but it's taking it to the extreme. And if I remember correctly, John Calvin was like banging all kinds of whores. He was a dirtbag, and he killed some dudes. He killed some dudes that disagreed with him. He just straight up murdered them.
He's not a sinner.
I am.
Are you? Tell us what your sins.
Well, he's smoking weed. Of course, he's a sinner.
Yeah, I torture my body.
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that.
We got some new guys in here.
Father Kimbo.
Who the fuck's the new guy?
Eric.
Oh shit.
Eric, you've been sitting in here for all day, so.
Yeah, I was waiting to get him muted. Just came back doing groceries, man.
What do you buy?
Hamburger.
Flatbread.
Flatburger?
Bro.
No, buns. I got them buns, boy.
You got them buns.
Yo, pause.
All right, Eric, do you believe you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
That sounds logic, yeah.
A spinning wet testicle.
That's not. Wait, what's logical about that?
Well, there's satellites, What's keeping
logical.
them up?
What's logical about the spinning space ball? You just said it's logical.
Well, if I look out the window, I can almost see a curve.
No, you can't. The horizon remains horizontal no matter how high.
Why are you trolling?
What's almost, though? Like, almost means not.
Right. You're a smart cookie.
Oh, thank you.
How do you even see Earth from your window? Curving.
You're not listening, are you?
Almost curving.
Oh, he's almost listening.
So you got issues with your eyes or what?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Something wrong with your window, maybe? Is it curving almost?
It almost sees.
I almost sees. Okay.
Eric, are we going to get much out of you, or are you just going to be another stoner?
What about eclipses?
What about them? Go ahead. Explain your eclipses.
So, the lunar eclipse, sure. If we're living on a flat plane, then like moon in front of sun.
No.
But
Don't worry about a flat. Don't worry about a flat plane. Just give us the rundown on your eclipses on a ball. Go ahead.
Well, why does it have to be a ball?
Because that's what you believe in. So you're asking us about. So in order for you to ask us about eclipses, you need to understand your own version of eclipses.
I'm a bad Clover, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'm an even worse flat earther.
Hey, okay, don't feel bad because most globers are bad globers. Because you don't know anything.
I know the sun comes up in the east for me.
What does that have to do with the horizon or the ground? Like lights in the sky. What would that have to do with the
Proved I
ground?
knew something, you know.
I'm just
trying
saying
to
this
prove
next
myself
question.
here.
Eric, what do
Everyday
lights in the
experience.
sky have to do with the ground?
It's above it.
Yes, it is above it. These lights, they are above the ground.
Mm-hmm.
How would you see
Is
the sun
ground in the
otherwise?
sky? Sorry.
What?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. No, sorry.
Now, is the ground in the sky?
If I throw it up, yeah.
It's obviously not, right?
Bro.
Where do
Eric, you sat in here for 6 hours, right? And this is all you've got to come up with. So you
Where
sat
do
in
you
here for
go?
6 hours waiting to get unmuted, and all you can say is that. Come
I'm
on,
still
dude. You can
feeling
do
more
better.
efficient than MC Toon, okay?
You can do better than that, man.
Are you flat
He's
or
my
globe?
idol.
Eric, are you flat or globe? Seriously.
Flat
Straight
gang,
up.
baby. Flat gang all the way.
Flat. Yeah, so I thought I heard you in here talking the other day. And I swear I heard you like catching up with old buddies, APOC and that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me not waste any more of your time.
You're all right, man.
Cool.
You're fine. Not really.
Eric, are you still in school?
No.
You working?
No.
You don't have a job? What are you doing then?
The government pays me to do jack shit.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Lucky you don't live in my country. I'd fucking hunt you down.
You bloody cunt!
Thieving off my tax dollars.
Are you from Austria?
Yeah, Austria.
Cool.
Up in the Alps. we have a different accent up in the Alps.
Isn't that right,
It's a
mate?
bit different. Yeah.
I was actually thinking of invading Australia. You know, there's like work visums or something.
There's what?
Like work visa visum thing.
Visa, work visa. From what country? Where are you from?
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Yeah, you're getting straight away.
You got a job?
I don't think you have a. No, I don't think you have a working visa. I think you guys have student visas with working rights. So
that might
you
be
got to study. You got to study something when you come here.
Ooh.
Austria. You didn't recognize his Aussie accent?
Or invading Australia. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You could come up on a holiday visa and do some fruit picking.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can pick some berries.
Yeah, and if you're thinking of invading Australia, just go to the north and then just get off the boat there and then just walk down to the south. You'll be fine.
If you don't sink on the way.
I might catch one of them road trains, you know.
Yeah, just hitchhike. You'll be fine, mate. Nothing will happen to you.
Hopefully I won't get kicked by a random kangaroo.
Oh my
That's only 150k from the bottom of Indonesia to the tip of Australia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Something like that. got some little isles, I think, like little islands and that off the. What's that pokey bit called?
Cape York.
Yeah, there's some islands off there that are considered Australian territory. So if you draw a line from bottom of Indonesia to there, it's not very far.
Our old colonies, the good old days.
There you go. You can get in a kayak from Indonesia. There's no sharks either, so you've got nothing to worry about.
You know, I'm actually quite good with dolphins, you know. Maybe we can ride on them back, you know.
It's not the dolphins you got to worry about.
Seppi boy is spoken in the side chat.
What's that?
Huh? Mr. Rich.
Oh, is he around, is he? Chef Boy Rich. Oh, it's not Rich Evans. Or is it?
No, he's gone for good.
No, this is a different Rich.
Oh, he's gone for good. That's Permaban.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting to be a bit of an arsehole.
That's enough. It's been years, man. With his crap.
Yeah.
Stalker crap. They got their own VC. They can dwell in that chamber instead. To themselves.
If Seth's on mute, do we want to unmute him and have a conversation with him? I was going to unmute him, but I figured I'd ask.
Let's risk it for the biscuit.
I don't know, man. Like, his claims kind of dodgy.
Yeah, and he's muted for a reason, clearly. Like, he didn't just server mute himself.
You can talk to him if you want.
Yeah, let's give it a go.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Lol.
Seth boy.
Hello.
G'day.
How's it going?
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm okay. Just dealing with troubles, but you know, at the end of the day, we're alive. You know.
Yeah.
All that matters. That's all that matters.
So, what do you think about the topic?
I think that I've been doing a lot of research, and I've been in a couple servers the last couple of hours, and I've talked to a lot of people, and they've decided that they're going to ask some questions themselves.
Awesome. Go ahead.
So I was talking about. Just give me a second, if you don't mind. Just gotta switch my charger over. I hope I pray my phone doesn't die. Please don't 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 die. Oh, this. Sorry, guys. Plug in real quick. Okay, here we go. Perfect.
Real quick, welcome Roots to the chat.
Anyways, so sorry, what did you ask me?
You said you had you'd been speaking to people for a few hours in different servers, and you had said you had a few questions, or you had some questions answered.
So what? So I was in a a Christian. I mentioned to you guys before that I am a part of a lot of Christian servers and stuff like that. And we were talking about just, you know, stuff like that. There was a huge argument. I de-escalated it, thank God. We got into this whole debate on, you know, repentance and all this kind of stuff. But long story short, after the person who was, going on about the debate left, I was asked a question about the moon landing, and I explained. So somebody asked me, they said, do you believe the moon landing existed? Moon landing happened. I said, I don't even believe the Earth is a globe. And then they went like, oh my goodness, like what? And I'm like, yes, I do. And I said that we're all Christians here. We can have a discussion. And I will say that
I just want to read Genesis 14 to you guys. So I'm just quoting. So when I say you guys, I'm talking about them. So what I said to them is, so here is the full 14. So, and God said, let there be lights in the vault of the sky. Vault is something inside, right? So, vault of the sky to separate the day from the light, or day from the night, sorry. Let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years. And let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights. The greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth. So what I was saying to them is that we are taught that the moon is a rock, right? And that's okay. That's fine. But at the end of the day, we are also taught that the moon is being, getting light from the illumination of the sun. But at the end of the day, when I look into Christian depictions of the earth, I do not see a sun outside of an atmosphere far away. I do not see that. I do not see the moon as a rock. I see the moon as a light source. And two great lights is what God said. Inside the vault. Well, if you go and you look at Christian depiction of Earth, you will see that the sun, the stars, the moon is all inside of the vault. So the question that I had for them was, or I didn't ask them any questions actually, I just read it to them and I said, well, we're taught that the moon is a rock, illuminated by the sun, etc., etc., etc. But at the end of the day, if you look at, what does vault mean? What does vault mean? And I take the Bible literally because I'm Christian. So we just went through a couple things, and then they were like, oh, well, now that I've seen some of the depictions that you provided in the chat, some of the articles and stuff like that, and scripture, I'm gonna look more into it. So I have 4 people that I was in a chat with earlier that are now invested in researching Flat Earth and seeing if they're I'm going through scripture, and I've been going through the links that I've been given by a fellow member in this Discord chat. I've been researching a lot, and from what I'm saying to you is that I'm not going to say the Earth is a globe. I cannot say that, and I won't say that because I literally have said to people, no, the Earth is not a globe, in my opinion.
Cool, man. So when did this? Is this just a turnaround recently, or?
No, so this is discussions that I've had before with my Christian friends. I'm going to be honest with you. I have a very bad habit of I have mental illnesses, man. I'm not trying to justify anything. I'm not trying to do that. But forgive me just forgive me real quick. What I'm saying is that I act irrationally too much. And what I'm saying is that throughout my life, I've always had questions about the Earth, and I've come to the conclusion. It's not overnight, but I've come to the conclusion. I've stayed up hours and hours and hours.
I think I heard you. I think I heard you the other night. Did you come in? You got Did you get muted for some reason and then come back in the next day?
I got muted. Listen, I'll tell you why I got muted again.
Yeah.
The reason why I got muted again was because I was in the YouTube live, but I was in the YouTube chat. And I was saying things in the YouTube chat, and then somebody said something to me, and then it said, see me in the Discord chat, as in like see me on the screen, right? So then I started spamming and just talking disrespectfully. Again, now you said, I remember it's even on recording. You said Sethy Boy's gonna come back and apologize. Listen, I'm not gonna apologize because that's manipulation right there. I'm not gonna come in here every single time I make a mistake and just say, oh, I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. No, that's manipulation. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm saying that I came back into the chat again because I just want, and no, you guys aren't rude. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, again, that's manipulation. I just said sorry. Like, fuck me. My point is this. I'm trying to just, I don't know.
Yeah,
I have
that's
basis
all right.
for my belief. I have basis for my belief. The Bible is in my hand. I have basis for my belief. I'm reading scripture, and it does not tell me that the earth is a globe.
Yeah. No. All right. You don't need to apologize for anything, dude. I'm sure it wasn't that bad. But maybe
you said that before, man. Like you said that before. I don't want to come in here.
I think you're getting. I think you're getting me confused with someone else, dude. But
no. I'm Sethy Boy. I'm saying I've made mistakes.
I know. I think you're getting me confused with someone else. I was listening to you. I was on YouTube. I was listening to you talk to T-Dub maybe or one of the other Aussie guys, but it wasn't me, man. But I heard you. Yeah. So.
And at the end of the day, man, like when I'm trying to promote, I'm sorry if I'm sorry for that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You got to stop apologizing. Stop apologizing, and then just.
Okay, I won't apologize, but okay, I won't say anything like that. But I won't apologize for whatever. But I will say this, okay?
Yeah, you're on a mission, dude.
When I was trying to promote the channel, I wasn't doing it in a way like, oh, I'm trying to annoy these guys. Oh, I'm trying to like, whatever. Like I'm trying to get them doxxed, whatever. No. I was trying to promote it because like, you know how censored things are nowadays, right? You guys have like, I'm still subscribed, even though the situation, like if you go through the chat, somebody said should have banned your ass. That's what somebody said to me. If you go, but like at the same time, I'm still subscribed. I still have the thing. I still like all the live streams, right? I was just trying to promote it, but I'm doing it the wrong way, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
I told you. I wouldn't say sorry.
No, that's all right, dude. Yeah.
I'm not trying to be like, for example, like, I believe that, okay, forgive me for saying this, but I believe that I have a spot in this chat because I don't believe the earth is a globe. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's why I believe I have a spot in this chat. Yes, I need to do more research, which I am doing, like, as we speak, right? But at the same time, I believe that being in these chats helps me for the future because at the same time, listen, people are going to look at me like I'm crazy. You know this. Like like I said, I told the 4 people that I was in the chat with, the Christian chat, I said the earth is not a globe, right? And they were like, what? I was like, let me give you some, because they're Christians, right? So I was like, let me give you some scripture and see what you think about it. And I'll show you the depiction and let me see what you think about it. Just ask questions. I said, just ask questions. Like, for example, like, this is quick. I'll be quick with this. Like, for example, JFK's assassination. Ask questions. 9/11. Ask questions. You know, all these things that happened in the past. Ask questions. In the now, ask questions. Right? What we've been taught through our entire life.
Stop. Now I know what you got in trouble for.
What are you in trouble for?
Yeah, it was talking about things that you shouldn't talk about. That's right. Now I remember.
What was I talking about? Because I don't think that's why. Because I don't think that's why. Because I did not bring up anything in regards to the things that somebody almost got kicked for saying in regards.
Cool story, brother. Who cares? Why don't you talk about the content of the room, which is 24/7 flat Earth? What do you think about the measurements of Earth? Is it flat or curved?
I believe that there are no accurate measurements by scientists to say that the Earth is round.
What field of science deals with measuring Earth?
They have their. So I'm going to give you the. Unfortunately, this is. No, I'm just gonna be quiet actually because I already.
All right, it's a trick question, bro. Science doesn't deal in just measuring objects, right? It's not. Like
No, they don't. I was saying. I think there's no like when scientists try to prove this, try to prove that. I don't really.
At best, we would call it geodesy. It's probably the closest thing. Which is just, I think the name geodesy just means measuring the Earth, which is, basically just a field designed to survey, essentially.
All right, let me ask a question. Actually, I have a good question. Let's leave a question. Actually. So, have you guys ever seen that photo of that bridge that looks curved?
Dude, tons of bridges look curved. There's like 7,500 bridges
I gotta send
in the world.
And then I gotta send it in the chat.
He's talking about Sounders Bridge, I think.
Okay, no, bro.
It won't even let me send it in the chat. It won't even let me send it in the chat. It's literally just. It's literally just a bridge that's curved. I'm asking.
You don't need to say everything that you're thinking as well, because when you talk all the time, when people are trying to get in, it kind of cuts them out.
All right, Timbo, here's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm going to leave the chat, not because.
No, you don't need to leave the chat. You can stay here and learn.
I'm doing it. Listen, I'm gonna watch the live stream.
All right.
So I'm gonna get my information. I feel like it's better if.
There you go, bro. I saved you the trouble. Okay, bro, what you need to do is look in the mirror and say, I will not talk straight over people like an asshole. I will not talk straight over people like an asshole 17 times. And then after you say it 17 times, say it 32 more.
That's what you do.
No, dude, I don't do it like an asshole. Okay, get it right. Now, we're going to unmute you, bro, so you can say your piece since you seem like you're about to head out. Go ahead.
I thank you for the disrespect, Overlord. Appreciate it.
Now, look, bro, it's okay to talk over people, man, when it's getting heated and there's really like a passionate point and you've had this heated debate and then it rises to a crescendo. But you actually have to make it to there. You know what I mean?
Can I say one thing real quick?
Sure.
Wasn't trying to talk over anybody and wasn't trying to be disrespectful. But I feel like, again, being gaslit, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to be respectful.
Gaslit? What are you talking about being gaslit, dude? You literally just, every time somebody talks, you just Yappuccino straight through them, dude.
Dude, it's okay. Just apologize again.
No, don't apologize. Apologies are worthless.
I'll go to the. Listen, I'm on the live. I'm on the live. We'll see. We'll see if I was constantly interrupting people. We'll see.
It does take a while to I remember when I first jumped on Discord, it took ages to be able to know when to jump in. You don't need to say everything that you're thinking as well, because when you talk all the time, when people are trying to get in, kind of cuts them out.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. All right, I'm going to leave the chat, not because
You don't need to leave the
Oh man, you keep saying that, bro. So here, so let me help you.
No,
Let me help you.
he's listening to YouTube and it's coming through a speaker.
Exactly. So here, bro, Seth Boy, check it out. We can help you. There's something called Odyssean self-control. So if you don't have self-control, you practice what's called Odyssean self-control, which is you implement a mechanism which forces you to act as if you have self-control. So for example, Odysseus, when he was going through the Harpy siren waters, he knew that the Harpy sirens were beautiful and that their voices intoxicated men and driven them mad with lust and passion, and they would just go towards the women and be eaten alive. So what he did is he strapped himself to the mast of his boat and plugged his ears and blindfolded himself. That way he could not be tempted. So before he got into the zone where he would be tempted, he took a measure to prevent himself. So for example, we can do that for you. We can just mute you and then say what we want to say and then unmute you. You say what you want to say and then we mute you again and there's no hard feelings. So for example, you might ask a question, then we mute you, and then we give you the answer, then we unmute you. Would that be something you'd be interested in?
I have a question.
We can do that for you.
Betty Boy for the Russia thing.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm trying to speak to
talk about Russia.
Oh my god.
How about we talk about the topic of the room?
Yeah, we're trying to get Sesame Boy to actually be engaged here, bro. So why don't you be quiet?
The Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you live on a ball?
No.
Oh, you don't? Where do you live?
I don't believe in NASA.
I didn't ask you that. That's just people. Yeah. I'm asking you about the place where we live. I'm not asking people.
That was there.
Did we abandon Sesame Boy because Homeboy wanted to interrupt?
He's gone to watch the YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you heard what I said, and he'll come back and take us up on that offer. That's something we can provide. All right, go ahead.
Sleepless?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't asking you about whether you believe in people or not. I was asking you about where you live.
No, I was just saying the only reason you would ask that is because of NASA.
No.
So I don't believe in NASA.
Well, we can leave NASA out of the whole conversation if you want. I don't need to talk about NASA.
Well, the reason I bring them up is because they talk about the globe.
Do they? What do they say?
They say it's real, and you're asking me, is it real?
When do they say it's real? I don't think I've ever heard them say that.
They have pictures and live streams in space. You should check one out.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, let's not talk about them, seeing as you don't believe in them, and we'll go to the Earth's surface. How about that?
Oh, you can feel free to mention them. I'm just going to mention what I think about them too.
Okay. So, what about the Earth's surface?
It's a bit rocky. I don't think anyone has all the answers.
What do you think? It's like a flat horizontal reference plane with mountains, hills, valleys? Would that be a good description?
Sure.
Sorry?
Sure.
Sure. What's that?
Yeah, that could be a good description. I mean, I could accept that.
Well, yeah, I'm not asking if you accept what I think. I'm just asking what you think.
Yeah, I would say that's a good one.
Yeah, because like every elevation is measured from a horizontal plane. Yeah, so we can use mean sea level. So anything above that is a measurement from mean sea level, which is a flat, water at rest. Is like level on the surface, flat, horizontal. So we can take measurements from that flat horizontal reference plane. We know it's not curvy.
There's no curve?
No curve. Where's the curve? Have you ever seen one?
No.
No. So we don't experience curvature. We don't see curvature. We don't use the Earth as a curved rotating surface in any part of our lives. It's not, airplanes, building, construction, freeways. Nothing is used on a globe. It's all flat. Can you think of anything that they'd say, okay, we use this as a globe? Can you think of any profession, any kind of, motorized vehicle that would use the Earth as a globe?
Yeah, I don't believe it is. So that would be. But the Russian dude probably does. I just wanted him to be in mutant.
The Russian dude. Who's that?
Seth Roy, bitch. Oh.
Sethy Boy Rich. I don't think he's Russian.
Yeah, Russian.
Okay. Anyone else? Good boy.
Yeah, dude, but there's too many people in here to like. So someone's psychotic. Someone believes the Earth's flat. So who is it?
Me.
All right. So I'm not saying it's flat or round, but like what the like. I don't really think it's flat like a pancake in a space. I don't think space is real.
I don't think anyone in here thinks that it's a pancake in space.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in here has a model. That's not like expected. We don't have the funding to do that. That's not in the question.
I don't think anyone has a model, like a scientific model of anything.
I got a model. I got a model. My model is all the points of the surface of the Earth are arranged between two parallel planes, where the distance of the width vastly outnumbers the distance of the height, which is the mechanical definition of flat. So everywhere we go, that's how we measure the Earth, right? According to sea level, which is horizontal. Then you have the horizontal reference plane, and so if all altitudes are measured from the horizontal reference plane, you could then have another horizontal line above it, another horizontal line below it. You have the Marianas Trench, you have Mount Everest, that's a 13-mile span, over 192 million square miles. That's flatter than a flat piece of flat, bro.
Dude, yeah. I've seen Hunter. I've seen Hunter x Hunter. If you go on top of the world tree, it's soft flat.
Well, the hills and none of that even. The principal reference of flat Earth is the flat line of elevation increasing or not. Like a horizontal line doesn't increase in elevation along that whole horizontal, even if it's infinite. The elevation along that horizontal will stay 0.0000000000000. That's the principle of flat Earth, not the idea that we know we have hills and mountains and valleys. You know what I mean? Like if you point left or right, it's not up, it's not down. You're not pointing down to anywhere. You're not pointing up to anywhere. You're just pointing across and over along a horizontal reference. Like I point at you, you point at me. We didn't point up or down from each other. We pointed directly at each other.
Bro, just go down.
Yeah, no elevation change took place. So the only way elevation change can take place is going directly up or directly down across that horizontal. That's it. That's flat Earth. It is our reference. It's a horizontal line. That's our reference for reality. We go up above that horizontal, the smallest you could imagine. We go up. It goes up, 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 up. You go down, you go down. You go up in distance and elevation. Now, when I point my finger, I don't point my finger in elevation and distance. I can only point it in distance. It actually does not increase in elevation going that way. And just the simple idea of a ball is every direction from your feet or your fingertip in every direction, like a light bulb glowing up. Every direction's away from it or up to space. But we've never experienced that, ever. We've only experienced go that way or vertical. Vertical's up, down is down. Over, left and right, left and right.
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit socialist of you to censor someone when you know what it's like to be censored, you know. Flat Earth community being shadow banned. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of deserved now, but.
Well, if I said something you thought was weird, you'd probably giggle and be like, this dude's stupid. But then, like, a month of looking into it, you might be like, well, that guy's right. You know, but at first glance, you might ridicule the person or ridicule the idea.
Right. I don't think anyone here is that close-minded.
Oh, no, it's just what we've been taught. You know, that's what we've been taught to do. Ridicule anything that's not the mainstream. Oh, if everybody didn't think that and you don't, if everybody thinks this and you don't, something wrong with you, right? Should be the other way around. If I'm the only right person in the room and all these people are saying this thing that's wrong, and they're all like, oh, you're wrong, you're wrong. Well, who's actually wrong or right in this situation? The one person would actually be right, but in the situation of how majority works, majority rules. So. Yeah, all you could do every day is demonstrate how balls don't do the things they say. But you're stupid, you'll get laughed at, and balls do the things they say. Especially not in front of your face ever. Especially where you can't prove it. Especially there. That's why you're so stupid. Because this stuff happens everywhere you can't see or experience it. We know for a fact this happens on a globe. Oh, demonstrate it? Oh, you're so stupid. Why would we do that? We just know for a fact.
Yeah, I wasn't here, so he's just asking me to unmute.
No, I was just saying, like, isn't that weird, though? The Globers know for a fact everything, but then when you say, okay, demonstrate it, or where'd you get that? They're like, no, we just know.
So, yeah, everyone knows. We all believe it, the globe once in our life.
Well, believing and knowing, though, those are two different. If you just said, hey, Democ, did you know for a fact everything your teacher told you was correct? I'd say no. Did you believe? Probably. For a minute. But did you know? Did you back that? No.
I'm better than you now. I'm like, no, I don't think it. Nah, but flat earthers kind of like the YouTube flat earthers are the worst, but the Discord ones are better.
Well, it's all the ideas, man. You can be anything you want to be, a unicorn, a cornbread, a hot dog. Just don't be a person, you know? I'm just saying, like, the media is fucking crazy, man. They push any narrative, any stupid shit. So, like, you can be a dragon flat earther in their see, that's what they want. They want this weird, goofy, outlandish stuff, and they point that out. Yeah, and then say, okay, we'll see what flat earthers do. When that is just one weird, random guy like Jeffrey Dahmer. Everybody's not Jeffrey Dahmer, Glober or flat, you know, but he's him, right? So if there's some weird people on YouTube, they're just weird people on YouTube. I wouldn't even, if it's not real, don't even worry about it. Right. I got this thing that said watermelon on it. I thought it was going to taste good. And then I read the rest of the thing. It said watermelon rum. I, what the fuck? I'm thinking, man, I'm about to have some good watermelon flavored thing. And then it says watermelon rum flavored. What the hell?
Are we still live?
I'm alive.
I think we're live 24/7.
Alive and kicking. What do you say, Sleepless? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just wondering what evidence this guy has to reaffirm his belief in the ball. Why does he believe it's a ball? I don't know the gent's name, sorry. Is it Sleepless?
I don't know who you spoke to.
What's up?
Sleepless, are you a baller?
No.
Oh no, you're not, my bad.
If you're not a baller, what are you, if we may ask?
French toaster.
You said you're a toaster?
No, instead of like the old pancake joke, I prefer French toast personally, so I just replaced that with French toast. So, yeah.
It doesn't even make sense, bro. Come on.
Nah, but I don't think the earth is a pancake or French toast. I just don't have evidence that it's either.
So when you say you don't have evidence, are you trying to say there is no evidence for either, or you just don't know?
I don't know. I'd have to see what people call evidence and see if that qualifies. There's so many, yeah.
Okay, so if we was to go through all of the observations that you could potentially make in the natural world, and we was to compare, where do you think the evidence would lie? For a globe, a curving, spinning globe, or for a flat, stationary plane in nature?
No, I don't think where space is real.
Dude, I asked you a simple question. If there, in terms of evidence in the natural world, do you think the evidence supports a globe, or do you think the evidence supports a stationary flat plane?
Stationary flat answer.
Right. Okay. So that's. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm spinning or that like the Earth has curves.
Right, and that's in nature, in the natural world. If you was to take any elevation angles in surveying or do any measurements, you would come back with a stationary, with a flat plane. You wouldn't get any curvature. And if you was to try and detect any motion on the Earth, you would also come back with a stationary Earth. So, in terms of evidence, all of the evidence backs the fact that we are not spinning and that the surface is not curving. So at what point do we go from all the evidence showing a flat Earth to believing in a ball? How do you think we got there?
Not sure.
It's through indoctrination. It's through belief and indoctrination, because it can't be through the evidence, because there's no evidence for it. So to believe in the ball is literally that. It's a belief. It's not evidence based. And it's all to do with indoctrination that was forced upon us as kids. There is no evidence of curvature. There is no evidence of motion. There is no evidence that water can curve around a ball. So I ask you, why are you so in the middle and on the fence? Is it because of social pressure? Is it because of the indoctrination? Because the evidence is there. I mean, I could sit here and list proof after proof after proof, evidence for the fact that we're not on a spinning ball with a 93 million mile away sun, but would it make any difference to you if I did?
No.
I mean, what are your instincts telling you? Like, you've already pretty much said that you don't think that you're moving because you don't experience it, right? And you're not looking out and going, oh, wow, everything's so curved. It looks like I'm on a big ball. Like, no, that doesn't happen either. You just look out. It's got flat horizons everywhere, etc. Everything you're doing, your natural experience, your instincts, right? What are they telling you? Because if you're saying, I don't have enough knowledge, I don't know, then you're disregarding that base axiom experience that you have of reality, right? You'd have to throw that in the garbage, but why? What convinced you to do that?
It's kind of obvious. No other reason why to believe it, like why to think something. It's obvious.
I think it's obvious why people do that, and like, yeah, Ruth's already covered it. It's the conditioning, indoctrination, the status quo, right?
The city of Atlantis. Think about the floating city in the sky everybody's been looking for, right? And then all along, think about the globe that's been sitting in a vacuum, floating. The floating globe of Atlantis. Been looking for it the whole time. They can never find it. Floating cities. Or, I mean, floating dirt rock balls of planets of all the people on it. Like a dirt rock floating right in front of you with stuff all over it happening. Could you even imagine that, really?
The model, like, never really got the model or the map of the globe Earth.
A model just means an explanation. When they say model, they just mean a way to portray it to you to where you might believe them. It means they've got cartoons, computer screens, TVs, pencils, pens, paper, and then their mouth to tell you everything extraordinary. So the idea of really a model is just a reification of anything you can't actually touch or do. And an actual model is the opposite of that. An actual model would be a to-scale model of your car. You got a little car, you got a big car. Now, everything's not going to be exact, but a scaled-down version to the best of your ability, and that's what it's all about. And if you can't reproduce these things, little scale, big scale, something's wrong. Because you can produce a nano car or whatever, a small little car with working parts and motor and everything, and then you can produce a big one and it's like the same thing. Different ratios, different amounts, but the same thing.
See, Sleepless, Demok makes a great point because they don't have a working model. They have several models. So if they compartmentalize their ideas, they can look at the sky and say, oh, look, things drop on the horizon. It must be a ball. But if that's due to perspective, then that doesn't stand alone as evidence. They can look at things and say, oh, look, we expect the heavenly bodies to rotate at this pace, and at this time we'll get an eclipse. But that's not exclusive to a ball, because we had all of that through the Saros cycles and the eclipse records before the globe. So they also have a cosmological model, and that doesn't work because what we're seeing in the sky doesn't account for a mass attracting mass universe. There's all sorts of orbits that are not accounted for. There's all sorts of numbers and figures that can't be verified. So there isn't enough mass. And there's a cosmological problem as well, where all of the radiation makes it seem as if we are in the center. All of what we're observing doesn't match their model. So although Globers will have you believe they have a model, no, they have models where they've backwards engineered what we see in perspective and claimed that's because we live on a ball. And they've made claims and models of the universe that they can't even they can't get that model to work because of the gravity issue, three-body problem, the cosmological issue, the radiation problem. We're not observing what we're being told. So don't let them convince you they have a working model. And they're not predicting anything either. Like I said, the eclipse records and the solar cycle map the sky well before the globe. So if you say the model's the best argument they have, my rebuttal is they don't have a working model. So to believe in the globe without a working model, without understanding perspective, and without understanding the arguments, the cosmological problems, it's just pure blind belief. Wouldn't you call that immature? I think it's immature to believe in the globe after knowing all of this. Not just believing what I say, but going and finding it out for yourself, and then to still believe in a globe. That's pretty immature, right?
Well, it can be considered.
What you say, it can be considered or it can't be considered?
Yeah, it can be considered.
The ball?
Yeah.
So why? After all that we've just said, why?
Because it's not that the globe can be considered, it's that the people believing it aren't necessarily childish for believing it.
No, I would say that their decision-making process is childish. I'm not trying to slander here. I'm trying to talk about the process.
That's like if they act childish, that's okay. But if they believe something that's childish, like Santa or something, that's childish.
But my friend, what I'm telling you is the globe is like the equivalence to Santa Claus. It's just a belief. There is no evidence for it. And the only evidence they have would be if you're, for example, if you left out a carrot for Rudolph on Christmas Eve and you wake up as a child in the morning and there's a bite in the carrot, that would be childish to believe that was direct evidence of Rudolph, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, this is the equivalence we're talking about. The bite in the carrot is the child misinterpreting the evidence. There was a bite in the carrot, so it can only be Rudolph. Just like things drop on the horizon, so it can only be curve of the earth. But if you understand and you get a little bit older, that your parents reinforce this lie and that they have the ability to bite the carrot, it's the same equivalence of understanding that things drop on the horizon on a flat earth the same way as a globe. So the carrot is no evidence for Santa Claus. Just like perspective is no evidence for a globe. Now, you might not know that things drop on the horizon in the same way on a flat surface as they would on a curved surface, to a certain degree. But if you did know that, then that would make you immature for still believing it, right? Just like if you became aware that your parents bit the carrot, but you still chose to believe in Santa Claus, that would be immature. And I'm not saying immature in a slanderous way. I'm saying immature in your thought, your thinking, your thought process. I'm going to believe this because there's a bite in the carrot. Or I'm going to believe this because the sun sets. That's not direct evidence of a ball.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying there's any one evidence. I don't think it takes any one evidence for anything.
No, it takes an accumulation of evidence to gather proof. Once you get enough evidence, then you get a personal conviction of proof, right? So if you look into this subject, and like I said at the beginning, every single evidence that you've accumulated shows you we live on a flat topographical stationary plane, that becomes proof at a certain point, doesn't it? If you have enough evidence. So let's go through it. Curvature. There is no evidence, so that's a flat earth evidence.
Is there like a video or something that the 24/7 plays usually?
What, for curvature?
I don't know. I heard from Neil deGrasse Tyson say it's around, off the top of my head, I forgot, 40K.
What's Neil deGrasse Tyson got to do with curvature?
Well, he said a certain height where curvature can be seen. So
right, but that height was like ISS and above. Not an aeroplane, not the Red Bull jump, nothing in between. Only at the ISS height and above that you can start to see curvature. And in fact, I think he even said you need to be above the ISS height. But what's that got to do with... Okay, so what I'm saying is, if we cannot observe curvature, and there is no way to be able to detect the curvature, then that means, in our reality, the world appears flat and non-curving. That's not a proof, that's an evidence. So that evidence goes in the flat earth pile, right? Or do you believe that curvature can still go?
I mean, yeah, the flat earth has a pile of evidence that just absorbs anything that the globers say, but it's
absorbs anything that the globers say. No, this isn't about flat earth versus globes. This is about evidence. Where does curvature sit? Does curvature sit as an evidence for the globe, or does it sit as evidence, the lack of curvature sit as evidence for flat earth? Forget about the personal shit. In terms of the curvature argument, that the globe has a curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared, and that we live on a ball of a certain size. We don't have any evidence for that. Do you get what I'm saying here? I'm not trying to turn this to flat Earth versus globe in terms of rhetoric. I'm just going by point. So when it comes to curvature, the globe can't claim, look, curvature is present, so that's an evidence for a globe, because we do not experience curvature on the Earth. Do you get my point here?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stick to the point. So I'm saying.
Chart, though.
Say that again?
I'm sure it's like a chart though that like displayed like
a chart.
Yeah, when they say
there's a chart as big as an 8 inch per mile. So you have a chart a mile long with an 8 inch drop at it with dirt following that.
With dirt.
Listen to what I'm saying. Do you have an 8 mile long chart that shows you a drop of something, dirt, water, something like that? You have a chart that shows dirt or water in reality dropping 8 inches per mile squared?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm not sure what you're saying. You said you have a chart. Now, the chart would have to be a mile long to show us what a mile long of dirt would look like with an 8 inch drop at one end. And then you would have to stand at one end of it or put an object there, and then someone else at the other end. We'd see a side view or a front view, and then we'd know what a earth curve looked like because we'd have that to experience. Now, when you say we have an earth curve on a chart, do you mean a chart on a piece of paper in your hand that's only a couple inches long? That's not going to help you figure out an 8 inch per mile. Do you understand? You need the whole mile, brother.
I mean, you can do these experiments, but
what can you experiment with if you don't have a mile of dirt? Okay, what you think it's weird, right? I don't think. I think it's weird that there's no place that you and I can go. Hold on, as a person that's supposed to have a government and science and all that shit, whatever, right? NASA, all these garbage things, right? All this, right? And nowhere you and I can go and see a mile long stretch of dirt that matches Earth curve exactly. How come they haven't made that for you? Got to be a sandbox available, right?
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a more efficient process. So that's what I'm saying.
Than getting dirt to look like dirt curving itself. More efficient than making the earth curve that you're looking at with real dirt.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's 1 mile.
It's supposed to be happening everywhere, though. That's the problem. Out your back door, out mine. Out grandma's, out little Susie's. Out by the water, out by the beach, out by the mountains. Everywhere it's supposed to be curving 8 inches per mile squared. Now, if you can't find that dirt anywhere and no humans made it for you, we have a problem with all that math. Because it don't exist anywhere. None of that earth curve math exists anywhere. Not in your backyard, not in my mud puddle, nowhere, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, I was being pretty forgiving when you said you can't see the curvature of the Earth, basically, at any height. But Democ's right. There's a claim here of 8 inch per mile squared, and that compounds. So at 10 miles, you should be experiencing 66 feet of drop. This is why Democ's saying it doesn't matter. A ball curves at all places, right? So even though you claim you can't see the curve, you should be able to see the curve, because we're talking 66 feet of drop from 10 miles, 166 feet of drop at 20 miles. That's a lot of dip. That's a lot of deviation from horizontal. That's a lot of curve. But not only are we finding no curve, we're completely decimating the claim of 8 inch per mile squared. How is this possible?
I'm finding dirt rise back up. When I go walking down a hill in my backyard and then walking back up the other side, it goes back up, and then I walk into a cliff or a mountain that goes up higher than me. So I just walked down an 8 inch drop, but back up a 15 inch high, and then up higher like a cliff or a mountain. So like, where would you even experience Earth curve? You know, the water also does that too. The water goes up like a little mountain point, and then down and up, and then down and up like little, little tips, like teeth, like a reciprocating saw of teeth, like the water has the little points. That's not a curve. Those are little points, and they all match each other. Isn't that weird? There's not a fucking thing on this thing curving down at 8 inches per mile or even smoothly curving at all. That way and just keep going. Never happened.
So it sounds to me that even as a glober, you have to concede when it comes to curvature. The curvature sits in the flat Earth pile of evidence, or the lack of curvature. I mean, you got to agree with that, so we can move forward, right?
With what?
So when it comes to curvature as an argument, curvature is a flat Earth evidence. The lack of curvature is evidence that we live on a flat Earth. I never said proof, I said evidence. I'm trying to demonstrate to you there's an accumulation of evidence. Flat Earth evidence. Everything in nature sits on the flat Earth side of evidence. And I'm trying to put a pin in curvature so I can move on to motion. So I'm trying to get you to agree with me here that in terms of direct evidence, curvature is a flat Earth evidence. Do you agree? If not, please rebut.
Yeah, that's a flat. I mean, hold on, wait. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's flat just because it's not curved on any end. You'd have to be 100% sure that it's flat or at least leveled.
Yeah,
right,
that horizontal line. That horizontal line. I told you about.
Demonstrations. I can show you a demonstration that there's no curvature.
It's like, what about the eastern coast?
We're not talking about a coast. Listen, though. We're not talking about dirt in the sandbox, brother. We understand the dirt can go up, down, uppity, up, down, up. Not down, curve down. You understand what I'm saying? Well, the elevation in flat Earth is based on a horizontal line, the smallest horizontal line you could ever imagine in your mind, and then go above it, you raise up in elevation. Go below it, you drop. A ball is not that. A ball is that line going down, around, back to itself, and anywhere you leave that line in any direction, you go down, you're going up on a globe. Do you understand down is up? At what point does your altimeter say it's going up, down? Or left, right, down, up? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
What is that?
We have an elevation tool. The elevation tool tells you we're on flat Earth, not the fucking dirt itself. Do you understand? How we find horizontal, and then how we raise up above horizontal is vertical. Vertical does not ever become horizontal on this Earth. Do you understand that? On a globe, it does. On a globe, vertical and horizontal are the same fucking thing, brother. That's the big thing takeaway you have to take away. Horizontal is not vertical, and vertical is not fucking horizontal. Ever. Ever. If I point that way at the horizon, there's no bob underneath my hand where me pointing out horizontally that way is becoming a vertical for him. Never happened. Doesn't happen. Now do you understand the principle of flat Earth?
No, because in order to gauge a curvature,
you don't understand a focal point? Listen, a focal point. No, listen to what I'm saying, brother. A focal point from the center of a dot out and away. The space is all up, no matter what direction. That's a globe. Now, flat Earth is a horizontal line. You stand on it. You don't go down below it. You don't go to space nowhere below it. You only go up. You understand now? They are totally the opposite of each other, bro. The opposite.
Right. Well,
they don't act like each other. Flat Earth does not act like a globe. You cannot confuse the two. That's what it seems you're doing. From the center of a ball out is the globe elevation. That means you point down to your feet, you're pointing up. to Australia, and then out to space. You're pointing up to space. Eventually, your finger's pointing to 35,000 feet up where a helicopter would go below the dirt, below Earth. You know, an imaginary straight line from your feet all the way down through the dirt. You comprehendo? But you can never go. You can't go up going down. Where can you do that at? You go get an elevation tool right now. No, listen to what I'm saying, brother.
90-degree tunnel.
No, stop. No, you have to get an elevation tool. You just have to get an elevation tool and show anyone, or any globe person would have to show you and me that they can drop this thing and it starts increasing in elevation, or throw it that way and it increases. Do you understand? A horizontal line, all you need is a horizontal foot. If every single dot doesn't increase in elevation as well as distance, then you can't be on a globe. All you need is a horizontal line going downward 1 foot. If it's not going uppity down up, your altimeter's broke. How does your altimeter say up down?
If you're 8 inches per mile square, if your level, if your standard for level is 8 inches per mile squared, then what measure of standard of measure was used to determine that that's now going to be your standard of measure? I mean, you would have to have measured that in regards to something else to begin with. And the way we measure change, as Demox pointing out, is with horizontal. So it must have been established in the first instance, right, in order for your 8 inches per mile squared to be your standard of measurement, right, your reference for change in elevation, then it would have to have been measured against a horizontal plane in the first instance. It's never been done, bro. Never. The way you measure elevation changes with respect to horizontal, period. Period.
Oh, like I was trying to say. Yeah, in order to see the curvature of the Earth or whatever this place is, like she said, it's like a stationary block of like disc or something. Anyway, in order to see anything, you'd have to see it from end to end. So you have to be high enough to see both sides, then look straight and see if it curves from one end to another a bit.
No. That's your standard, then, you know, good luck.
No, I'm not saying that there is a curvature. I'm saying that's how you find it. Go high up enough to see it. Not like make it in your backyard in a mile or something. But
the altitude would be far too great. They admit that it's negligible. They pretty much say that you can't see the curvature from the height of the ISS. That the curvature would be negligible. Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about this. He also talked about the Red Bull space jump, but the ISS is much higher than that, and you still can't see curvature.
All right, well, let me just screen share.
200 miles, dude.
If I could screen share, I would, but
you got wide angle lenses and other things like barrel distortion. So even if you don't have a wide angle lens, barrel distortion can cause curvature. Plus, there's other effects that people don't account for, but I digress. The altitude's enough.
Yeah.
There's old propaganda where you've got this announcer voice, that booming old school announcer voice from the classic American propaganda. firmly asserting that you can see the curvature of the Earth from 65 miles up. It was at the launch of the V2 in White Sands, New Mexico.
Company doesn't show that.
It's just it. The curve of the Earth hasn't been seen ever since 1942. 37,000 years ago, never seen. We had a picture of it once that we drew ourselves by hand.
I can actually get the original video. Be right back.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, you could combat that with a voice and, like, you know, this just in. No Earth curve spotted yet today. Like an old news broadcast. And that one dude, he was the Alex Jones or whoever that coming with that siren. This is its hour of the time. And I'm like, what the fuck?
There we go, the V2 view. There's actually two videos. The first video is the first video of a V2 being brought into America, like when they're bringing the rocket to White Sands. And that's a video of one of the rockets brought there, and then the other is them actually launching it and getting high altitude video from that. And he's obviously got his script that he reads. He's got the music in the background. Check it out. Weird shit.
Democh, you said that you cannot drive no curved line on the wall and put an altimeter on it and track it and not register change, right? You made that argument. Yeah, that's an amazing.
Along the horizontal, it doesn't change its elevation. Yes, no, that's not an argument I'm making. That's just reality. That's everything you experience. That's how you keep something level. Level means no change of elevation, no change. Now, what you do have on a slope or a drop, a curve, is a rate of change. Every single dot is a rate of change on every dot. Every imaginable dot you could put with an ink pen, brother. And that's how you prove flat Earth. Because the globe curve can't be run down with an altimeter and stay zero. Nowhere can you run that down the hill in your backyard. No hill in no backyard. Matter of fact, if you go out, like I said, and produce a sand hill 1 mile long yourself and you make it 1 mile long with 8 inches drop at the end, you know, from start to finish all the way to the end, your altimeter is not going to read zero. It's supposed to read zero from the top all the way down to the bottom of that drop, baby. But it's not going to. You know why? Because welcome to flat Earth. Because down isn't up. And how would you know when down became up? How would you know when right became to space? You're saying, oh, you got to go thousands and millions of miles that way for up to start? Are you stupid? For vertical to start from a horizontal, it's every dot. You ain't got to go fucking that way nowhere. Right in front of my face on the wall. If I draw a horizontal line, I put a dot above it, that's above it, correct? I put a dot below it, that's below it. If I keep in line with it, I'm not going above or below it, am I? Am I?
Yeah, you also said that horizontal and
if
vertical.
If I keep along the horizontal, I'm not going above or below it, am I?
Yeah, exactly. I do not disagree.
Okay, now can you show that with the curve or a hill in your backyard?
Of course not. You're right.
Okay. All right.
I also liked the argument about how horizontal and vertical lines cannot be the same.
Right. So that they can't intersect. Right. But in case, right? Special pleading fallacy. Oh, but if we have a different type of geometry and we redefine everything and we ignore the basic principles of these things, create new principles and axioms, then we can mathematically say that horizontal lines and vertical lines can intersect. So the Glober's version of horizontal, right, is that it's perpendicular to gravity. Okay, so a plane perpendicular to a line that extends from somewhere above the surface to the center of the Earth, right, center of their ball. Right? But now you've completely lost the ability to treat that plane that you've established perpendicular to your vertical, right, you're perpendicular to gravity as being horizontal, because one of the principles of horizontal means that at all points along your horizontal line or plane, perpendicular to that will also be vertical, right? But on your ball, right, if you draw a tangent plane, a horizontal tangent plane across the ball, and then you walk out along that line and put a dot and then drop a plumb bob, it's not going to be perpendicular to your plane anymore. Because vertical is radial from the center, right? So you've completely shit on the basic principles of something being horizontal in the first instance. You're just basically saying there is no such thing as horizontal.
They're just warping the reality, basically. Yeah.
Right. Meanwhile, the average Joe is leveling his TV on his wall, right? With respect, he's going to assume that both sides of his TV are going to be the same distance from the ground, right? Both top TV are going to be the equal distance to the ground. That's what he's trying to do. Trying to get it level, straight, flat, horizontal. Experienced reality is contrary to what they're trying to tell us, reality is.
Their conventional teachings are really irritating. They're persistent. The brainwashing.
Yeah, it's basically just an imagination, right? So yeah, in your experience of reality, you can just you observe it flat and motionless. You can treat it as flat and motionless. You'll even measure it as flat and motionless. But just imagine that it is a big ball, spinning ball in outer space. Just imagine that. Let the experts do the math. You'll be right. Just go about your day. Just trust. You're on a big spinning ball in the outer space. Just trust them. Trust the experts that you've never met. You can't name apart from a handful of TV celebrities, right? YouTube celebrities. You don't know what they did, or even if they told you, you wouldn't understand it.
All of them are paid a huge amounts of money to keep this illusion going. Always money involved, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you've got grants going to theoretical physicists just for producing a speculative paper, right? A thesis, whatever you want to call it. Something so ridiculous. Like, I just got something in my feed earlier. So, from sciencealert.com. Okay, gravity may be a clue that the universe is a giant computer. Yeah. Apparently, this is this theoretical physicist Vopson. What's his first name? I don't know.
Sorry, what was that title so I can read it?
So, say again?
What was that giant computer title?
So, this theoretical physicist Vopson, right, says that basically if we were living in a computer simulation, right, gravity may be, it's part of the code which is just designed to just help keep the universe organized, the simulation organized, right? He's probably wrote a thesis on this and submitted it, and it's like gained public attention because he probably got money for writing this shit. Something that he can never prove. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Crazy.
And the masses will just blindly believe it.
Yeah, people eat this shit up.
As you said, always large sums of money are involved. They're just basically stealing money. How much money goes into space programs, international space programs across all these nations? How much money do they steal and wash there just to mask the illusion?
So here we go, yeah. Vopson has been pursuing this line of inquiry for several years, poking and prodding to see what emerged. In 2022, he and his colleague, mathematician Serban Lepidatu from the Jeremiah Horrocks Institute for Mathematics, Physics and Astronomy in the UK, came up with what they call the second law of infodynamics, a framework for understanding the simulation-like behavior of the universe. And its framework is based on the second law of thermodynamics.
Was that the second law of infodynamics?
No, he said strictly and precisely the second law of thermodynamics. Basically the entropy of an enclosed system will just increase as the time passes. That's the second law of thermodynamics, which T-Dub mentioned.
Yeah, but they've come up with something called the second law of infodynamics. So they're trying to work in, based on thermodynamics, trying to bring in this idea of how that applies to a simulated computer-style simulation universe, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. So the second law of infodynamics will be bullshit, always goes to the public.
Well, apparently, according to the article, the second law of infodynamics, by contrast, requires information entropy to either remain at the same level or even decrease over time. So, yeah.
So either way, it messes up their story anyway.
Well, I think they're looking at information as being outside of the laws of the physical universe. So they're looking at something which is like lies outside this, which is like rules that have been applied, like from basically a programmer. You know what I mean? Like, so within the, I'm not a computer whiz, but like, so something within, your coding that's going to generate the experience, right? So the stuff that you see on the screen, is all like just all this code, right, that you don't see behind the scenes, right? The experiences of like your character exploring a world, whatever, right? But you're not reading the code, you're reading the translation of the code, right? And they're talking about code of the universe, right? It's generating the physical reality, energy and matter, and how it behaves. But laws for the information, right, don't necessarily apply to that, right, and vice versa.
They're just lying all the time. Lies, lies, lies. How long are they going to lie? Don't they ever get bored with their conventional mainstream bullshit?
So the pancakes run out, and they're gonna start eating the pancake earth.
Yeah, nobody thinks it's a pancake Earth, man. That's envisioning some kind of like object, embedded within a larger space, right?
Straw
Like
man.
a pancake. Yeah. I hope you don't think that we've been talking about that this whole time, that we mean that you think that's what we mean when we say flat Earth. Like a pancake disc in space, No.
Everything that you see above you is indeed above you. Welcome to the ground.
Absolutely.
Only wonder how many people converted to flat Earth in such a short time in 2020.
And we're hoping for the number.
You don't convert to flat Earth. You leave the globe cold. The cult of the ball has been around for a very long time.
Yeah, everyone's a flat earth by default to begin with. You just had a belief before.
Yeah, the horizon's not a belief. It's an observation. The immeasurable curvature is the belief.
Exactly. And regarding to what he previously said, it is a good thing that more and more people are seeing the truth for what it is. If it's correct that more people are becoming flat earthers, that they're seeing the lies of the mainstream media for what they truly are. Like, do we have the numbers? How many people know the truth? How many people know that the earth is flat? What is the general estimate right now?
Probably over 10% of humanity. At least. And you don't have to go that far before you reach a tipping point where everything else is inevitable.
It will just become more and more with time.
That was just a humble guesstimation. It's probably actually much more than that.
What would you say is the upper bound?
Over 30%.
That would be amazing.
We're already past the tipping point. Everything's eventual.
It looks like all of them, all of those who run away from the truth, won't be able to run away anymore.
People will still find a way to engage in escapism.
Like, how do you even defend the globe again after all this time? You cannot do that.
You say all flat earthers are wrong about everything, and then hand wave away anything that they show you. Looks like Seth left. I guess there's no point in responding. quiet morning.
Indeed. Is Matrix back from squash?
Yes.
How'd that go, mate?
Yeah, I won in 5. I got 5 setter. Yeah. By 1 point in the 5th. So it's pretty close.
Cool. Cool. Good stuff.
Don't worry, I'll regret it tomorrow. I'm gonna be sore.
Yeah, for sure. It's not like playing chess. Right?
Do you like playing chess?
I can play it, but I don't really prefer to play it.
I know the rules, but I haven't played in years.
Yeah, I guess I would also be considered a bit rusty.
Welcome. Word. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Seems kind
How's
of
it
quiet.
going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Same, different day. Welcome back.
Thank you. Horizontal.
Hold on, had to turn my volume up.
What's been happening? Anybody get flat smacked today?
I'm sure at some point. A couple of times. But you're right, it's a bit silent right now. But that's why you're here. Get the conversation going again.
And what's been the topic? What's been in vogue lately? What are people like?
I'm not sure, man. I just hopped back on here myself. I haven't been here too long, I think. Just chilling.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess it's the start of the day for you.
How's your book going?
My book?
Yeah, you're running a book.
No, I wasn't. No,
You?
I wrote a
You
book.
weren't?
No, ages ago I wrote a book. And people got that mistaken for I am now writing a book about flat Earth. I've never said that.
Oh, so it was only rumors?
It was a flat eartherism.
If you
know what we were talking about earlier, guys? We were lamenting earlier about this insane, persistent obsession that people have with resisting flat Earth at all costs, and how they come in here day after day over years, exhibiting that resisting behavior.
Yeah, I can see why. That's I agree that it is a very weird thing for Globers to do. But I think it's a lot of the same energy, you know. I note how many of the Globers, the obsessed Globers, like me, are ex believers in many of that kind of stuff. You know, like Dogs Are Gods was an inside out earther. You know, he thought that there was a portal at the North Pole and a whole nother underworld exists inside the globe. You know, I was into 9/11. I think it's just like holding contrary views and challenging one's epistemology and other people's epistemology. It's all the same stuff. Religion, politics, you know.
9/11 found its level.
Yeah, I mean, many people hold to that. That's not a very fringe idea at all.
That was kind of the big bang of conspiracy theories, though. It got a whole bunch of people digging in all different directions when that happened. It's an interesting time. At least for this modern era, it would be like that. Prior to that, it was like the JFK type stuff, moon landing. But people on the globe side still have certain issues with that. I know I do. I'm not going to stop having issues with the moon landing thing because of how weird it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. 9/11, to me, it's pretty obvious what happened there, but it's not. I want to talk about, but damn it, it's non sequitur.
I mean, I thought 9/11 was an inside job, and then I started challenging some of the truther information and found it was always really deceptive. I've dug up maybe 100 different pieces of the truther deception, I think. Missing backsides of Building 7. You know, there are photographs that show the backside of Building 7, and you can find them. They are a bit hard to find, but you can find them. And they're just never presented, or you know, lots of the quotes that you look at are like, oh, where's the full quote? And you dig up the full quote and you're like, oh, that doesn't say what it looked like it said at all. You know, of the Israelis, or if certainly was the big bang of conspiracy theories. It really put them on the charts, but I'm not sure it's
Yeah, that might be a bit too much to give it that title. Thinking about it. But a lot of people did start digging in all different directions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was working for Foxtel, Dugsy, at the time, 9/11, and they had a real rush on people bringing up to get the CNN and all that news channels. But there was all TVs in the call center, and it was up the arse, man. I saw that motherfucking thing just on all these tellies, and I didn't change the channel. And some motherfucker changed it back. It was on every telly every day for weeks. It drove me crazy. I didn't care about it. I knew it was dodgy, but I still was like, fuck. But I revisited actually not long ago, and I couldn't believe how dumb the newsreaders are compared to regular people. The regular people are calling in, telling what's going on, and the news reporters are going, I think it's a plane. And it's like, fuck, man, it's so stupid. But anyway, that's one thing I noticed.
Yeah, fair enough.
User is so slow. Brian Gumble. It's like, what's going on down there?
Never let a good disaster go to waste. That's what was
I was watching it with my friend and this chick, and she goes, "Oh, this is bullshit."
There really was a lot of, like, after seeing the Sinclair script type stuff and then thinking back to that, there was a lot of that regurgitation of headlines type stuff.
Project Northwoods was called. Originally in the 60s, they had a Project Northwoods where they wanted to do all that stuff. Blame out the country for terrorists.
It kind of bridged all of the newscasters. There is something to be said about everybody being on the same page, but when that page is a script that's been written for a specific purpose, that's when shit gets weird. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I still believe in democracy, surely.
No, it's just that that video is kind of haunting. Especially when you've got, like, a ton of different people saying the exact same thing. Weird.
I saw a couple of reaction videos to that.
Why is democracy a foregone conclusion as being good?
I mean, that's another good question, but I just couldn't understand how you could be a flat earther and feel that democracy exists.
No, I was making a quote to a video about the Sinclair script.
Right, yeah, I get that now, but that's why I was...
Yeah, the news thinks democracy being good is a foregone conclusion too.
I think people sort of in the 90s did, but I think most
I know
people...
they said it during the January 6th insurrection. It's a threat to our democracy.
It looked like, to me, it's so funny because it looked like a bunch of people going on a damn tour or something, or like a field trip, the way that certain folks were walking through it. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
How should they have been walking through it?
No, I mean, some people were causing, like, chaos, doing stupid crap, right? They'd trash and stuff. But then there's video of certain people that they're literally casually walking through that, like they're on tour or something. They're not doing it. They just walk through it. And I'm like, what kind of insurrection is this?
Russian guy who defected, and he was talking about all the KGB, all the Russian plans for America and all that. And it was the enemy. They didn't want to take down capitalism or democracy. They wanted to take down Americanism. That was the thing that he named it Americanism.
Who wanted to take Americanism?
Russians. The Russians, yeah.
Oh, right.
But not democracy or capitalism. It was Americanism, he called it.
Russia, Russia, Russia.
Which is all philosophical and democracy and all that's all woven.
The biggest threat to America depends on who's president. It's either going to be Russia or China, and they flip-flop. Flip-flop, and flap goes the wings. Yeah, Sleepless, Dreamless. I've already looked into... Oh, 1 second. I've already looked into Seth's case. He'll be unmuted eventually. Probably tomorrow. Give him a little bit of time.
Dreamless, dude. I've never heard that saying before. I know what you mean, though, but it's interesting.
No, APOC. I think they just killed the globe too many times and they went to sleep.
It gets tiring, you know?
I can see it, man.
Tiring adventure every day. Exhausting adventure. So. How you been?
I'm doing good. Living life.
Yeah. You've been joining the Omni server conversation?
Yeah, there's some interesting conversations in there. Turns into a bit of a pile-on with the flat earthers, which is, fairly standard.
It's
Globe
the new
stuff.
It's the new gems, like the gem type world. It seems, or not gem, panda bear, or no wait, gem panda. Fuck. It's early. I just woke up. Whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, gem panda. Like a gem panda 2.0 type of server.
Yeah. Be interesting if it can last as long as gems. I think Omni's very cool. It's just would be dodging the odds though. The odds of Globus servers surviving is a struggle because how do you make it a place where flat earthers can come? Whereas if you make a place for flat earthers, Globers will turn up because it's just really fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you make it somewhere that it's accessible, you just have this constant stream. Sure, some of them are trolls, but many of them are there to understand what you believe and argue for what they are confident is a winning side.
Yeah, it seems like the other day I took a look and I saw so many old names, man. Guys that have been arguing in the servers, all the different ones, for years. I was like, these guys are still talking about flat earth, man. These globers. And I was like, I saw a lot of names that I haven't seen in a while. That I used to see in, Discord servers.
Yeah.
Little
So are you saying there are more people coming back, like names you haven't seen in a while?
Yeah. It seems like it. It seems like Omnivore, created a server, like a new safe space. You know what I mean? Because a lot of those guys stopped coming around. They weren't welcome anywhere.
Oh.
You get what I'm saying? Like a lot of them were banned from places.
Yeah, no, I haven't noticed it myself, but I could see it could be the case.
Watch, I'll put I screenshot it here. I'll put where is that? I'll put it in side chat. I was like, wow, I haven't seen a lot of these names in a while. But when I saw it, I was like, dang, it kind of brought him back from the dead. Even what's his name was there too. A little bit later, right after I took this photo, I saw Ruhif even got in there. I was like, I haven't seen Ruhif in a Discord server in a minute.
So how many of our side do you reckon are shills or paid in some way?
0. They're called useful idiots.
As a matter of fact, I saw NASA paid shill was there too. I don't know why he's not on the list, but I think it was later. Like after I took this. I should have taken the photo like later when I saw like even more. Was there Ruhiv, NASA paid shill was there. Like I'm telling you, they came on word.
You can tell because some of these guys had a rough go of it even on gems. Like, hey, why are you being mean to me? I hate flat earthers too.
Yeah. You would think they get the, that nice treatment, for being flattered to a certain one.
Can't we all get along? Don't we all hate the right people? And they're like, no, you're not welcome here.
Oh, by the way, the number now, Chris, is 45,600 to 31 for my social experiment.
Oh, for your okay, yeah, a number of observations or follows or something, or what's it called?
The views. How many
views?
views?
Yeah, views. Okay. I don't know why I called it observations. Like,
you think of the question? Oh man, watch. Look, I'll put it on the side. But do you find that interesting, Eggshells? That I did a social experiment type of deal.
What's that? To start a new server?
No, in a side chat, I have a screenshot of my TikTok, and I put the same exact video up. One says 3 years captured destroying the heliocentric model. I love it. And then the second one, I put 3 years captured. Enjoy it. I love it. And the one that has the destroying the heliocentric model has 31 views. And then the one that has 3 years captured, enjoy it, has 45,000 views.
That's proof right there of how the algorithm functions.
Exactly. That's what. Yeah, it shows you how.
What do you think the algorithm would work on? How do you think it would choose which to prioritize and deprioritize?
Well, there's already been a hearing at Congress where these large social media companies have openly admitted to censoring flat Earth content. So there's that.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Like they straight up told you what the algorithm's doing. So if you work around the algorithm, you can get your content out there.
I mean, does that mean TikTok's doing the same thing though?
Of course.
I think they're all doing it to a certain extent, but for different reasons, and it might not necessarily be the same subjects, like censorship in general. Like each company has their own reasons for what they're doing.
That's the real reason they wanted to get rid of TikTok was the amount of flat Earth content on there.
That's what I think too. Yep.
Yeah, I could easily believe it's that kind of stuff because they just the TikTok. I think still pretty much you can say any old twisted, like, provided it's not hate speech or calling for violence, like already illegal things. They don't seem to moderate for taste like YouTube do, where YouTube decides what's acceptable and disallows.
Well, YouTube was told. YouTube was directed by the government.
Yeah. Exactly.
Used to say it's not a free speech issue because it's not being censored by the government; it's being censored by the platform owner. But the platform owner is like, the government put its boot on our neck.
Sure, yeah, I agree.
This is what they see. The more they try to censor flat Earth, the more it's going to expand.
Yeah, and I do think that effect can happen too. Certainly enlivens the like all sorts of other groups that have, differing medical views or views about history, all that kind of stuff. It makes people feel like they are onto something if their view gets banned,
or just like a lack of belief in the creator.
In what way?
Yeah, that's what they did in the 1960s and 70s. They really cracked down on atheism as some sort of like a social dissent, like communist sympathizer. And the FBI was investigating.
Oh, right.
And then after then,
most commies are because most commies have to be kind of atheist to be a commie.
I'm not sure what their whole shtick was. Like if you're not part of the we, you're not part of the we. Like we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal, endowed by their creator, capital C. So they said if you're not part of that we, you're the enemy. So then they justify their persecution of people with wrongthink. And they realized that all that happened was they expanded these movements. So now the government just ignores atheists, just like everyone else does. Kind of like a point and laugh. And that's what they should have done with Flat Earth, just left Flat Earthers alone. Leave them alone. They're not bothering you. Leave them alone. And they're just obsessed with somebody like, don't you realize how grateful you should be that we're exploring space for the betterment of humanity? How dare you question that? Seize them.
Sure. Same way Flat Earthers would be if they were in charge. Same way any group is, really, right?
Well, there's your best proof. Yeah. Your best proof of Flat Earth. They act just like Flat Earthers do, even as they say it's not flat. It's this massive, fully inclusive model where all people, all identities are accepted, and they just don't even follow that. I mean, those women who went up on the Blue Origin, they all came back with, we're all in this together. I looked down at Earth. It was so quiet, but I know it was so noisy at the same time. You know, it's about all of us. That's all of Earth. And they come back down. That's why, like Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, says he wanted to take politicians into space. Not flat earthers, not atheists, politicians. Look at what you're doing, you son of a bitch. So yeah, that's a solid point. How do you know the Earth is flat? The people who say it's a globe act just like flat earthers anyway.
The state tends to really get involved when there are any pecuniary matters at hand, right? When it comes to commerce and taxes. And so a group like us kind of stands in the way of the $1 trillion plus space industry that everybody talks about. It's a potential source of revenue for the state and for the state's toadies that make money from all the regulations that they pass to capture industries and promote winners at the expense of losers by fiat.
Yeah, I don't think Flat Earth really stands in the way of the space agencies, do they?
Oh, that's what the globalists...
You watch their stuff. You watch their stuff more than any average globalist.
Well, globalists say all the time. They always say that. There would be
what I was going to say too, Crit.
Yeah, they blame flat earthers for it. Artemis would have already landed on the moon had it not been for those pesky flat earthers.
Sure, but many globers are dumb, right? Say dumb things. I can't be held accountable for the dumb things they say any more than I would hold you accountable for dumb things flat earthers who aren't you.
Well, yeah, no one's holding you accountable. If they were, you'd be like muted or kicked off the channel or something. They say, you know, what are you talking about?
I mean, sure, I'm just agreeing. Like I'm agreeing.
I'm just saying, if you're really worried about false information, conspiracy theories, you don't need flat Earth for that topic. If you're worried about people who don't trust the government or think the government is lying about stuff, go talk to atheists. They think the founding documents are straight up lies.
Talk to them about what? How would that conversation go?
Yeah, say like, hey, do you think the government is lying to you? And they'd be like, well, yeah, their founding documents are lies. Be like, well, the government can't lie, or whatever your talking point would be. Like, how would you prove to them that the government has never lied? It's impossible for the government to lie.
Who says that one?
Well, because the government isn't people. It's just an organization. It doesn't do anything.
So how could it lie or not lie if it doesn't do anything?
It doesn't do anything. It's just like the Girl Scouts or something like that, or the Boy Scouts. It's just an organization of men and women who are representative of their districts. That's all it is. There's no agency behind that. So when they say we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, you'd ask them, how many of them were in on it? That they knew there was no creator. They just wrote that down anyway.
Sure, I guess they did. I couldn't say either way. I'm not even American, so it means not a jot.
Yeah, like I mean, it's pretty weird that now that like children, aren't allowed to pray in a classroom in the United States, like in a public school or whatever. When
they're bringing that back, state by state.
Oh, they're bringing it back.
Yeah, like I think it was Arkansas just passed a law that every classroom shall display the Ten Commandments in there.
Is this a joke server? Is this a joke we see?
No, it's not a joke. No, not a joke. Earth is exactly the way that you experience it to be, flat and motionless.
So Earth is flat according to you.
No, according
to the
you.
Earth. According to the Earth. Yeah.
Your experience of it, right?
Okay.
Not according to me. Yeah. My lived experience. That's why the globe is so a hot garbage. It has to take observer dependency into it. According to who? Well, according to some guy who went to space 60 years ago and never again. According to them, the Earth is not a flat. You're like, well, that's interesting because from my point of view, if you added my own observer dependency, I've never been to space. Looks flat to me.
Does your brain exist? Have you seen your brain?
Okay, dude, that's like the dumbest shit. Okay, we don't entertain crap.
Bro, you're literally a flat earther, like.
Yeah.
So?
And therefore what? Therefore, when I tell you I'm not going to entertain some dumb shit like, oh, have you seen your brain?
Yeah, you're that group that it's socially acceptable to always oppress.
Go ahead, Sporadic.
Like, are you all flat earthers, or are there any sane people here?
Is the horizon horizontal?
What?
Is the horizon horizontal?
Yeah.
When there is no force applied, does water seek level? You already said it is. Now it's not. So at what point do you see the horizon become curved?
When you go up, a little up.
At what altitude? Because 65 miles ain't going to work. If you go and watch a video from White Sands, New Mexico, and 200 miles ain't going to work, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. How high do you got to go?
Dude, this dude doesn't know shit, man. Let's go back to
I genuinely can't understand. Are you trolling here, guys, or do you genuinely believe?
Dude, just go away. Just go away. We're having
measuring how high he is in grams.
Yeah, we're having a normal conversation. It was going fine. You come in just bulldozing it. You're unsure about things. You don't know if you have a brain or not. Just get the fuck out of here. You're too retarded.
Bro, have you flown into a plane? Like, just look the curvature of Earth.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane when you're not going to see curvature of the Earth from the Red Bull space jump.
You see a little curvature.
No, you don't.
Small curvature.
You never see curvature at any point.
What did he say? Have you seen the inside of your brain?
Yeah. See your own brain. The Earth is a globe because you can't see it.
And you could have. Yeah. You could have at least claimed the Karman line or something, but no, you don't know anything about the globe, man. You're not qualified to have this conversation. Go Google your circumference and all that other shit, and then come back.
So the Apollo moon landing was false, according to you?
How many things are you gonna ask are fake?
So basically, millions of scientists and astronomers are fake and hired by the government around the world, right? In Russia, in China, in America, all are fake.
Hey, bro. Name one. Name one of the millions of scientists.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, bro.
Stephen Hawkins?
Yeah, if you need the Apollo program to validate your worldview, just go talk to other globalists who think that shit's fake. You'll need Flat Earth for this. The vast majority of them was a hoax. They hate Flat Earthers too. They think Flat Earthers are CIA operatives.
Do you think the sun is... What about the sun? Is sun flat?
Why would it be, and what does that have to do with the ground? The horizon remains horizontal, regardless of lights in the sky.
So, where's
Look at
the
this
edge
guy
of
wants-
Earth?
he
Where's
wants to
the
talk
edge?
about- He wants to
Is
talk
the
about
edge at Antarctica?
Look at this guy.
Darren,
He
you're
wants to talk-
basically asking... I'm sorry, go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, he wants to talk about everything other than the Earth. Dude, go to another room. Go away.
Why are you asking about the edge of the universe or whatever, Taryn?
Edge of the Earth. Of Earth.
All right, you're standing on the ground, and the lights that are moving above you are indeed moving above you. Welcome to the ground.
So much Eggshells is going to leave now. He's going to hear this stupid shit and just bounce.
You
Hey,
want the
shut
new
the fuck
people,
up,
man.
Fred.
Like Eggs, were you hovering over the disconnect button?
I wasn't really listening much. I'm just playing Assassin's
You've
Creed.
tuned out.
Yeah, see, exactly. Like, we're having a normal conversation with a normal dude, and some abject retard comes in here, and we entertain it. Like, why? Why?
Oh, you're
why bother?
literally a flat earther.
You literally have a belief, Taryn. A religious one at that. And the guy who came up with the Big Bang was a Belgian Catholic priest.
Hey, I'm sorry, Crit. I didn't even... Because I've actually got Eggs blocked, so I didn't even realize that he was speaking. So sorry if I was causing chaos. I'll just mute up.
Nah, you're good, dude.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if you want to talk to this guy, whatever, you just look at his account. He's already restricted in other channels.
All right, no, it's all good. I don't care. Yeah, no, that guy's... He's an idiot. He doesn't even know how to engage in a proper conversation about anything, so...
He's not qualified.
You could see it's like, what the moron. He just goes to every... This is probably the same playbook he goes every channel. Is this for real or is this a joke?
Anyway, what were we talking about, Eggshells?
Vacuums without containers or something.
Was it about conspiracies and how it's not possible that everyone in government, all of them, are all in on it? That there has to be a God.
I do find that, yeah. I find that very improbable. That would require superhuman coordination. For people to be in on something together, they all need to know what they're trying to do. And in government, in order to have this compartmentalization, half of them would have to not know what they're doing. And I think it would be hard enough to coordinate something this big with people who knew what they were doing. But like that, to me, seems superhuman.
Well, what if it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? What if it just has to do with protecting America's propaganda arm to project itself as the most powerful nation with the most advanced technology in the world? That's it. That's all they think.
Yeah, like
and they see us as being in the way of that.
I think that's talking about why they would do it. I can dream up a million reasons why they would do it. That's not what I'm asking.
you asked it and speculated on the motive, didn't you?
No, not about their motive. I'm disinterested.
Yeah. Why would they cover it up? That's what you asked.
what I'm asking.
Yeah, you're like, why would they be in on it?
No,
and I'm
that's
telling
the
you
opposite
why.
of what I asked.
Because they
I'm not
said this.
asking that.
They said this in the foundational documents for
But
NASA.
I didn't. I'm disinterested in that. I'm actively
Well,
disinterested.
okay, I'm
just wondering
sorry you're not
how,
interested in.
not
Yeah, well,
why.
how do you do it? Well, there's something called the Operations Coordinating Board set up by Truman in the 1940s, which consisted of ex-CIA officers and scientists, and they developed this plan to project American supremacy abroad after winning World War II. We are absolutely untouchable in terms of technology, scientific endeavors, and this kicked off the space race. And they listed rockets and satellites to be used for psychological manipulation, to invoke fear in people who think of these things and how amazing this technology is. And then they purport to do things with the technology that betray what is known to be true and provable within our natural world. I mean, what a significant projection of power that may not even exist. So you get a bunch of politicians to buy into it. You get a bunch of industry professionals to buy into projecting power. Has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but just projecting power, technological capabilities, and so on. And here come a bunch of rational empiricists standing in the way and gumming up the works, when our motives are completely different than theirs. We're not here to necessarily take down power structures. We're just here to describe the world as it is.
It's a lovely fantasy, but like I said, I'm
no, it's not. I can show you all the documents. They're on archive.org. You can read correspondence between the people who are coordinating psychological warfare campaigns. This is not a conspiracy. This is just an American program, and this describes their motives.
Ranting me.
This isn't. This is not meaningless. You were speculating on what their motives were to cover all this up, and I'm telling you and the audience exactly what that is. I'm sorry this destroys your world because you're here to paint us as a bunch of conspiracy tards.
Well, people who don't follow
Yeah, that's all you do. Sure. Well, that's not why we're here. I mean, we've explained this to you 100 times. So I know what your point is. You've already said your point. Anyway, good Lord. Can't get a word in edgewise around this guy. So you can stay on mute. Crit, back to you.
No, it's seriously, man. Like when you present to them documentation clearly stating their intentions, I mean, where do you go from there?
Yeah, just light it up. You see that these countries exploring space for betterment of humanity, the same 7, are also the same 7 that boast to have nuclear weapons. That they're going to end all life in the known universe. Meanwhile, the people, when the people were presented with a possibility of manned spaceflight, they started environmental movements. They started peace movements. They started like disarmament, nuclear disarmament. So if this is a representative government that's representing the people, they can't do anything themselves. Then how come after the space age, you had not only Apollo astronauts calling for nuclear disarmament, you had everybody calling for it. But the same countries that said they did it.
Don't forget the UFOs, right? The UFOs that hovered over that nuclear base, and that nuclear missile place, and then deactivated every. I remember reading about that years ago.
Oh yeah, that was. I can't remember what astronaut that was, but he used that as part of, like the shtick for. That it proved that aliens caught their eye on Earth or something.
Right, like the Vulcans, right?
Yeah.
They needed to see Warp Drive first, and then now they're part of the club. Let's go.
So really the main point going back was APOC's experiment that he's running. It just shows you that they haven't learned that if they just leave these minority groups alone, they get smaller. They don't expand. The same way they did a controlled demolition of atheism, that's a playbook they should have used for Flat Earth if they really didn't want Flat Earthers around. They should have used the same playbook they did. Ignore them, marginalize them, keep them out of public spaces. Just did that. But instead, they tried to fight the flat earth. And as soon as they fought you, it went right into like Gandhi's idea. First they mock you, or first they ignore you, then they mock you, then they fight you, then you win. It's over. We won. Flat Earth is never going away at this point. They instead of just when they went to Congress and that was a chance they could have pulled their head out their ass. When the YouTube people and other tech companies were on Capitol Hill, what are you doing against harmful misinformation? They said, we don't deem information harmful. And the congressman could have just looked like he had a dick growing out of his forehead. Like everyone just will look down like, aren't you a congressman? And didn't you take an oath to God that you would protect free speech? And you're coming to me, telling me, an information company, that some information is harmful disinformation? Wouldn't you call that free speech? And then people just been like, oh, ha, ha, congressman got owned. And that would have been the end of it. It just would have petered out and just died out after that. But people saw right on Capitol Hill these tech companies bowing the knee. And they're like, what is going on here?
Right. What happened to, the journalists looking for the scoop, getting the dirt on that filthy, corrupt politician? You know what I mean? Because it kind of used to be like the journalist was like for the people, right? Yeah, let's take down the man. Let's expose the man, make sure he's doing his job properly. You know what I mean? And now it's not. Now it's turned around. They're working for them now.
It's like they call it the fourth branch of government. Like checks and balances. Now you got the executive branch just determines which news agencies are fake news. NPR, AP. I mean, these agencies go back to the space age. Yeah, April 20th, 1971. So you've got this long-lasting broadcast company enshrined as part of the space age. We need information out there. Information is important. News is important. We got to start getting interconnected, and one of the ways to do so is to have a national public broadcasting. And then you fast forward till today, fake news. And no one sees it. They just miss it. But Trump's going to land on the moon and then go to Mars. Yeah, he also called NPR fake news. Are you listening? Are you paying attention? Fuck wrong with you? Jesus. Hold thy head between thy butt cheeks. Trump tweeted, it's not illegal if the president does it. I mean, well, he said something more along. I mean, that's what Nixon said. President Trump said, if I saved my country, then I did nothing illegal. Wow. Are you listening? Are you paying attention yet? Elon Musk is the Einstein or the Eisenhower, not Eisenhower, crap. Edison, there we go. He's the Edison of our time. You're all lucky to be born when this great person walked the earth. You're lucky. And he's cutting entitlement programs, and he's doing a Roman salute during the inauguration. Huh. Are you listening? Are you paying attention yet? Was never some kind of rocket genius bringing forth space travel to all humanity. He was a drug-addicted defense contractor. They try to tell you that there's terrorism on the horizon. You could see this because of political violence against Tesla dealerships. Okay, don't all these Tesla cars have cameras on them? Did they always catch people doing weird shit around the Tesla? So there's cameras pointing everywhere? Like these cameras are just surveillance vehicles, just recording everything around them? So you're trying to tell me some masked Avenger went into a dealership, set fire to Teslas. That one recording of the whole event, none of it. Even the dealership itself didn't have any security cameras. Not one Tesla recorded any event. Who the fuck is this, Ant-Man?
That's crazy, isn't it?
It's like, no, those batteries are the incendiary devices you're looking for. These are these spontaneous eruptions. Those are the cars that they probably said, hey, we can't sell these ones. They're going to blow up. Okay, put them all in this one lot over here. And once it cooks off, we'll just blame the Democrats for it. Where's the proof? They're trying to tell me every camera wasn't working that day. Are you listening? Are you paying attention yet?
Well, White Hat, tell us all about it.
Yeah, White Hat, you been here before? I don't think I've talked to you. If so, welcome. All right, well.
Not listening, not paying attention.
Yeah. So, Craig, I had this thought. I tagged it to you earlier, but maybe it's worth exploring. I think we have more in common in some ways with the trolls that come in here and do the drive-by squawk and runs than we might think. So they're not going to do this to the 24/7 Globe Earth room, right? I mean, to them, that's a room full of space nerds not worth their time. they probably don't want anything to do with those space nerds. Bunch of NASA dorks, right? They're like, yeah, whatever. And then they see the 24/7 flat Earth room, and they're like, now that's interesting. That's kind of cool. They're worth my attention, and I'm worth their attention. So let's go try this out. We both think the 24/7 Globers are dorks. Is my point. But anyway, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, that room is also dead, and they highly censor, people in that room.
Yeah, I find that I'm often pre-banned from going to these rooms that they set up like this, which is funny. Even servers, they'll proactively ban people like us, and then complain that nobody wants to go in and talk to them.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because what they're doing is they got banned here or got muted here for cause. You told them what was going to happen. You said this is what you're expected of. Okay, moving on to the next caller. Then they make their own room to get even, and just so they can get that hit of endorphins. Oh, I banned the flat earther.
Yeah, it's like I got back at them. I did to them what I perceive them doing to me. Now it's even. Now we both have rooms to talk about our specific interests. Now I'm banned from yours and you're banned from mine. It is kind of childish, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
it's got Arrested Development patterns.
Rich is a channel mod called Abrahamics and Heretics, and you'll see it. Just look at the mod log. When he would get kicked out of Flat Earth room, he'd ban someone from the Heretics room or the Abrahamics room. You're like, dude, the room isn't even open. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, I don't remember the last time it was like that. It used to be a thing. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's not it, man.
I mean, but people stopped going to it, and the room owner just disappeared, and then whatever. But still, like, why would you? So, like, somewhere he sees his name banned from the Flat Earth room. He's got to type in ban.